to want to raise the possibility of coming to Congress for supplemental funding related to a war that we haven't even authorized yet.
For U.S. Senate. But John Cornyn has faced 2024 levels at the same stage. This surge is largely attributed to the Senate race between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. It's become a heated debate over the party's future identity and strategy for flipping the state. This primary is also a Trump test, as the president has flooded the Texas primaries with a record 130-plus endorsements. While he has stayed neutral in the Cornyn-Paxton-Wesley Hunt fight, he has taken direct aim at other incumbents. Notably, he endorsed Sid Miller for Agriculture Commissioner and Don Huffmines for Comptroller, putting him in direct conflict with Governor Greg Abbott, who is backing their challengers, Nate Sheets and Kelly Hancock. Now, for the first time in over a decade, the Attorney General's office is an open seat due to Paxton's Senate run. The Republican primary has become a crowded free-for-all featuring State Senators Joan Huffman and Mays Middleton, along with Congressman Chip Roy and Paxton endorsee Aaron Reitz. On the Democratic side, State Senator Nathan Johnson and former Galveston Mayor Joe Jaworski are locked in a very tight race. The other big headline as voters go to the polls is the financial markets. This is a live look at the big board on Wall Street. The Dow is down just about 400 points after starting the day down more than 1,000. And oil prices are leaping higher as worries rise that the war with Iran is widening and may do more sustained damage to the global economy than originally feared. Now, we begin this day with 3 contenders in the GOP primary and know at least one will be eliminated after all the ballots are counted. On this election day, each is making a final pitch.
Ken Paxton has taken the audacious position that character doesn't matter, and that's why I've said that this is a test to see who's right. And I believe I'm right. The character still does matter. He basically said, I've gotten away with all this mischief for so long that voters don't care. And so that's basically the bet he's made. I'm betting is wrong, and I bet the character still does matter. People want elected representatives that they can trust. And I think Ken has shown throughout his career that you can't trust him.
Well, one, I would be supporting President Trump. He hasn't done that. I would be supporting a border wall, which he hasn't done. He's been out criticizing. I would not be supporting amnesty. I'd be fighting to get the budget cut because he's under him. The budget's increased by about, what, $32 trillion. There's a lot of things that need to change, and he doesn't do anything.
I do believe I am the best candidate to win the primary and win the general, and I'm already outperforming both candidates, both Ken and John, in the general election against a James Tallarico or against a Jasmine Crockett. These are facts. This polling has been this way since October, so I love what we're doing. I think the people of Texas here are waking up to my candidacy.
All right, let's bring in my colleagues Stephen Dial in Dallas and Rudy Koski in Austin. Rudy, by 7 p.m. tonight, some political careers will be elevated and other cases effectively terminated. Is there a head snapper looming out there in terms of an upset that you're watching?
Yeah, Greg, there are a lot of head snappers that we could be watching tonight, but one of the head snappers tonight may involve the GOP nomination for Congressional 31 up here in Central Texas. That involves incumbent John Carter. He's facing a big field of challengers. And on the big stage, we just talked about it right there. Can Team Wesley Hunt pull off a Hail Mary? Or will the night end with the big question about him being about, will he endorse anyone if there is a runoff, or if he's just going to wait it all out? Greg?
All right, Stephen, 2 different independent polls had Jasmine Crockett leading Tallarico by deep double digits. And yet there are still plenty of people who think he's actually the draw for all of these first-time, previously indifferent Democratic voters. What's your read?
First off, these polls are all over the place. I have not been here as long as you two have, but I have not seen polls all over the place like this. Usually they have some type of consistency. With that said, James Tallarico definitely has the momentum entering Election Day. He's drawing larger crowds. There are younger people coming out specifically for him. Jasmine Crockett is also pulling people. She has been catering to one of the biggest bases, demographic bases in the Democratic primary, that is black voters. Both candidates spending a ton of time recently in the Houston area because that's where the biggest pot of voters in the African-American community are. And so, I mean, heading into Election Day, I think it's still a toss-up. We'll have to see, but these polls, guys, all over the place.
All right, Fox's legendary Isaiah Carey is in the uptown area of Dallas right now covering the GOP side of this race. Isaiah, what you got for us?
Well, Greg, we're outside of the Marriott where we expect Attorney General Ken Paxton to arrive sometime after 7 o'clock this evening. But as you know, and your panelists know, he is in for a dogfight. We're talking about sitting incumbent U.S. Senator John Cornyn and, of course, Wesley Hunt. Now, they have spent anywhere total on this race from $90 to over $120 million, one of the most expensive in recent history. And, of course, one of the things that Cornyn said in his soundbite earlier was that this will be about character. But Paxton is known as a Teflon Republican. He has survived a lot of scandals, as Greg, you and I both know it, and many people have re-elected him with those scandals looming over it. And of course, tonight we will know if he is able to survive this race. Of course, there will likely be a runoff in May, and then we'll see who is in that election back in November. Reporting from Dallas, Isaiah Carey, Fox 26 News. Greg, back to you.
Thanks, Isaiah. On the other side of this U.S. Senate ledger is a Donnybrook of a Democratic race pitting Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett against State Representative James Tallarico. Both have spent the last 48 hours crisscrossing the Lone Star State looking to rack up undecided voters.
Why do we have a trillionaire when there are kids without enough to eat? Why do we have a trillionaire when cancer patients are going bankrupt? Why do we have a trillionaire when veterans are sleeping out on the street?
Democratic women are looking at approximately 58% of the vote. We also know that come November, women typically outvote men. Hey, maybe that's why we've already had a woman senator from the great state of Texas. Maybe that's how we ended up getting a woman governor. Actually, we've had 2 women governors, but the last one was a Democrat.
Fox's Sherman DeSalle is in downtown Austin right now covering the Democratic side of this race. Sherman, what you got for us?
Hey, Greg, we actually just got to an undisclosed location where Tallarico is going to be for his watch party. We actually just watched him walk in. We'll see if we can get that video to you pretty quickly. But you mentioned that this is a race that is pretty tight. And like Stephen said over in Dallas, the polls are all over the place. So it really depends on Texans and who shows up for this election day vote. So, you know, you got a state rep from Austin, running from a faith-informed, unity-driven campaign that's focused on broad appeal. But then you have this fiery, progressive candidate out of Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett from Dallas. And she has that strong base among the core Democratic voters. So it's a matter of who shows up, right? But this race has been closely watched, not just in Texas, but across the country, because Democrats have tried to pick a nominee who can compete in a state where Republicans have dominated statewide for decades. So we've been paying attention to the polls. We've been paying attention to the messaging and the ads, and they are neck and neck. But depending on what poll you look at, one's dominating, the other one's not. So we're hopefully we'll see some results within the next couple of hours, of course. We'll be here at the headquarters, and we'll be keeping you guys updated as those numbers come in. Reporting from Austin, Sherman DeSalle, Fox 26 News. Back to you.
Yeah, great assessment there, Sherman. Okay, stay with us. Much more of this Election Day edition of Battleground Texas on the other side of this break. Welcome back. Social media buzzing at fever pitch on this primary election day in Texas. From Team Cornyn, polls are open. Senator John Cornyn has an over 99% voting record with President Donald Trump's MAGA agenda. If you stand with President Trump, then go vote for John Cornyn. From AG Paxton today, March 3rd is Election Day. Vote and consider sending a last-minute donation to my campaign. If we can get over 50% of the vote, we'll avoid a costly runoff that will hurt all Republicans. Fake Republican John Cornyn has failed us for 40 years. Chip in $5. All right, Wesley Hunt retweeted a video of him on Fox News responding to recent attack ads saying, "I've taken on a lot of fire. I'm an Apache pilot. I'm used to it. I can handle it. And it means I'm right over the target zone." End quote. James Tallarico posting, 6 months ago, we launched this grassroots campaign for the U.S. Senate to bring working people together because the biggest divide in our politics is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. Today is Election Day. Find your nearest polling place with a link to do just that. Stephen?
Jasmine Crockett posting, Texas, it's election day. If you haven't voted yet, today is the day for you. I'm at the top of your ballot and asking you to support to continue our fight for affordability and accountability. I am on the move all day because this fight is bigger than one stop, one speech, or one person. I'd love to see you pull up and meet me and my friends at the polls. And Greg, she is just got to Dallas. And so I know she was down in your neck of the woods earlier today, and now she's back in North Texas.
Yeah, hammered through Waco, too. Okay, gentlemen, during my interview with Senator Cornyn today, I talked about his appeal for Republicans to display what he calls responsibility. That is, the biggest risk of losing the Senate lies in nominating Ken Paxton. And if Republicans are the party of responsibility, that's a risk they should be trying to avoid like the plague. Rudy, do you think that message is pushing through with all these ads?
Apparently not with the big block of Republicans. So if it's Paxton as the GOP nominee for November, you know, as you talked about there, Greg, expect a massive spring and summer PR spin that will probably make the damage control efforts after the Exxon Valdez oil spill look easy. You know, history books are filled with pages about how hard-headed attitudes and blind loyalty have led to disaster. You know, tonight may be a key chapter if November becomes a political little bighorn for the Texas GOP. Greg?
All right, Stephen, all the talk in Democratic Senate race circles has been about all these stealth voters emerging who have never cast a ballot in a primary before. It's significant because that clearly impacts the relative accuracy of the polling. Your thoughts? You just talked a little bit about it.
Yeah, and I just finished talking to our sister station in Chicago about that, because they have been asking, a lot of people have been asking, you know, depending on what election you look at, some people just don't look at the polls at all. But I'm just shocked about, and you mentioned Texas is a huge state, and so you got the young people turning out, you got people who have never voted in a primary turning out, and then you got the tried and true, you know, blue dog Democrats who vote in every single election. So you have all of that mixed together with a new candidate who James Talarico has burst onto the scene, a candidate in Jasmine Crockett who is known in a lot of people's households for her back and forth with Republicans. And so it just spells, I wonder who's going to be right and who's going to be wrong. I know depending on the pollsters that you ask, we talked to Jim Henson with the Texas Politics Project. He said, this is not a prediction. This is a snapshot in time. But, you know, when results happen, people don't look at it that way. They say, oh, the polls were wrong. And so we just have to, I guess, take these snapshots in times for what they are and find out in a couple hours what it will be.
That's why we have elections. Switching gears now to the governor's race. While Greg Abbott is expected to easily secure his renomination for a historic fourth term tonight, his eyes are on a different scoreboard. Fox's Marco Bettinel is live at the governor's watch party in downtown Austin. Marco, Governor Abbott has already successfully invested his massive war chest into purging House Republicans who defied him on school choice. This primary, he's endorsed dozens of candidates in competitive races. Do you think today is another major test of his political stroke?
Well, guys, first of all, glad to be joining you right now. We're right outside Cedar Door. This is the spot that Governor Abbott is expected to give some remarks later on tonight. And surprisingly, it's a bit of a smaller venue here in downtown Austin. And that might be just a little bit of a sign of how Governor Abbott is expected to kind of cruise through this primary election tonight. But what's been really important to note about Abbott within these last few weeks leading up to Election Day is his kind of zigzagging and visiting across the state. There's been two things kind of at the forefront for him. That's economic development and getting people out to vote, especially for some of those candidates that he has been endorsing. And maybe what's most interesting about those candidates that he has endorsed is he's seemingly parting ways with President Trump just a little bit on a few of those races, especially when it comes to agricultural commissioner and then the Texas comptroller as well. Both President Trump and Governor Abbott endorsing a few different candidates when it comes to those races. So the big question behind that is that decision by Governor Abbott to sort of flex his muscle a little bit against President Trump. Is Is that going to be something that works out for him tonight, or that could potentially be something that comes back to bite him a little bit later on? So it's something we'll be keeping our eyes out on for now. But I just wanted to give you an update on the ground here, just kind of what these voting numbers are looking like in our two big counties here in Central Texas. In Travis County, we checked in just a few minutes ago. About 55,000 people have already cast their votes today. Over in Williamson County, we have another 10,000 people that have cast those votes. And what we noticed with that as well is that turnout in Williamson County kind of split right down the middle right now. We have about 5,000 Republicans that have cast their votes, and then an additional 5,000 Democrats that have also cast their votes as well. We stopped by City Hall just a little bit while ago to check in on some of those wait times. About an hour and a half wait right now. So here in Central Texas, people are getting out to vote. We'll have to check and see if those numbers keep on getting a little bit higher and higher as we get closer to those polls potentially closing here in just a little bit, guys. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Marco, appreciate the reporting. Stay with us. Plenty more unfolding on Battleground Texas to unpack. Here's a live look at the polling place at historic Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church in 3rd Ward, right here in the Bayou City. People lined up waiting for the chance to cast their votes and let their voices be heard. Now, we've been talking turnout all day, but the biggest wild card left might be the weather. Will clear skies hold for the evening rush, or could rain keep voters home? Meteorologist John Dawson is tracking the forecast across the state. John, what are you seeing for the final stretch?
Well, I'm seeing great weather for the whole state of Texas, so always fun to be able to share that. And for sure, I think the rest of today is going to turn out pretty much like it started for just about everywhere across the state. I will point out that these temperatures are much warmer than usual, so be ready for warm, be ready for breezy, and if you're anywhere along the coast, certainly be ready for some humidity. I'm going to do a real quick tour here with our future cast. So we've got some temperatures on here, and we would have rain on here, except that I just don't have a whole lot of rain to show. Looking great down to the south. We get out to the west. El Paso going to see some temperatures that, again, are a bit on the warm side. We're going to get up to the Panhandle. Amarillo a little bit cooler than everybody else, and Dallas is going to be warmer than they want to be, but it's still going to be rain-free, except for a little bit into the Panhandle is really the only spot that I'm sort of picking up on some possibility of some showers. And then we get here to the Gulf Coast, and we're continuing to see those temperatures running above normal. But we're not literally talking about a whole lot of rain. So certainly a cooperation from Mother Nature as far as the storms are concerned, because I just have to mention this, Greg, as we close. While things are very quiet today, warm, breezy, and muggy is about as all I can say as far as the weather is concerned. Tomorrow, across much of the state, there will be some severe storms, but we'll take this fair weather day today for Election Day.
Yeah, appreciate you, JD. No excuses, folks. Get out there and vote. Stay with us. Plenty more analysis and even some wild-ass guesses from your Fox Texas trio on the other side of this break. As we track the political turmoil here in Texas, the fight for the Senate majority might actually be decided in North Carolina. With Thom Tillis retiring, it's officially the billion-dollar battle. Former Governor Roy Cooper is the front-runner on the Democratic side, and the GOP front-runner is former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. Experts say this is the GOP's must-win seat to hold the chamber. Next door in Arkansas, well, not quite next door, Senator Tom Cotton faces a primary that looks more like a 2028 presidential audition. And Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is cruising unopposed today. At least in Little Rock, it appears the MAGA movement is drama-free. You know, Arkansas next door to Texas. I guess that's what we thought.
How about those pigs?
Okay. All right, guys. History has taught us this lesson: a tough row to hoe for a sitting president to hold control of the House in the midterms. And based upon every poll I've seen, we are headed for a power shift in the lower chamber. But now the talk is getting really serious that the Republicans could lose the Senate as well. Rudy, Team Trump underwater with crucial independents on just about every issue. Are we looking at a curb stomp by Democrats come November?
You know, we may be looking at a 26-27 of the power of the veto pen and impeachment hearings, you know, if anything. But there's a lot of analysts who think that there is going to be that curb stomp that you were talking about. But remember, this primary election surge by the Democrats has been fueled by a lot of things. It started with the protests against Israel after the massacre of October. We saw the defund police crowd pivot to mob attacks and the call for defunding the federal immigration agents. Plus, those who are upset with the Trump tariff war, you know, increasing prices on foreign-made products, they're upset. A lot of rage going on. And several Republican insiders have told me there's going to be pushback coming, and it will certainly turn the temperature up this summer. Promises, promises. Let's see, right, Greg?
Absolutely, Rudy. Stephen, call me cynical, but Democrats seem to be running on opposition to all things MAGA without promoting pragmatic policy of their own, other than spending, say, $10 trillion a year instead of $8. Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong. And Democrats will say they are talking about issues. It's just a matter of the other things that they're talking about is getting more energy. And that is true. They right now are talking about, some of them, abolish ICE. They right now are licking their chops to grill Kristi Noem tomorrow, the day after the primary. So, you know, Democrats are talking about the hot topic things right now, which really isn't substantive in terms of what is your plan for the future.
All right, stay with us. This Election Day edition of Battleground Texas. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Turning now to the 18th Congressional District in Houston, where the reconfiguration of political boundaries has forced a painful turf war between two Democratic heavyweights. You have 78-year-old icon Al Green, who served 11 terms in CD9, challenging 37-year-old Christian Menefee, who just took office last month after winning the special election to replace Sylvester Turner. It is the ultimate test of experience versus new blood for the future of this historic seat. Fox's Leslie Delaspore is live, probably out there in CD18. Now, polls had Menifee with a substantial lead going into Election Day. What are you hearing?
Hey, Greg, that's right. So we are actually live at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church in one of the, I guess, epicenters that as you would say, of CD18. So as you can see, it's pretty busy here right now. There's a lot of people out here campaigning for their respective candidates. And on the other side, there were a lot of voters going in and out here at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. But as we know, CD18 looks very different than it did a year ago. And that's exactly why this race is getting so much attention. So for decades, the seat was held by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And after her, Greg, as you mentioned, former Mayor Sylvester Turner's time in office, and he also held this seat. But redistricting shaped the political map, and CD18 now encompasses a lot of CD9. So that shift is a big reason longtime Congressman Al Green is a major factor in this race. So Green has represented the former CD9 since 2005, it's nearly 2 decades, and has been in support of, has deep support in Southwest Houston. And he's running to continue his work on civil rights, voting protections, and federal funding for historically underserved communities, issues that have defined much of his time in Congress. Now, on the other side, Christian Menifee, Greg, as you mentioned, he's new blood. Many voters know him as the Harris County Attorney, a position he first won in 2020, but he's no longer in that role. Menifee was elected to represent CD18 in a special election, and now he's running to keep his seat in this newly configured district. So he's campaigning on the legal fights he held locally, from voting access to disaster recovery, and arguing that experience translates directly to Washington. So there's also an important wrinkle, though. Former City Council member Amanda Edwards dropped out of the race late, and even though she suspended her campaign, her name will still appear on the ballot. So that could split early votes, increasing the chances of a runoff. So between redrawn maps, long-term political figures, and ballot dynamics, that could force a second round. So as I mentioned, CD18 looks very different, but from what we're hearing and what we're seeing out here, people are still getting out to make their voices heard, even in some of the newer communities that are now coming into this very historic district. Greg.
All right, Leslie, thanks for the insight. Whatever you thought you knew about the 9th Congressional District in Texas, forget it. Redistricting has turned this former Democratic stronghold into the GOP's top pickup opportunity in the region. With Al Green fleeing to the 18th, the Republican primary here has turned into a slugfest between conservative firebrand Briscoe Cain and former county judge nominee Alex Mueller. Our Jillian Hartman is headed to Dayton for this one. Jillian, what's...
Hey there, yeah, so we are headed to the newly configured 9th Congressional District, which now includes eastern sections of Harris County and all of Liberty County. Like you just mentioned, Congressman and longtime incumbent Al Green currently serves the 9th District, but because of the redrawn congressional districts, he is now running for District 18. So I can tell you it's a pretty crowded GOP primary with... As for the Democratic side, there are technically 6 candidates, but there are 2 strong contenders on the Republican side, and that's Alex Mueller that you just mentioned, and as well as Briscoe Cain. So we do have video of both candidates. Take a look at this. So here's about both candidates. So State Rep Briscoe Cain has actually been endorsed by Governor Greg Abbott. Abbott says that he was citing their close long-term work on key Texas legislation. Now, as for Mueller, President Donald Trump actually endorsed her on his Truth platform, or Truth Social platform, and Trump praised Mueller's military and business background and said that she has wisdom and courage required to defend our country and support veterans. Now, more on Mueller. Her background is a former Harris County Judge GOP nominee, Army vet, and business executive, and she also has been endorsed by Commissioner Ramsey, City of Liberty and Deer Park mayors, as well as Mattress Mac. Now, as for Cain, he has served as a Republican member of the Texas House of Representatives since 2017, representing District 128, and he has been known for a strong conservative voting record, known for his conservative policy work across the state level, including border security bills and gun rights. So he, again, has been backed by Governor Greg Abbott and other strong state-level conservative groups. So we are keeping a close eye on this primary up this way, and also just some extra info for you. According to the Texas Tribune, Mueller has raised nearly $1 million for her campaign compared to Kane's nearly $400,000. Back to you, Greg.
Okay, Jillian, be careful up there in the piney woods. All kind of stuff going on. Okay, guys, I know you've both kept up with Texas 18. Rudy, is this the younger generation at long last making a powerful move that will actually stick?
You know, Greg, there's certainly some interesting echoes to all that, and this youth movement across the board. We're seeing it, of course, with James Tallarico, who John Cornyn called Beto 2.0. But if you remember, the youth movement with that Beto 1 really didn't bring him over the top that he needed to. So that's going to be a big question. One, and as I pass it back to you, one thing that I did notice on that live shot there at the church, a lot of mamas in that crowd. What's mama saying in this big decision making down there?
You know,
Greg?
Mama's got lots of strokes. Stephen, like manna from heaven, the effort to elect Christian Menifee got a massive infusion from the ultra deep pockets of the pro-cryptocurrency PACs. Do you think voters here or anywhere care? And if they don't, should they?
Should they? Yes. You should always care where the people you are supporting money comes from. Do they care? No. And I say that because I think you talk about age, you talk about passing the torch. I think this is one of those situations. We're not going to see it all over Texas, but this is one of those situations. Now, I'll eat crow tomorrow morning if I'm wrong, but I think the torch is being passed. Now, Al Green's not handing the torch, but I think that torch is going to be passed tonight.
All right, we are far from done. Battleground Texas rumbles on after a short break. We turn now to the quietest, most low-key office making perhaps the loudest noise on the airwaves, the state comptroller's race. This has become the ultimate proxy war between Mar-a-Lago and the governor's mansion. You have Don Huffines riding a massive Trump endorsement, facing off against Kelly Hancock, who has the full backing of Governor Abbott. It isn't just about the budget anymore, it's about who actually runs this party. Fox's Jessica Rivera breaks it down.
The office in the state is at stake. For years, Texas has benefited from a budget surplus that's allowed the state to trim property taxes, boost teacher pay, and straighten the state's crumbling water infrastructure. Now, let's take a look at those candidates. Kelly Hancock, he's been acting comptroller since last summer. He was one of the 2 GOP state senators who voted in favor of convicting Attorney General Ken Paxton on impeachment changes. Republican Don Huffines stands to end government regulations that he says get in the way of job creation by burdening businesses. He has a history for running for a statewide campaign. He previously challenged Governor Greg Abbott in the 2022 GOP gubernatorial challenge and lost. Christy Craddock is also in the running in her bid for comptroller. She has promised financial accountability to reduce government spending and to inspect local government's budget. On the Democrat side, Sarah Eckhart, before serving in the legislature's upper chamber, she was Travis County judge for 5 years. Eckhart had consistently ranked among the most liberal Democrat members in the Texas Senate based on her voting record. She wants the office to focus on ensuring Texans are safe, not on polarizing social issues.
Okay, guys, we have collectively watched this Republican Attorney General's race pretty closely and witnessed how deployment of a multi-million-dollar money bomb for paid media and an ultra-catchy moniker propelled relatively unknown state Senator MAGA Mays Middleton from single digits in December to the mid-30s in a matter of weeks. Congressman Chip Roy still leads, but Stephen, it seems like Middleton has the momentum. Your thoughts?
He has the momentum and another M, the money. That's where he got his name, right? Because let's be honest, a lot of people didn't know who the senator from Galveston was, but that's the power of social media and linear TV. When you put up the ads, it makes it seem like you're bigger than you are. Now, that's not a shot at Mays Middleton, but we'll have to see how tonight fares. I think it will still go to a runoff. Greg?
Rudy, quickly, the irony here is that while Middleton has a law degree, he never actually practiced law, a fact which doesn't seem to matter much to his supporters. Your thoughts?
I just find it interesting that the 2 best legal minds in this race, Joan Huffman and Aaron Reitz, are going to be probably left out. And it's just the way that politics works in Texas. But maybe Joan pulls out a surprise tonight. We'll just have to wait and see.
All the ladies are going to have to come out for her, those Republican ladies. Okay, we are not done yet. More Battleground Texas ahead, so hang with us. Welcome back. I'm calling this the fling stuff against the wall and see what sticks segment. For me, the most significant story of this primary thus far has been the emergence of the previously indifferent zombie-esque cohort of voters lining up to vote in the Democratic primary. Breaking folks out of a lifetime worth of not giving a crap at election time requires some pretty powerful mojo, as in anger over heavy-handed ICE tactics, as in real-life concerns over making ends meet, as in a sense, real or imagined, that the current president is running roughshod over the Constitution and traditional checks and balances. Big question, will they return to the polls come November? Rudy, what do you want to throw against the wall?
Guys, I want to see how this day just really plays out. We all got an email from the Attorney General's office early this week talking about his opinion, saying, you know, poll watchers can do this, and this by, and you better not block them from doing their job. So early on, Ken Paxton put up a warning shot in regards to polling places. And then we got the Democrats saying, you know, hey, you know, no more super places to go. You know, you had to go and vote in your own district location, and that's causing problems with people who go, oh, I forgot where I'm supposed to vote. So it's going to be an interesting day and see how this all plays out.
Stephen, what you got?
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how quick of a night we're going to have. That's what I want to see. If we had, especially on the Democrat side, especially if there is this record turnout, I mean, over 1.5 million Democrats turned out to vote in the 10 days of early voting. How many people are actually voting today? What percentage of that? And will the number already be, you know, will we already know who wins when that early vote number comes in? That's what I'll be looking at.
All right, Stephen, take us to break here.
Primary election day, Texas, and I have good news and bad news. Now, the bad news is the state has 38 U.S. House seats, 150 state House seats, 2 U.S. senators, and 31 state senators. You also have county commissioners, county courts, county judges. The good news is you don't have to vote on all of this. So, yes, the state has 38 U.S. House seats and 150 state House seats, but you only have to vote for one of those. And even though the state has 2 U.S. senators, only one of them is on the ballot this time around. And of the 31 state Senate seats, only half of them are on the ballot. And you're only voting for all Republicans or all Democrats because it's a primary. Now, where to vote? 99 of the counties in Texas say you can vote anywhere you want as long as it's in the county where you're registered. And that includes the big ones like Harris County, Dallas, Tarrant, Bexar, Travis, and Collin counties. Anything else you want to know? Easy to find. Just download Fox Local. Hope that helps. I'm Lena, your ballot bestie. Follow me if you care about this stuff.
Hey, Stephen, is Colin Allred going back to Congress, House of Representatives?
Man, if black turnout is what I think it is in Dallas County, he has a really good shot.
Yeah. Did any of that stuff stick on the insider trading thing with Julie Johnson?
No.
No? It was BS?
It's that I know. No, I know. You know, like I said, all this is important to know that. But I don't think voters are really holding that against certain candidates when it comes to these races. It is important. Don't get me wrong. But I think when the voters go in the voter box, some of them say, Colin Allred's been on TV running ads for a year and a half because he ran for Senate last year. And so I remember the name, I'm going to vote for him. Or I'm going to stay with the name that's most recent, and that's Julie Johnson.
What you got, Rudy?
Hey, guys, I want to see if it's going to be a bloodbath for incumbents. You know, we didn't talk about South Texas. Tony Gonzalez, what's going to happen with him down there? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we talked about Al Green. I think he's going to bounce back. John Carter, I don't know. So we'll see if there is truly a big changing of the guard and a bad night for incumbents. Greg?
Take us home, Stephen.
All right, guys. Yeah. Man, guys, we have reached the promised land almost. That's all the time we have. To see this episode or any of our past ones, go to our station's YouTube channels.
Okay, keep the conversation going, guys, on our social media accounts.
Don't panic, everyone. Be sure and join us tomorrow. We're not going anywhere. As the smoke settles on Battleground Texas, we will talk winners, losers, and runoff fights to come. Until then, vaya con Dios.
More local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
Lines of people joined the record number of early voters to cast their ballot on primary election day. Hi, I'm Eden Shekel. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox 4 at 4. We're covering it all today, from the candidates to the issues on the ballot. Plus, tensions rising in the Middle East. A drone strike hits a U.S. consulate in Dubai. And the weather staying mostly calm for Election Day, but tomorrow kicks off the start of an unsettled pattern. First up, though, it's the final push in the Texas primary elections, with the blockbuster Senate races driving voter turnout. Polls close in 3 hours, with the tight three-way contest in the Republican Senate primary likely headed to a runoff. And in the Democratic primary, there's already a lot of speculation about who will have the more favorable matchup in November. A record 2.5 million Texans cast their votes early. And at times today, we've seen lines at several polling locations in Dallas, Tarrant, and Collin counties. Fox 4's Lori Brown talked to voters and election coordinators in Collin County. She joins us now. Lori.
Hi, Eden. Here in Collin County, we have seen a strong voter turnout all day, but the biggest turnout we've seen for the day is right now here at the Renner Frankfurt Library. There's a couple of dozen people in line out the door, but things have been running smoothly, we were told, despite the new paper ballots. Collin County recently switched from electronic voting to paper ballots. Election Administrator Caleb Breaux told me that was not a factor in why 2 polling locations had long lines this morning. Earlier, he told us that the county did make one adjustment after getting voter feedback. Precinct Chair Cindy Patterson was at the Aldridge Elementary polling location at Richardson when poll workers experienced trouble using the machines.
But they're working now. It was only out for about 30 minutes, and so we were sending everyone from Aldridge over here over to Liberty Rec Center.
Considering moving to a felt tip pen would make the filling in of the oval a little bit more efficient for our voters, and we heard our voters and trying that little change this election, and seemed to have some good feedback from that as well.
Voters we talked with had mixed opinions about whether they like paper or electronic ballots better. Some feel paper is more secure, while others trust the electronic system more. While Collin County's website showed a few locations with hour-long waits today, when we arrived at those locations, voters told us that the waits were only about 20 minutes. The election administrator told me that the issue this morning had to do with new poll workers who were not used to working elections, having trouble with the equipment. Eden?
Thanks so much for that update there. Some Dallas County election centers had a late start today. The polling location in Northeast Dallas was set to open at 7 o'clock this morning. Voters telling Fox 4 the first person did not enter the building until just after 8 a.m. Long lines were seen outside of the church where votes were being cast. It's unclear what exactly caused the delay. At other Dallas County locations, some voters have said they were turned away because it is not their precinct polling site. Based on a change in Republican preference, Dallas County eliminated countywide voting centers for both parties, and anyone voting today must do so within their assigned precinct. So important to note there. Well, it was a beautiful day for people hitting the polls with sunny skies, easily sending us into the 80s, 84 degrees right now. But starting tomorrow, a pattern of unsettled weather returns. Fox 4 meteorologist Kylie Capps is here to time it all out for us. Kylie.
Hey, Eden, that's more of a spring-like weather pattern that we've been talking about over the last several days. Active weather right around the corner. Today, it's just plain warm and kind of muggy, too, considering dew points are a little higher than they've been over the last several afternoons. Right now, we're in those low to mid 80s. Couple spots off to the west approaching 90 degrees. This is well above average for early March. Average high temperatures this time of year as of today jumping to 65 degrees, and we are a solid 20 degrees above that. One last quiet evening on tap before a stretch of showers and thunderstorms take over the extended forecast. The first round of active weather looks to be tomorrow, likely late afternoon through the evening, and then continuing through about midnight, 1 a.m. on Thursday. We're in between systems on Thursday. Not a completely dry forecast with a few more showers and rumbles possible before another round looks to approach late week and into the weekend. Satellite and radar right now is quiet. A couple of of showers could approach our far northwestern counties tonight. And there's our first system. That one is still hanging out near the Rockies. It'll eventually dive south and east, dragging a front with it. And that front will provide enough lift or energy to be the focal point for widely scattered showers and thunderstorms by tomorrow late in the day through the evening hours. So through the rest of this evening, by 6 o'clock, we're still sitting in the upper 70s and low 80s, partly cloudy skies through about midnight with extra clouds filtering in by sunrise tomorrow. By sunrise, very mild upper 60s and low 70s. Could squeeze out a few showers too through the first part of the day, but it's later on in the afternoon and the evening where those storm chances start to ramp up. So we'll time everything out for you in just a few minutes and take a look at that second round of storms following on its heels in just a bit.
All right, we'll see you soon. Thanks so much, Kylie. Well, right now, members of Congress are being briefed on the war with Iran. U.S. allies in the Middle East are seeing more retaliation by the regime, including drone and missile strikes on U.S. interests. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us from the newsroom with the latest developments. Alex.
Hey, Eden, you know, this is a very dangerous and fluid situation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio by airspace closures. Take a look. A short time ago, we learned that the U.S. consulate in Dubai was reportedly hit by an Iranian drone, setting part of that building on fire. Now, these photos being shared on social media, no word on any injuries. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait remains closed after smoke was seen rising from that building as well. Keep in mind, we are now 4 days into the conflict with Iran. Today, President Donald Trump met with the Chancellor of Germany in the Oval Office, and President Trump says that most of Iran's military installations have been knocked out. Israel, meanwhile, has stepped up airstrikes against Iranian missile launchers in factories today. In turn, Iran retaliated, disrupting energy supplies and travel. President Trump today also again defended the attacks, but we're also hearing pushback from the House Minority Leader.
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. Based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first, and I didn't want that to happen.
Why are we spending taxpayer dollars, billions of dollars, to bomb Iran as part of some regime change effort that the American people want no part of at this point in time?
Meanwhile, yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicated that the U.S. was following Israel's lead on the timing of these airstrikes. However, today, both he and the president said that that was not the case. The president saying that he may have forced Israel's hand instead. As of now, the U.S. government is not paying to have American civilians evacuated from the region, but some veteran-led nonprofits are helping out. Now, on a recent post on X, the State Department has said that it has been in contact with nearly 3,000 Americans waiting to leave the region or seeking information about how to depart. Charter flights were being arranged from Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the United Emirates as well. And in countries where airports or airspace was closed, the department said that it is organizing land travel to countries where flights are available, including Egypt and Oman. Of course, all of that subject to change, Eden, as conditions continue to change minute by minute.
Certainly will. Thank you so much, Alex. And stocks tanked as oil prices soared over concerns about the widening war with Iran. At one point, the Dow was down 1,200 points, but it recovered in late trading to end up down about 400 points. The Nasdaq lost 1%, as well as the S&P 500. Gas prices surged overnight in the DFW area and across the U.S. In North Texas, regular gas jumped 18 cents on average to $2.80 a gallon. Nationwide, the average is above $3 a gallon. Oil prices continue to rise as Iran interferes with production and delivery in the Middle East. Overnight, benchmark U.S. crude prices jumped another 8.6% to $77 a barrel. The international standard rose 6.7% to $81 a barrel. Voter turnout is being driven by the blockbuster Senate races. Coming up, how each of the candidates is making their final push on Election Day. One of the state's biggest races is likely going to be very close. Polls have been split on who will win the Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate seat. Fox 4 is covering both candidates through tonight's events. Amelia Jones is live at Jasmine Crockett's watch party here in Dallas. But first, we want to get over to Peyton Yeager, who's covering James Tallarico in Austin. Peyton.
Hi, Eden. Yeah, James Tallarico's watch party this evening is here in Austin. He is already here on site at the watch party. He says, quote, he is feeling good about tonight. Earlier this afternoon, his last stop on his tour of Texas was in his hometown of Round Rock. And then last night, the night before Election Day, he was in Houston echoing that same message, attempting to attract voters from both sides of the aisle, including disaffected Republicans and also independents, to peel those people over and add them to his base. We have seen Tallarico at stops at Texas universities targeting new voters, particularly young voters. And we've also seen an early boost of enthusiasm in this primary election from Democrats. I know we've been talking about it for the last week or so during early voting. Depending on what poll you're looking at, some polls have James Tallarico in the lead, some have Jasmine Crockett in the lead. So this is a race that we are watching extensively this evening. We are about to head inside, and we will be at the watch party for the rest of the evening as those results come in. Live in Austin, Peyton Yeager. Eden, back to you.
All right, a long night ahead. Thanks so much, Peyton. Now let's get to Amelia Jones, where Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is trying to maintain the momentum that she's held through much of this race. Amelia.
Hi there, Eden. Club Vivo is all lit up awaiting Jasmine Crockett. This is where she will end her night after spending Election Day making her final pitch to voters. Crockett left Houston this morning, and she's made several stops at polling locations as she's
Everyone's watching because this seat matters just that much.
a polling location in Waco. That's really been the story of her entire campaign. High energy, high visibility, and a message built around that she is a Democrat who will fight. Crockett has even called herself a street fighter who she has told voters that Texas needs somebody, an independent voice who will go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic base. Crockett also goes in tonight with big backing with endorsements from Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. So, Eden, the big question is whether that fighter brand and those big name endorsements will be enough to pull her through this primary tonight. For now, Eden, back to you.
We'll be watching closely. Thanks so much, Amelia. Well, covering the Republican side of the race are Fox 4's Sean Rabb and Casey Stiegel. They're joining us from the digital studio now, where they're preparing for tonight's extensive coverage. How's it going?
Hey, Eden, it's going well. We're excited. It's been like a marathon to get to this moment. Question is now who will cross the finish line. The incumbent, John Cornyn, senator since 2022, has been reelected 3 times.
That's right, and he's going to be facing off against Attorney General Ken Paxton, of course, a name that has a lot of household recognition in the state of Texas, and he is facing Houston Congressman Wesley Hunt, and it is a race that will likely lead to a runoff. Senator John Cornyn pitching his experience, touting his long record in Washington, his support for strong border security, low taxes, and also backing President Donald Trump's agenda. Now, Attorney General Ken Paxton has leaned into a hard right Trump-aligned message, attacking so-called deep state elites and also promising to take an aggressive stance on immigration and culture war issues.
Now, the Houston Congressman Wesley Hunt cast himself as, quote, the younger conservative outsider, West Point grad, veteran. He's been stressing loyalty, his loyalty to Trump and fresh leadership for the future. Now, voters could decide whether experience or insurgent conservative energy wins out, and if no one breaks 50%, a runoff is likely. And with Wesley Hunt around 17% in all of the polls, right. He probably won't get that many votes tonight, but a runoff is likely between Cornyn and Paxton.
Yeah, clearly we have you covered from all angles here on Fox 4, so that's going to do it for Sean and I right now. We'll see you coming up at 5 and at 6, and then, of course, our extended special coverage from 7 to 9. Eden?
Absolutely. And just a reminder, people can download that Fox Local app and stream you guys starting at 7 o'clock. Thanks so much, Sean and Casey.
Okay, tree pollen, once again, a huge issue this afternoon. If you have felt kind of sniffly, you've been sneezing off and on, there is plenty of juniper, elm, and ash pollen in the air. And we typically see that this time of year as those south winds really crank up. But I'm hoping that we get a little bit of a break from those significantly high pollen counts as wetter weather is in the forecast over the next several days. And speaking of the next several days, here's the breakdown of that timeline. It's the last quiet day on tap before our first round of showers and storms arrive by tomorrow late in the day through the evening hours. Thursday, we're in between those two main rounds of storms, but we're still going to be dodging a few showers and rumbles, especially through the first part of the day. And then round number 2 looks to be late week and into the weekend. So let's time that out for you with our 2 areas of low pressure that'll be diving our way. The first, still situated in the Rockies, will drag a cold front, which will eventually stall overhead by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. That front provides enough lift and energy for those initial storms to develop. The second round of storms looks to be kind of later in the week and into the weekend. Now, the initial storms that pop with that second system will pose a severe threat, similar to the storms that pop tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. But then as we head into the weekend, more of a flood risk will be setting up. So here's a closer look at that coverage. By tomorrow, after about 4, 5, 6 o'clock, 50% coverage of showers and storms continuing through midnight, 1 a.m. Thursday morning, with a few lingering rumbles Thursday. And then by Friday late afternoon through the evening, those initial storms could pop with 40% coverage, more widespread at night. And then by Saturday, more of a flood risk will be setting up. That slight risk in place tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, which simply means a few of the stronger storms could produce pocket change sized hail, likely up to about $50. Gusty winds between 50 and 60 miles per hour, and a very low tornado threat. That severe weather risk on Friday also exists, but I think that one's more of a conditional threat. Satellite and radar right now is quiet. A couple of showers could clip our far northwestern counties tonight. We are well into those 80s this afternoon, and man, it is warm, kind of humid too. These winds are gusty at times and out of the south, and will continue through about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight before they start to lessen up slightly. Now tonight as well, we'll continue to see additional clouds build in, and by tomorrow morning, very mild to start, upper 60s and low 70s. Let me show you that with our futurecast. Partly cloudy skies to start, with additional clouds rolling in late tonight. And then I think we could see a few showers kicking off our Wednesday morning, but the bulk of the rain again through the back half of the day. Now, as we head into the weekend, especially by Saturday, that's when more of a flood risk will be setting up. And I think we could pick up anywhere from 3 to 4 to even 5 inches of rain before these systems swing through. On your forewarned 7-day forecast, very active over the next several days, even into next week, Tuesday into Wednesday. Another system looks to swing overhead. Fox 4 at 4 is back in 15 seconds.
You're going to see a lot of President's Day sales, but we're the only ones with prices like this. This Texas-built sectional for just $9.99, plus 48 months, no interest on everything. HomeZone, we're different.
You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
Well, if you're needing a ride to the polls, there are several public transportation options you can take advantage of. Today, DART and Trinity Metro will offer free services for voters. Trinity Metro riders simply need to tell their driver they're heading to a polling location to get a free ride. Meanwhile, DART riders will need to use a code, which is VOTE MAR3, for a free local day pass. They can access that through the Go Pass app. The Homeland Security Secretary was under fire on Capitol Hill today, including calls for resignation from her own party. We'll explain in just a moment.
Plano Parkway.
Fox 4 at 4 o'clock.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem faced calls for her resignation during today's Senate hearing, including from her own party. Some of the most harsh criticism of her leadership and department came from North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. He used his time during today's hearing not to ask questions, but to unload his thoughts on what he calls failures of the department. Tillis claims Noem and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller are responsible for the distrust of ICE agents and their mission.
Beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them is wrong. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Ms. Good and Mr. Petty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it.
The senator also used his time to accuse Secretary Noem of breaking the law by withholding FEMA payments related to the recovery from Hurricane Helene. Still ahead, an FBI agent told a jury what he was instructed to look for when serving the search warrants for people accused of ambushing the Alvarado detention facility. And we're taking a live look outside, the latest look at the unsettled weather pattern that's going to be taking hold starting tomorrow. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 4 at 4.
Welcome back. I'm Eden Shekel. Thanks for joining us this afternoon on Fox 4 at 4. Other races we're watching this election day are the North Texas congressional races. Fox 4's Stephen Dial joining us from the digital studio with the latest developments for the races in the newly redrawn districts 32 and 33. Stephen.
Eden, hey, polls are still open for a couple more hours, and we've been seeing some interesting issues in Dallas County due to the precinct-only voting. Now, let's start with Texas District 33. It is a district that was impacted by the Republican redistricting, and it pits two Democrats against each other who are fairly known names. Sitting Congresswoman Julie Johnson and former Congressman Colin Allred. They are the two really going head-to-head in this race. There are a total of 4 candidates on the ballot for this race, but this was changed because of the redistricting, forcing the Democrats to kind of move and pit themselves against each other, but likely still to be a safe Democratic seat in November. Now let's transition over to Texas District 32. Now this is one of the most dramatically drawn districts that changed in that Republican redistricting. Jase Yarborough is expected to be the front runner in this crowded field. He has been endorsed by President Trump. You also have North Texas Pastor Ryan Binkley and ad that you have seen a lot, Paul Bondar. And so there's been some questions about who lives where. This newly drawn district goes from East Dallas, Mesquite, and all. And so a dramatically different drawn district. This is one of those seats that Republicans and President Trump hopes to add to the Republican count. It's expected to be a wild night, but Eden, I think in these two races, when that early vote total comes in, we should have a better picture on these congressional races. The Senate race taking all of the oxygen from some of these other down ballot races, but these congressional seats will be something we'll look at tonight as well.
All eyes on this primary. Thanks so much, Stephen. Well, as soon as the polls close tonight, head over to our Fox Local streaming channel for special coverage. Stephen Dial, Casey Stiegel, and Sean Rabb will break down the results and talk to experts about the races that matter most to you. Our coverage starts at 7 p.m. You can watch it on the Fox Local app and our website and the Fox 4 YouTube page. So things are calm right now, but come tomorrow, we've got increased chances for rain and even the possibility of severe weather. Hail and high winds are the biggest threats. Fox 4 meteorologist Kylie Capps is here to time it all out for us. It's kind of crazy to think about that because you look outside, it looks so nice.
Yeah, it does. And honestly, it's just kind of warm this afternoon. But man, as soon as the calendar flipped to March, here comes our active weather. It's not officially astronomical spring yet. We still have a couple more weeks. But it is meteorological spring, and in spring-like fashion, showers and thunderstorms are back through the extended forecast. This afternoon, though, just plain warm. We're currently sitting at 84 degrees at the big airport. Some outlying areas off to the west, close to 90. It's kind of humid out there, too, with dew points a little higher than they've been in the last couple of days. That's an indication that more moisture is being added to the atmosphere, which is a key ingredient when it comes to thunderstorm development. Satellite and radar right now is quiet. There is a weak front just to the north and west that is producing a few showers. 1 or 2 showers could clip our far northwestern counties through tonight. I'm leaving about 10% coverage there, but the rest of us look to stay quiet, kind of breezy over the next several hours. We see winds come down slightly tonight before gusting back between 15 and 20 miles per hour throughout the day tomorrow. Now let's look ahead. Showers and thunderstorms back in the forecast beginning tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and some could pose a risk for severe weather, especially with the potential for some hail up to the size of $50 and gusty winds. I'll have a closer look at tomorrow's storm risk and the next round following on its heels with our full forecast coming up.
Kylie, thank you. Federal agents testified about what they uncovered during the search of homes and apartments of those arrested in an alleged attack on an ICE detention center near Fort Worth. The defendants are on trial, accused of a coordinated attack last summer. Fox 4's Dion Englund has been covering this trial. Dion.
Hi there, Eden. For the first time since testimony began, I sat in the actual courtroom here in Fort Worth rather than the overflow and live stream in Dallas. It is tightly compact. Each of the defendants sitting near their attorneys. Some are taking notes. All are listening intently. Demonstrators with signs and props are staged across from the federal courthouse in Fort Worth, a visual display of support for those on trial, but otherwise the group is quiet, low-key. Inside the courtroom, the spectator gallery is full and situated just behind a crowded field of attorneys representing the 9 defendants. Each is on trial for participating in an alleged coordinated attack on the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, July 4th, 2025. The defendants dispute the claim, saying they held a noise protest to support the detainees. During the law enforcement response that night, an Alvarado police officer was shot and seriously injured. On Tuesday, FBI agents testified about the search of several residences and vehicles connected to some of the defendants in the days after the incident, including the alleged leader and mastermind, Benjamin Song. The federal agents discussed evidence confiscated from those homes and apartments in Dallas, Garland, and Denton, including multiple pistols, long guns, ammunition, various types of bulletproof vests, handheld radios, a bullhorn, and what they called propaganda. Under cross-examination of one FBI special agent, a defense attorney asked, "So your understanding was you were looking for reading materials, printed materials?" She answered, "Yes." "So there was no particular express distinction for what you were told to look for, just a large spectrum of issues?" She answered, "There was information outlined in the search warrant." The attorney pressed further. "Do you recall them saying look for things that may highlight anarchists or anarchy?" She answered, "Yes." "What about anti-immigration or anti-ICE?" "Yes." "And what about Antifa?" She answered, "I believe so." He asked, "So you weren't just told to indiscriminately look for things that stand out?" She answered, "Anti-government may have been one of the words they used." Now, this has been a day primarily of investigators testifying about searches and evidence, also showing or putting that evidence on display, including the weapons here for the jury to see. They are typically wrapping up testimony each day at 5 p.m. It's the very latest live. Eden, back to you.
Thanks for that update there, Gian. Well, in just 100 days, the 2026 FIFA World Cup comes to America, and you can see it all right here on Fox. Late this afternoon, we got word that in addition to the games in North Texas, the area will be a base camp for a couple of the teams. Fox 4's Mike Ducey was at today's event to celebrate 100 days out, and he joins us now with the very latest from FC Dallas Stadium in Frisco. Mike.
Hi, Eden. Yeah, big news for the folks here in Frisco and the FC Dallas facility. They will host a base camp. So will Mansfield and that new soccer facility. We'll have some more details on that here in just a moment. 100 days out, as you mentioned, it's going to get here in no time. And the first of 9 matches here in North Texas will actually come on June 14th, hosted at the big stadium in Arlington, which for World Cup purposes will be known as Dallas Stadium. Netherlands will play Japan that day to kick things off. Organizers here meeting with the media today, not surprisingly, say that the planning is right on schedule. Dan Hunt and Monica Paul from the World Cup North Texas Organizing Committee on hand with updates today, along with the mayors of Frisco and Mansfield. And they were here for good reason, of course. The 9 matches themselves at the big stadium in Arlington, that's the centerpiece of the North Texas World Cup experience this summer. But beyond that, local venues, again, we're hoping to be selected as base camps for the various nations coming to play here. That's where the teams will train, where the teams will stay. Again, the mayors of Frisco and Mansfield both attending the news conference today. The FC Dallas facility will host a base camp, and so will Mansfield, as that new facility is expected to be completed in May. Today at this briefing, official word that both cities, again, will host base camps for World Cup qualifiers.
And we are honored. Not just one, but 2 sites were chosen.
We know that both the city of Frisco and Mansfield will welcome each national team with open arms and show our true Texas hospitality.
And by hosting a team here and a country here, we look forward to showing the world the investment that Frisco, Texas is making to make sure that we're the soccer capital of Dallas-Fort Worth for more than the next 30 years.
We know that the city of Mansfield is going to be the kind of place where people will have the opportunity to call it home for a little while, and they're going to see some of our southern hospitality. I've said that Frisco is the northern gateway to soccer in North Texas, and now the new kids on the block, Mansfield, is definitely working to become the southern gateway.
Now, which teams the cities will host remains to be seen. European qualifiers will determine that. FC Dallas will host either Poland, Albania, Sweden, or Ukraine. Mansfield gets the Czech Republic, Denmark, Ireland, or North Macedonia. Again, the base camps where the teams will train. They'll stay at hotels in the cities as well as they prepare for their World Cup matches. There are 4 other locations that FIFA had deemed as possibilities for base camps here in North Texas. No word on whether those will be selected either. But Dan Hunt, the president of FC Dallas, of course, his family, the first family of soccer here in North Texas, told me that this announcement today sort of completes a trifecta for the North Texas World Cup effort. More matches than anybody else with 9 in Arlington, the International Broadcast Center, and now 2 cities hosting base camps as well for the FIFA World Cup. Coming up 100 days from now. Eden?
Can't believe it's 100 days, and very exciting news for both Frisco and Mansfield. Thanks so much, Mike. The CEO of McDonald's posted his video review of the newest menu item. Why he's being criticized for it is one of the things that we're talking about in today's 4 at 4. And we're taking a live look outside before we go to break. Beautiful view of downtown Dallas. 84 and sunny right now, but boy, things are going to change for us tomorrow. We're going to also have the latest look at your forewarned 7-day forecast in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's time for your Fort Forts, the 4 stories that have us talking today.
Okay, well, what started as a debate between Paige and Steve on the 10 turned into a newsroom-wide discussion. We're talking about this message that a woman sent a guy before their first date. Now, she was letting him know beforehand that she had a friend's birthday party to go to and would have to leave by a certain time. He didn't like that. He wanted to rain check for another night, but she rejected that, insisting 2 hours was enough time for a first date. Paige was on the woman's side, saying the man shouldn't have expected more than the drink that was planned. But Steve disagreed, thinking she should have been more open to the possibility of the date going well and continuing on. Okay, so he canceled on her 30 minutes before.
Oh, I didn't know that part. He canceled.
Yeah, so it's pretty rude to cancel on someone just 30 minutes before. I took time to do my makeup, outfit, and get ready. I'm dating intentionally, and 2 hours is more than enough time. Ooh, I kind of agree with her.
I can see both sides. So initially, I think if she has another commitment, then I can see why he would say, hey, let's just meet up another day when, you know, you're not restricted.
Right.
But I also think he should have expressed that concern earlier than 30 minutes before their scheduled time.
For sure. I think if it were me, I wouldn't double book myself like that. You know, like
stressful.
That is stressful. It's stressful for her.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she's right in that I feel like 2 hours is plenty of time.
Yeah.
And there has to be a cutoff at some point. You're still getting to know this person.
Exactly.
So.
It's a first date. Come on, you guys. Ease up. All right, well, dessert or dip? So that is the question the Great Wolf Lodge is asking with its new milkshake. They just announced a ranch milkshake. Ooh. Made with vanilla ice cream and ranch dressing with whipped cream, carrots, celery, and crispy chicken on top. The sweet and tangy will be available starting this Thursday for a limited time. Sometimes I wonder, like, who is going to go and buy this?
I don't know. Who comes up with this? Like,
that's so strange.
Things that should not be combined. And I love the Great Wolf Lodge, but this just feels...
Because ranch is salty, and then your ice cream is sweet.
Yes, but, you know, I do, like crumbled pretzels and stuff and ice cream, like, that's good. Okay. But I just feel like because ranch is... I don't know. Maybe it's not. Haven't you tried, or like a salted caramel with
I don't like
cream?
To mix the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hey,
neither
to
do
each his own. But this is over the top. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no thank you. Okay, well, the McDonald's CEO is getting grilled on social media after a flat performance showcasing the company's new burger. He's not the person for this. The towering Big Arch burger was not met with a big bite when Chris Kempczynski tried it out. The small bite followed his glowing review of the new burger, which he called a quote-unquote product made up of 2 quarter-pound patties and some special toppings. You need I understand, you know, the CEO, whatever, but you need an actor. You know, it's not that great. Get someone there who's going to tell you it's great.
I mean, I didn't even watch the whole video, but just watching that clip there, it looks like he's convincing himself, like, this is really good. Act like it's really good. Take another bite.
Maybe he's the CEO of McDonald's. Like, he's probably just tired of burgers, you know? If one can be, he might be.
Yeah, maybe try again.
Yeah.
Try again with this ad.
We'll
it's
give
not
you a second
convincing.
try.
Well, the moon went red overnight during a total lunar eclipse. It happened around 4 a.m. as the moon passed behind the Earth and out of the sun's view. So if you missed this morning's blood moon, you're going to have to wait until 2029 to see it again here in North Texas. That's a long ways away.
That is a really long time. There will be a total lunar eclipse before that, just not in North America. So I want to show you a few pictures. These were sent to us from Devin Breedlove out in Crowley. And now we had a lot of folks that said, okay, I waited, I was patient, the clouds were able to break apart. And yes, I saw a beautiful view of the blood moon. This is one of those shots where, again, the clouds kind of cleared out, giving a pretty decent shot here. This was likely shot with a telescope, but still, I hope if you were up early, you saw some breaks in the clouds, because it really is a spectacular sight. Now let's shift gears and talk storms. This is the last quiet day before 2 more rounds of storms on the way. Well, through at least the next 5 days. And then after that, we have another storm system looking to swing our way by the middle of next week. Right now on satellite and radar, things are quiet. However, there is a batch of showers up in western Oklahoma and far northwestern parts of the North Texas area. 1 or 2 showers could clip our viewing area, but the main storm is still situated across the Rockies. It'll eventually dive to the south and east, dragging a front with it, and that's going to be the initial system. The front that it drags with it will stall out, and that'll be the focal point, the lift, the energy for showers and storms to develop tomorrow late afternoon into the evening. Then here comes round number 2. That one looks to be in the Friday, Saturday time frame, but let's focus more on round number 1. A slight risk is in place. I didn't mean to fast forward on that graphic. A slight risk is in place for nearly all of our North Texas viewing area, which I agree with, for the potential for hail up to the size of $50 with the strongest cells tomorrow, as well as winds between about 50 and 60 miles per hour. That flood threat is a little lower. I expect these storms to be fairly fast moving. Just like with any thunderstorm activity, lightning will be a greater threat. And then that tornado threat is low. It's not zero. To me, this does not look like a tornadic situation. It just looks more like the potential for some hail and wind embedded within the strongest cells. About 50% coverage tomorrow, so not for everyone, but still, if 1 or 2 storms pops up in your area, it could be strong to severe after about 4, 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now Friday, this is round number 2. And at this point, the Storm Prediction Center highlighting nearly all of our viewing area under a slight risk once again, which I do agree with. However, I think that the initial storms that pop on Friday, especially late afternoon, early evening, will take on more of a conditional threat. If storms are able to develop, they will have the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, as well as a tornado or 2. Saturday, notice very high coverage of showers and storms. The severe weather threat looks lower, but the flood risk looks higher. Our Fox 4 views this afternoon, we said so long to that morning cloud cover, leaving us with breaks in the clouds and allowing our temperatures to soar into the 80s today. Low to mid 80s for most, with a couple of spots off to the west, close to 90 degrees. We're going to keep a little bit of a breeze around through this evening. Winds could gust between 15 and 20 miles per hour by tomorrow afternoon once again. I think we stay quiet for the most part through the first part of the day. Few showers will be possible. It's after 5, 6 o'clock that the bulk of the shower and thunderstorm activity looks to arrive. So again, clouds to start with a few widely scattered showers, with the bulk of the rain and thunderstorm activity through the late afternoon and evening hours. Everything looks to clear out by about midnight, 1 o'clock Thursday morning, with just a few lingering showers and rumbles. The second round Friday evening, Friday night into Saturday. More of a flood risk taking shape throughout the day on Saturday. And then rain and storm chances look to taper off through Monday, with our next system approaching midweek next week.
Kylie, thank you. Carrollton residents have more than just the election to vote on today. Online voting is now open for the 2026 Storm Drain Art Contest. 7 finalists have been selected for their artwork. As the People's Choice, the winner of the contest will get to choose which drain to paint on Carrollton's South Broadway Street. Voting ends this coming Sunday, and we do have a link to vote on our website under the links from On Air page. We'll be right back. And before we go, we're getting our first look at the official FIFA World Cup 2026 tournament poster. Officials say the poster celebrates the true spirit, excitement, and unity of the tournament. Artist Carson Ting of Canada, Minerva Gonzalez Martinez of Mexico, and Hank Willis Thomas of the United States combine their talent and artistic styles. The player at the center of the poster connects the surrounding artist zones, the space around the figure, symbolizing football's unique ability to unite fans from really around the world. The player itself features the North American continent, with Canada making up the torso and the United States and Mexico completing the legs, symbolizing the collaboration of the 3 host nations. This is the final piece of the poster collection, with each of the host city posters released last year. And fans, by the way, can visit fifastore.com. We will be right back. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox 4 at 4. Steve is coming up in 90 seconds with Fox 4 News at 5. But first, this Fox News report from Washington.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. Trump administration officials briefing lawmakers right here on Capitol Hill as the conflict in the Middle East rages on. The U.S. and Israel attacking targets in Iran day and night. Iran, though, is firing back. A drone hitting near the U.S. consulate in Dubai and a CIA station in Saudi Arabia's capital.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen.
The instability hitting Americans at the gas pump. Gas prices up 11 cents from yesterday.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
The father of an accused school shooter has been found guilty of second-degree murder. The jury says Colin Gray ignored warning signs in his son's behavior and supplied the gun used during the 2024 mass shooting at a Georgia high school that killed 4. Gray now faces up to 180 years in prison. And the 2026 midterm elections are officially underway, with primaries in Texas, Arkansas, and North Carolina providing a first glimpse into what's to come in November. The GOP holding on to slim majorities in both the House and the Senate. And a mini miracle on the Hudson. A flight instructor and a 17-year-old student surviving an emergency landing, crashing into the icy river in upstate New York Monday night. Both of them swimming safely to shore. I'm Bill Malugin in Washington. Have a great night.
Across North Texas, some voters had to wait in line to cast their ballots on primary election day or to be turned away. The Dallas County election changes causing confusion at the polls. All eyes on the war with Iran. Tensions are rising as a drone strike hits the U.S. consulate in Dubai. And things are calm now, but come tomorrow, we've got increasing chances for rain and the possibility of severe weather, looking more and more likely. Hail and very strong winds are the biggest threats.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
Hello and good evening. I'm Steve Eager. We begin with breaking news on primary election day. Polls are supposed to close in about 2 hours. But Dallas County Democrats have made a request to a judge to extend voting until 9 p.m. tonight. Some voters have been turned away, apparently, after showing up at the wrong voting location for several different reasons. There have been some changes and confusion. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo is live with more on what happened. Vanya.
Yeah, hi, Steve. We're hearing 2 separate issues. One is people are coming to this polling location that they've always gone to, but the rules have changed and they're being turned away. And another is people are going online trying to find out what location they're supposed to go to and are being sent to the wrong location. So now Dallas County Democrats are trying to get a judge to extend the polling location hours. Now, taking a look, we've been seeing people who are coming in frustrated for years in Dallas who've been able to go to any voting center to cast your ballot, but this election day is different. For the first time in 15 years, voters have to go to specific polling places assigned to their address. So if you show up at the wrong location, even if it's one you've always voted at, you will be turned away. Now, I've been talking to people who say they've gotten used to voting at a specific location and didn't even know Dallas County had switched back to precinct voting. Now, the change happened after the Dallas County Republican Party requested a split primary election instead of a joint election. Rodney Potts was turned away from this location here, and he says he always goes here while he's making an effort to go to the correct location. He's worried for others.
A lot of people, and it's sad to say, they don't care enough to vote. And if they had the courage to come out and vote and then getting turned away, that's an easy discouragement to okay, maybe I shouldn't. I wasted my time. I shouldn't have came. And so it's a little disheartening.
Now, Dallas County did spend about $1 million on mailers, text alerts, and ads trying to inform voters. Now, we'll update you as soon as we hear more from Dallas County courts about whether those hours will be extended. But right now, remember, as long as you are in line by 7 p.m. in your designated polling location, you are allowed to vote. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more. Back to you, Steve.
All right, that's Vanya Castillo reporting. Thank you very much, Vanya. So again, we are waiting to see if the judge grants that 2-hour requested extension in Dallas County to keep the polls open until 9 p.m. tonight. Looking down and seeing what it's like at Fretz Park Library in North Dallas. You see Well, that's an entryway there. You can't really see how long the line is, but outside there's not much of a line at all. Inside that could be a different story. There have been steady lines today at several locations in Dallas, Tarrant, and Collin counties. Fox 4's Lori Brown is live in Collin County, where voters face some changes of their own at the polls. Lori.
Steve, here at the Renner Frankfurt Library, we are seeing the after-work crowd come, but the line has been holding steady with about 30 people out the door since 4 o'clock. We haven't seen the line really increasing since that. For the most part, we're hearing that things are running smoothly despite the new paper ballots.
We're seeing a steady pace, people coming in, which is the Democrat Party and the Republican Party.
Precinct Chair Cindy Patterson was at the Aldridge Elementary polling location in Richardson when poll workers experienced trouble using the machines.
They're working now. It was only out for about 30 minutes, and so we were sending everyone from Aldridge over here over to Liberty Rec Center.
Collin County recently switched from electronic voting to paper ballots. Elections Administrator Caleb Brew told me that was not a factor in why 2 polling locations had long lines this morning. Earlier, he told us the county did make one adjustment after getting voter feedback.
Considering moving to a felt tip pen would make the filling in of the oval a little bit more efficient for our voters, and we heard our voters and trying that little change this election and seemed to have some good feedback from that as well.
Voters we talked with had mixed opinions about whether they like paper or electronic ballots better.
Well, paper for me. Just like, and I'm glad it's not like a punch thing that you got to fill in the circle, because I think that doesn't leave. I mean, it's just hard to make an error.
Well,
right?
Yeah, we all remember the hanging chat. Yeah. Erica Burns, on the other hand, prefers electronic ballots.
Feels more secure, I guess. I don't know. The machines are looking at it as opposed to people.
While Collin County's website showed a few locations with hour-long waits today, when we arrived at the locations, voters told us their waits were only about 20 minutes. People told us that it was important to do their research with a lot of contested primary races this election.
With everything going on today, I feel like it's really important to just make your voice heard. Not everybody has a right to vote or a chance to vote. So, the founding fathers did give us the opportunities to vote, and I think it's important for citizens to vote in any election.
The Collin County Election Administrator told me that the issue this morning had to do with new poll workers who had not had experience setting up an election before. Steve.
All right, Lori Brown in Plano tonight. Lori, thanks. The race for the U.S. Senate has incumbent Republican John Cornyn trying to hold on for a 5th term in his primary challenge against Attorney General Ken Paxton, and another, of course, challenger too. That has 2 challengers in that. Also, Democrats will choose whether to send Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett or State Rep James Tallarico to a November general election. Let's go to our Election Day panel. Fox 4's Sean Rabb, Casey Stegall, and Stephen Dahl are in our digital studio with a look at that'll be the high-profile race, the Republican side of that Senate. I guess both of them, right, guys? Both sides.
Yeah.
That's the marquee
both of
race.
These races. The race for the Senate is like a heavyweight fight card, right? And there's no under matches on this card. 2 premium matches. Both the Democrat and Republican primaries really capturing the political imagination of the country over these last months.
No doubt the battle lines have been drawn with both parties. For Democrats, we're talking about Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and State Representative James Tallarico. Republicans, a 3-way race between incumbent Senator John Cornyn and, of course, Attorney General Ken Paxton and Houston area Congressman Wesley Hunt.
Now, both races are expected to be close or could be close, but turnout today could make the difference in a lot of these races. Let's talk about on the Democrat side, Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. She is hoping to lean heavily on the black vote, which is a big part of the Democratic primary electorate, and women to try to pick up the important voice for and picking up a former endorsement from a former voice of the VP, Kamala Harris.
That was a big voice for her. She endorsed her, and she recorded robocalls for her as well. So hoping that will help her in her efforts. State Rep James Tallarico, though, running on his record as a state lawmaker, promising to take on the big billionaires and trying to expand what I call the Tallarico tent, guys, right? Bringing in moderates, those to the right, and really leaning in, hopefully, on the Hispanic vote across the valley.
shaping up to be awfully interesting, especially with this news that we're following about the potential expansion of the polls in Dallas County. So the polls really have been all over the place in terms of who's leading and all of that. But at this point, as Sean was saying, really the only point that matters, the poll that matters, is the one that's happening right now. And that, of course, is at the ballot box. So we'll wait and see if those hours get extended.
Yeah, and see what exactly because if the hours get extended in one place, that'll likely hold up the release of the early voting totals until that poll closes.
And the early vote can be a huge chunk of what we find out tonight, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, lots of moving parts, so we're going to be here in the digital studio monitoring it all for you, Steve.
You guys think there's really no advantage, right? You don't know if people who gave up early, they couldn't find their spot and they just don't come back, or and so votes will be down, or if the 2 hours extra will actually increase opportunity, right? There's no real way to figure that out exactly.
Yeah, we'll have to watch and see what happens. Everybody's concerned. All of the camps are concerned about what's happening in Williamson County, much smaller, but the same kind of situation that's happening here in Dallas County.
Yeah, and in Dallas County, you know, this is Jasmine Crockett's backyard. So the Tallarico camp really needs to really have their ears peeled on this because, I mean, you would think a majority of those votes would go to Crockett. You don't know that for sure. But if people are staying in line in Dallas County, that could not be good for Tallarico.
And then thirdly, a logistical question that we were talking about just before we came on the air with you, Steve. If, in fact, they extend the hours, then that means that the early voting numbers might not drop right away when we see the polls close. So if that's the case, then it's going to be a little bit of a nail biter for a couple of more hours until the returns start coming in.
Well, if you can vote, get out and vote. That's what we all encourage, I think. All right, guys, thank you very much. As soon as the polls close tonight, go to the Fox Local app for our special coverage. Stephen, Casey, and Sean will be here all night to break down the results and talk to experts about the races that matter most to you. That's what they were talking about. If the early voting can be released on time at 7 o'clock, our coverage does begin at 7. You can watch it on the Fox Local app, our website, and the Fox 4 YouTube page. Today was a quiet last day of weather before we expect some pretty serious storms to hit North Texas. Some could go severe. Fox 4's Josh Johns is here with some of the timing. Josh.
Yeah, and the good news is for those that are trying to get out and do some of that last-minute voting, there's going to be no issues tonight, so nothing should stop you from getting to the polls. But tomorrow will be an active day here in North Texas. I am tracking the potential for some light rain starting in the morning hours, but I think that'll clear out as the sun starts to come out. Then we'll watch for some isolated thunderstorms to pop in the afternoon, and it's as we head into the evening that we'll see the best severe weather threat. We'll iron out more of the details on that coming up here in a few minutes. Tonight, we do have a couple of showers out there currently. Those are trying to affect some of our northern counties. We will be watching for things to cool off into the 60s overnight. We'll take a look at that full forecast coming up.
All right, Josh, thank you very much. Now to the latest in the war in Iran. Reports out of Dubai indicate an Iranian drone hit the U.S. consulate, setting it on fire. We're told the compound had already been evacuated. Fox 4's Alex Boyer following the developments from our newsroom. Alex, what's the latest there?
Hey, that's right, Steve. You know, this is a very dangerous and fluid situation. Of course, Secretary of State Marco Rubio urging Americans to depart now, in his words, from several countries in the Middle East, but he acknowledges that there is no easy way out. Thousands of Americans have requested assistance, but charter and commercial flights keep getting disrupted by airspace closures. Now, I can tell you that a short time ago, we learned that the U.S. consulate in Dubai was reportedly hit by an Iranian drone, setting part of that building on fire. Now, these photos are being shared on social media. No words yet on any injuries. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait remains closed after smoke was seen rising from that building as well. Now, we are 4 days into that conflict with Iran. Now, today, President Donald Trump met with the Chancellor of Germany in the Oval Office. President Trump says that most of Iran's military installations have been knocked out. Israel, meanwhile, has stepped up airstrikes against Iranian missile launchers in factories today. So, in turn, Iran retaliated, disrupting energy supplies and travel. The president today also defended the attacks. We're also hearing pushback from the House Minority Leader.
The bad people, these are people that killed, I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone.
We should be spending taxpayer dollars to drive down the high cost of living, not funding Donald Trump's unlawful, unauthorized, and unconstitutional endless war, to use his terms, in the Middle East.
So yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicated that the U.S. was following Israel's lead on the timing of those airstrikes. However, today, both he and the president said that this was not the case, the president saying that he may have forced Israel's hand instead. As of now, the U.S. government not paying to have American civilians evacuated from the region, but I can tell you that some veteran-led nonprofits are helping out. But on a recent post on X, the State Department also said that it has been in contact with nearly 3,000 Americans wanting to leave the region or seeking information about how to depart. Charter flights were being arranged from Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. In countries where airports or airspace has been closed, the department says that it is organizing land travel to countries where flights are available, including Egypt and Oman. All of this, of course, a very fluid situation, and we're going to continue to monitor the developments minute by minute. Steve.
All right, Alex Boyer in the newsroom. Alex, thank you. Gas prices surged overnight in the DFW area and across the United States. In North Texas, regular gas jumped about 18 cents a gallon on average to $2.80. Nationwide, the average price is above $3 a gallon. Oil prices continue to rise as Iran interferes with production and delivery in the Middle East. Overnight, the benchmark U.S. crude prices jumped another 8.6% to $77 a barrel. The international standard rose 6.7% to $81 a barrel. And so stocks tanked as oil prices soared over concerns about the widening war with Iran. At one point, the Dow was down 1,200 points, but you see it bounced back a lot, but not enough to get even close to being even. Ended up down 400 points. The NASDAQ lost 1%, and the S&P 500 also lost about 1%. We'll update the major developments from the Middle East as they happen. You can get the very latest updates on air and online at fox4news.com and on the Fox Local app. More Fox 4 News in a moment.
Well, welcome back to Fox 4 News at 5. I'm meteorologist Josh Johns in for Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry, and it's been another warm, another breezy one here across North Texas. We'll have one last quiet evening here in place before our first round of springtime thunderstorms arrives tomorrow. We'll be in between systems Thursday, then I'm expecting another round of showers and thunderstorms here as we get into Friday and Saturday. But a warm evening right now. 84 in downtown Dallas, 84 DFW Airport, 83 in Fort Worth. Meridian checking in at 84. It's 82 in Palestine, and one of the cool spots, 79 now in Bonham. The winds continue to stay on the breezy side. South winds at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, occasionally getting up to 20 miles per hour. Gusts likely reaching 20 to 25 miles per hour. This evening, though, will be quiet. If you need to get out and vote for last-minute voting or you have any plans tonight, there won't be any issues with showers or thunderstorms. The clouds will slowly be on the increase, and temperatures likely stay in the 70s with those breezes holding on. In fact, the only spot that will see showers and thunderstorms today, it'll be up here towards Oklahoma. That's where we have a cold front moving through the Panhandle and southwest Oklahoma, and that's going to trigger some showers and thunderstorms over the next couple of hours. The severe weather risk stays well north of North Texas, though, here overnight. Now, that changes tomorrow as we are now under a level 2 slight risk for the majority of North Texas, including the Metroplex, points off to the northeast, even as far southwest as Stephenville, with everyone in North Texas seeing at least some risk of a shower or thunderstorm. I think the biggest threat tomorrow, and this will hold off till the afternoon and evening, I think the biggest threat will be hail. There's a very low-end tornado threat. I'm not too concerned about it at this time. The energy is there for hail up to the size of golf balls, and we could see 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts with the strongest storms. The flood risk will be rather low, at least for now, but that will be increasing later on this week. Overnight tonight, clouds will be on the increase. We'll likely wake up into the upper 60s. A couple of showers maybe around in the morning. We'll likely see a low around lunchtime, and then with the heating of the day, we'll start to see showers and thunderstorms develop again. As that cold front continues to sag to the south, it will stall out somewhere north of Dallas, Fort Worth, or near it, and that will serve as the focus for some isolated thunderstorms to develop in the afternoon and into the evening. These will be the ones we have to watch for that severe weather threat. But notice, it is not widespread. Not everyone will see this, but if you get under one of these storms and they're able to pop through our atmosphere, then they could produce that potential for some large hail, with the biggest threat in the afternoon and the evening. That front will then wash out overnight. We may still have showers and thunderstorms overnight, but then things should start to wind down on Thursday. Thursday still could feature a couple of showers. That's the first rain chance I'm tracking. Again, Wednesday, mainly in the afternoon and evening, that severe threat. We'll call it about a 50% chance. Then a 30% chance of lingering rumbles on Thursday. That chance returns, though, on Friday, a 40% chance of showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be strong to severe in the evening, with more widespread chances as we head into Friday and Saturday. And that risk on Friday is higher, although the majority of that risk will likely stay in Oklahoma. We are under at least an area to watch from the Storm Prediction Center. I think the big tornado threat will be in Oklahoma, but we'll have to watch for some strong to severe storms with all hazards possible: hail, damaging winds, even an isolated tornado. We'll get through tomorrow's threat before we talk about that. That's Storm System 1. Storm System 2 is what comes in here Friday, with that potential for some scattered thunderstorms and then widespread thunderstorms into Saturday morning and during the day on Saturday. Before that clears out, we may see more thunderstorms come in with another system by the middle of next week. And the potential is there for some 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals. 1 to 2 more likely west of I-35 as you head into our eastern counties. There's a potential for 2 to 3 inches of rain through this weekend. Again, storm chances will return next week, especially by Tuesday. Right now, a 30% chance, but I do expect that to come up a bit.
All right, Josh. Thanks. We are exactly 100 days out from the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and we just learned the FC Dallas and Mansfield stadiums will be base camps. Fox 4's Mike Ducey was there when the announcement was made, and he joins us in the next half hour. A reminder of the excitement all begins in North Texas, June 11th. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is testifying in the Senate after backlash over deadly immigration enforcement. Coming up, what she told lawmakers.
win.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blamed violent protesters for the chaos that ended with 2 people killed and by federal immigration agents in Minnesota during her first appearance in front of Congress since the shootings. Noem portrayed the protesters as the aggressors. Democrats say they won't fund the department and end the partial government shutdown until there are reforms. Even some Republican lawmakers have called for Noem to resign. In one heated exchange, North Carolina Republican Thom Tillis, who is not running for re-election, criticized Noem's management of emergency response and the handling of the immigration crackdown.
Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I just showed you.
Noem is also scheduled to appear Wednesday in front of the House committee. The father of a Georgia high school shooting suspect was convicted of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Colin Gray is the father of accused Appalachia High School mass shooter Colt Gray. Prosecutors successfully argued that Gray provided his son with the AR-15 style rifle and ammunition, despite being aware of the state of his son's mental health and prior school shooting threats. 2 14-year-old students and 2 teachers were murdered during the 2024 shooting. Colt Gray goes to trial later this month. More Fox 4 News in a moment.
Wednesday on Fox.
Thanks for watching Fox 4 News at 5. I'll see you back at 6. Clarice is in right now with more local news.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Good evening. I'm Clarice Tinsley, and we are continuing our coverage of today's Texas primary. One of the state's biggest races is expected to be tight. It's the fight over who will be the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate seat. Polls have been split on whether it will be Austin State Representative James Tallarico or Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Dallas. Peyton Yeager is covering the Tallarico campaign in Austin. Amelia Jones is live at Jasmine Crockett's watch party in Dallas. Hi, Amelia. Let's start with you.
Hi there, Clarice. Jasmine Crockett's team tells me she's feeling good, and they are expecting tonight to be a good one. Club Vivo here in downtown Dallas is all lit up awaiting Crockett. This is where she will end her election night after spending the day on the road making her final pitch to voters. Crockett left Houston early this morning, and she stopped at several polling locations as she's made her way north, including spots in Waco and most recently a polling location in Oaklawn. That's really been the story of her campaign: high energy, high visibility, and a message built on being the Democrat who will fight. Crockett has even called herself a street fighter and told voters Texas needs an independent voice who isn't afraid to go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic base. Crockett also heads in tonight with major backing, with endorsements from Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. So now the question is whether that fighter brand and those big name endorsements will be enough to pull her through the primary tonight. Crockett's opponent, State Representative James Tallarico, will watch results with his supporters in Austin, and that's where Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is live right now. Peyton.
Hi, Amelia. Thank you. Yeah, we are gearing up for the watch party here tonight in Austin for James Tallarico. They are testing the sound system here. We also have dozens of media crews preparing for those votes to come in. And people here in Austin, they know James Tallarico. That's why he took the tour of Texas, hitting all four corners of the state. He ended that tour of Texas earlier today in his hometown of Round Rock. Last night, he was in Houston for a huge rally, making his final pitch the night before election night. Key questions, key things we're watching tonight: was Tallarico able to attract Republicans, pull them over to his base? We have seen Tallarico at stops at Texas universities targeting new voters, particularly young voters, and ramping up tonight, and especially in the last few weeks. Tallarico has remained confident. Earlier today, he did speak with a few reporters who were here tonight waiting for the watch party. He says, quote, he also is feeling good, and that confidence emphasizing to voters, to the people of Texas, that he is not new to competitive races. And he also adds that he has a track record of flipping seats. But we've been following it for the last week. Those polls have been coming out, and no matter, depending on what poll you're looking at, some polls have Jasmine Crockett in the lead. Some polls have James Tallarico in the lead. So, Clarice, that's why we're also watching to see if this race may go down to the wire this evening. Back to you.
All right, Peyton, live in Austin. Thanks. See you soon. And again, we are waiting to see if a judge grants a 2-hour extension in Dallas County to keep the polls open until 9 o'clock tonight. Right now from Sky 4, this is what it looks like in Collin County at the Murphy Community Center. They are seeing steady lines, and online, the county website reflects there is a 2-hour wait. As soon as the polls close tonight, come to the Fox Local app for special coverage. Stephen Dial, Casey Stiegel, and Sean Rabb are going to all be here all night to break down the results and talk to experts about the races that matter the most to you. Our coverage begins at 7 p.m. You can watch it on the Fox Local app, on our website, and the Fox 4 YouTube page. Today's weather, warm and muggy. Temperatures climbing in the 80s, but starting tomorrow, we're going to have a threat for severe weather. Meteorologist Josh Johns is in now to time it out. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Clarice, I want to certainly say that tonight will be quiet. If you are trying to get out, vote last minute, do any sort of plans, then you're going to be fine. It's tomorrow that the weather will get a little bit more active. And I think the first part of the day will be all right. Take a look at the storm timeline. We'll likely have some light rain early as moisture continues to increase across our area. That probably ends around 8 o'clock, and we'll likely see a lull in any sort of activity till the afternoon. That's when I expect isolated thunderstorms to pop up, and eventually the best severe threat will settle in as we get after 5 o'clock. o'clock and eventually on into the evening. Today, though, things are quiet. As you look at satellite and radar imagery, we do have some showers up across the Red River, even stretching back through Wichita Falls, Graham, and some thunderstorms starting to fire towards Oklahoma City. That's where a cold front is, and that's where the risk will be later on tonight. Temperatures are in the mid-80s out there right now. The winds continue to be a little gusty. They're out of the south at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, occasionally getting up towards 20. And that means as we go hour by hour through the evening, we'll see temperatures slowly fall into the 70s as we get later on into the evening, but that breeze will continue to hang around. Tonight, lows likely fall into the mid to upper 60s, maybe a little cooler off to the west. And then we've got the first round of storms tomorrow and another round that could be on the way Friday and Saturday. We'll detail both rounds for you, look at the threats that could bring in that overall timeline in your 7-day forecast coming up.
Josh, thanks. Federal agents testified about what they uncovered during the search of homes and apartments of those arrested in an alleged attack on an ICE detention center near Fort Worth. The defendants are on trial accused of a coordinated attack last summer. Fox 4's Deion Anglin has been covering the trial. She joins us with the latest. Deion.
Hi there, Clarice. Well, for the first time since a testimony began, I sat in the actual courtroom here in Fort Worth versus the overflow in Dallas. Things are tightly compact here. The defendants are each sitting near their attorneys, some taking notes, all listening intently. Demonstrators with signs and props are staged across from the federal courthouse in Fort Worth, a visual display of support for those on trial, but otherwise the group is quiet, low-key. Inside the courtroom, the spectator gallery is full and situated just behind a crowded field of attorneys representing the 9 defendants. Each is on trial for participating in an alleged coordinated attack on the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, July 4th, 2025. The defendants dispute the claim, saying they held a noise protest to support the detainees. During the law enforcement response that night, an Alvarado police officer was shot and seriously injured. On Tuesday, FBI agents testified about the search of several residences and vehicles connected to some of the defendants in the days after the incident, including the alleged leader and mastermind, Benjamin Song. The federal agents discussed evidence confiscated from those homes and apartments in Dallas, Garland, and Denton, including multiple pistols, long guns, ammunition, various types of bulletproof vests, handheld radios, a bullhorn, and what they called propaganda. Under cross-examination of one FBI special agent, a defense attorney asked, "So your understanding was you were looking for reading materials, printed materials?" She answered, "Yes." "So there was no particular express distinction for what you were told to look for, just a large spectrum of issues?" She answered, "There was information outlined in the search warrant." The attorney pressed further. "Do you recall them saying look for things that may highlight anarchists or anarchy?" She answered, "Yes." "What about anti-immigration or anti-ICE?" "Yes." "And what about Antifa?" She answered, "I believe so." He asked, "So you weren't just told to indiscriminately look for things that stand out?" She answered, "Anti-government may have been one of the words they used." Now, much of that evidence was here in the courtroom today for the jury to take a look at, including the firearms. Testimony has concluded for the day. It will resume tomorrow morning. It's the very latest live in Fort Worth. Clarice, back to you.
Deion, thank you. A man will spend the rest of his life behind bars after he was found guilty of child sexual abuse in Salina. 65-year-old Donald Yawakim was sentenced to life in prison without parole for continuous sexual abuse of a child from 2017 to 2020. Yawakim abused the victim when the child was a toddler and continued until the child was 13 years old. Further investigation revealed he abused multiple children in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Next on Fox 4 News, the countdown is on for the FIFA World Cup. We are now 100 days away. We're going to hear from the North Texas Organizing Committee about their plans when we come back. Students across North Texas are showing off their ballet folklorico skills. we're going to take you to the competition. And you are watching the only local 530 news and weather in all of North Texas. In just 100 days, the biggest tournament in the world comes to America. You can see it all right here on Fox 4. The 2026 FIFA World Cup kicks off June 11th. And late this afternoon, we got word that in addition to the games in North Texas, the base camp will be here as well for a couple of teams. And Fox 4's Mike Ducey was at today's event to celebrate 100 days out. He joins us now with the latest from FC Dallas Stadium in Frisco. Mike.
Hi, Clarice. And this FC Dallas soccer campus will be one of the locations for a base camp coming up when the World Cup gets underway 100 days from now. Training will begin before that, of course. And Mansfield and their brand new soccer facility will host a base camp as well. We'll have more details on that in a moment. As you said, 100 days out before the beginning of the World Cup. The first match will be June 11th in Mexico, when South Africa faces Mexico, and then the first match at Jerry World, what will be known as Dallas Stadium, will be held on June 14th, as the big stadium in Arlington will host 9 matches, more than any other venue. Organizers met with the media today. Of course, they say that the planning is right on schedule right now. Dan Hunt and Monica Paul from the World Cup North Texas Organizing Committee on hand with updates, along with the mayors of Frisco and Mansfield. They're celebrating. Of course, as we said, 9 matches at the big stadium in Arlington. That's the centerpiece of the North Texas World Cup experience. But beyond that, local venues hoping to be selected as base camps for the various nations coming to play here in the U.S. And the mayors of Frisco and Mansfield both attended today because their cities both got the nod. The FC Dallas facility's a natural to serve as a base camp, and the Mansfield mayor is confident that the $80 million soccer complex in his city, expected to be completed in May, will work as a state-of-the-art base camp as well. And during this briefing today, again, official word that both cities will host base camps of World Cup qualifiers.
We are honored. Not just one, but two sites were chosen. We know that both the city of Frisco and Mansfield will welcome each national team with open arms and show our true Texas hospitality.
And by hosting a team here and a country here, we look forward to showing the world the investment that Frisco, Texas is making to make sure that we're the soccer capital of Dallas-Fort Worth for more than the next 30 years.
We know that the city of Mansfield is going to be the kind of place where people will have the opportunity to call it home for a little while, and they're going to see some of our southern hospitality. I've said that Frisco is the northern gateway to soccer in North Texas, and now the new kids on the block, Mansfield, is definitely working to become the southern gateway.
We'll have to wait and see which teams, which nations that these base camp cities will be hosting. European qualifiers will determine that. FC Dallas will host either Poland, Albania, Sweden, or Ukraine. Mansfield gets the Czech Republic, Denmark, Ireland, or North Macedonia. Again, the base camps are where the teams will train. They'll stay in these cities as well as they train for their World Cup matches. There are 4 other locations in North Texas that FIFA had deemed as suitable, possibly to be base camps. We haven't heard whether they'll get the nod from FIFA or not. But again, great news for the city of Frisco and the FC Dallas facility. We're here at FC Dallas Stadium now. Mansfield also will host a base camp 100 days out now from the start of the FIFA World Cup. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports in Frisco. Clarice?
All right, Mike, thanks, and the countdown is on. Right now, let's take a live look outside. This is Fort Worth. We're going to give you the latest on the forecast tonight and the possibilities for storms tomorrow. Josh is coming up. Stay with us.
And we are certainly entering a more active week here in North Texas weather-wise. Don't let the last 2 days fool you. We're about to enter a pretty active pattern. Today's the quietest day of the week, actually. Tomorrow, we're going to be tracking the potential for evening storms. Some will be strong to severe with a hail and a wind threat. Bit of a break on Thursday, and then round 2 coming in on Friday with another potential round of severe weather. Out there right now, though, just warm and breezy. 84 in Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, 84 in Dallas, 83 in Fort Worth, 85 Corsicana. Gainesville is at 80, and it's 84 now in Mineral Wells. The coolest spot on the map is actually Bonham, currently at 79 degrees. And south winds continue around 15 to 20 miles per hour, especially across our southern counties. You've got winds sustained at 22 and 21 right now in Hillsborough and in Corsicana. Those breezes will hold on tonight, and as a result, temperatures will not fall very quickly. We'll only be down to 75 by 9 o'clock, and I expect lower 70s here by midnight. We're tracking some showers across Oklahoma. That activity may actually build up into some thunderstorms. It is very possible that you'll see some of those from the Red River counties, at least looking up that direction, but they should not make it into North Texas. It's actually along a cold front. It actually has a dry line back over West Texas as well, and both of those will come together tomorrow to bring us our severe weather risk. Tonight, though, that stays up in Oklahoma from Oklahoma City down in the western part of the Panhandle. Tomorrow, that moves right over us. We're in a level 2 slight risk for severe weather. Does include the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, the majority of the surrounding counties, and points to the northeast, all the way back to the southwest towards Stephenville, and a marginal risk stretching back towards Eastland. I think tomorrow the biggest threat will be hail. We'll have a low, very low tornado threat, and then wind will have the potential for 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, but I think these storms will have enough energy to produce some hail that will likely be around pocket change size if they're able to take advantage of that energy, though we could see hail potentially up to the size of golf balls. And the flooding threat really holds on until we get the second round coming in by Friday on into Saturday. So overnight, relatively quiet tonight. We could see some showers by morning, and we'll likely see some pop-up showers and thunderstorms by early afternoon. It's as we get into the late afternoon and the evening that we'll watch as this front stalls out for some isolated to scattered showers and thunderstorms, and these will be the ones we'll have to watch for that severe threat. But notice, it's not widespread. It's very isolated to scattered in nature, so not everyone sees it, but if you get under some of these, potential's there for hail and high winds, and we could even see some thunderstorms lingering to the overnight hours with things looking a little quieter here for Thursday. As far as the rest of the 7 days, we'll see a little bit of a break there Thursday, Friday night into Saturday. That's going to be our next best chance of storms. Some of those will be strong to severe, and that's when we may have to watch for all hazards, the potential for hail, wind, maybe even an isolated tornado. Saturday's looking like a washout, though, with showers and thunderstorms, some of which could produce flooding rainfall, and we may see another round of storms coming in by the middle of next week.
All right, Josh, you're keeping us forewarned. Thanks. Hundreds of students from across Texas are set to perform in a competition that celebrates Mexican folk dancing. The North Texas Ballet Folklorico Contest provides the opportunity for educational programs to be assessed and ranked by professionals. The contest at the AT&T Performing Arts Center focused on the technical, athletic, and cultural artistic interpretation of Mexican folkloric dances. Next on Fox 4 News, a scholarship program that supports children and spouses of the military, fallen or disabled. We'll learn more about it coming up. A scholarship supporting children and spouses of fallen or disabled military personnel is open for applications. The Folds of Honor Scholarship Program is dedicated to helping students go to college. Funds are provided by donations, events, and donation programs. One student who is set to graduate from SMU says the opportunity means everything to her.
I had help from Folds, which made it really possible, and so a lot of that timing was actually based off of Folds and being able to apply and know that money would help pay for me to go to school and graduate my master's debt-free.
The deadline to apply is March 31st, and we have information on our website, fox4news.com. More Fox 4 News in a moment. Glad you joined us at 5:30. The news continues with Eden and Steve.
Thanks so much, Clarice. Here's what's coming up on Fox 4 News at 6.
Voters saw some big changes as they tried to cast their ballots today. What voters need to know in the final hour of the Texas primaries.
And Governor Greg Abbott will deliver remarks as the primary elections heat up.
The terror in the Middle East rages on with reports the United States consulate in Dubai was hit by an Iranian drone. Fox 4 News at 6 starts right now.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
First up, a state district judge has just agreed to extend election night polling hours in Dallas County until 9 p.m. Hello, everybody. I'm Eden Shekel.
And I'm Steve Eager. So that's breaking news right now. The primary elections are run by the parties, and Republicans wanted precinct-specific polling sites on primary election day, which meant Democrats had to do the same. And that, according to Democrats, created a lot of confusion for their voters who were used to going to any county-wide voting center on election day. And Fox 4's Sean Rabb is in now with more. Sean.
Yeah, and so breaking news, a couple of 3-4 things to share with you. First of all, again, reiterating, polls will be open. Only Democrat election sites will be open until 9 o'clock tonight because Republicans did not seek the same remedy. Here's what. Starting early this morning, there was confusion. Many people voting in the Democrat primary not aware that you had to, on today, vote in your specific precinct, even though we've been telling them that for months. People did not grab that message. So they showed up at normal countywide voting centers, and then were told you can't vote here. You have to look up your location, your precinct, and go vote in your precinct. Problem was the site, the website they were being sent to for that information from the Secretary of State had some bad information on it. Some people were sent to locations that was not their home precinct. So they ended up not voting, and the complaints started coming in, and this grew throughout the day. This voice of complaining about not being able to vote grew throughout the day. So the Dallas County Democrat Party went to a judge and had a hearing, and the judge now has issued this order for the polls to stay open after 9. It's up until 9 o'clock. Here's what's important. Try to get there before 7. It's not too late. Try to get there and get in line before 7 if you can. If you vote after 7, your vote then is considered a provisional vote. You have to fill out a provisional ballot because those votes, someone could appeal and argue that there was not substantial disruption to the voting process and people had time to vote. So if you can go vote, you can get in line before 7, please do. The polls will stay open for Democrat voting only until 9 o'clock this evening. Now, right this moment, the Elections Department is sending provisional ballots to the various locations, trying to make sure there are enough provisional ballots for the people who may show up, who may vote between 7 and 9. And also at this hour, a couple of candidates are holding a news conference in a very few moments, Colin Allred, Jasmine Crockett, about what we've seen happen across Dallas County today. All of this because of the decision, the request by the Republican Party to have split primary in Dallas County. 2 counties in the state experiencing this, both with the split primary, Dallas County and Williamson County down around the Round Rock area. Let me tell you, Williamson County, a big county, but certainly not with the number of votes, the volume of voters in Dallas County, but they too experiencing the same kinds of issues. James Tallarico posting on X a few minutes ago his concern about what was happening in Williamson and Dallas County, and Tallarico, as well as Crockett and Allred, Nathan Johnson, and others calling on the polls to stay open until 9, and Judge Stacey Williams signed that order.
Sean, this is really interesting, and I know Republicans are hearing, what? Democrats get to vote for 2 hours longer than we do? Is there any indication Republicans will try to last minute get the same relief, or how do you think that, or will that be an appeals target, for later of the coming days? What do you think?
So again, first is Republicans did not seek remedy from the courts today that suggests without having any information on how many people have voted yet, that suggests that perhaps at the Republican locations they did not have the same issues with people showing up at the wrong polling location, or they didn't have the volume. That's first. Secondly, yes, if there's going to be an appeal, if there's someone who would argue that, you could say, and you could see why how the Republican Party in Dallas County and maybe even the state might take up this on appeal and make an argument. That'll shake out in the days ahead. But what's important is to get people's vote to count, and they want to have that opportunity. So that'll happen tonight. But this is a meltdown that we'll remember for some time. And this is an off-year primary, right? This is not the presidential primary. I mean, only 3 states. What if this were a general election primary and multiply the number of people at the polls today? You could imagine that part, right?
And we should actually just reiterate, almost an hour left to vote. Both sides. Everybody can vote for an hour. Yeah. There's no restriction. So get it done. If you're in line, you get to vote. So get out there and do it. All right, Sean, thank you.
All right.
In Collin County, voters today used paper ballots.
Those haven't reported any issues in Collin County, but there has been some long wait times, up to 2 hours depending on location. Sky 4 captured this video of a line at the Murphy Community Center east of Plano. Fox 4's Lori Brown has been talking with voters in Collin County most of the day. Lori.
Steve, here in Collin County, we have seen a steady turnout of voters. Right now is the longest of the lines that we've seen here at the Renner Frankfurt Library. There's a few dozen people standing in line outside the doors to vote. But things have been running smoothly despite the new paper ballots.
We're seeing a steady pace, people coming in, which is the Democrat Party and the Republican Party.
Precinct Chair Cindy Patterson was at the Aldridge Elementary polling location in Richardson when poll workers experienced trouble using the machines.
They're working now. It was only out for about 30 minutes, and so we were sending everyone from Aldridge over here over to Liberty Rec Center.
Collin County recently switched from electronic voting to paper ballots. Elections Administrator Caleb Brew told me that was not a factor in why 2 polling locations had long lines this morning. Earlier, he told us the county did make one adjustment after getting voter feedback.
Considering moving to a felt tip pen would make the filling in of the oval a little bit more efficient for our voters, and we heard our voters and trying that little change this election and seemed to have some good feedback from that as well.
Voters we talked with had mixed opinions about whether they like paper or electronic ballots better.
Well, paper for me. Just like, and I'm glad it's not like a punch thing that you got to fill in the circle, because I think that doesn't lead. I mean, it's just hard to make an error.
Well,
right?
Yeah, we all remember the hanging chat.
Yeah.
Erica Burns, on the other hand, prefers electronic ballots.
Feels more secure, I guess. I don't know. The machines are looking at it as opposed to people.
While Collin County's website showed a few locations with hour-long waits today, when we arrived at the locations, voters told us their waits were only about 20 minutes. People told us that it was important to do their research with a lot of contested primary races this election.
With everything going on today, I feel like it's really important to just make your voice heard. Not everybody has a right to vote or a chance to vote. So, the founding fathers did give us the opportunities to vote, and I think it's important for citizens to vote in any election.
Collin County's election administrator told me that the issues that happened this morning had to do with new poll workers who hadn't worked an election before, who were having challenges with the setup. Steve.
All right, Lori Brown in Collin County. Thanks.
Coming up at 6:30, Stephen Dial, Casey Stiegel, and Sean Rabb will break down the results and talk to experts about the races that matter most to you. And right after polls close, you can catch them on the Fox Local app, our website, and the Fox 4 YouTube page.
All right, let's look outside. Live picture. Sun is beginning to get a little lower. Beautiful. There's a potential for severe storms tomorrow, though, all through the weekend, and strong ones, too. Damaging wind, large hail, and the main threats for tomorrow's storms. Meteorologist Josh Johns is in. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Steve, and certainly I want to stress that tonight, if you're going out, you're doing the voting last minute, of course, things will be quiet here locally, but we will watch for thunderstorms tomorrow, and it could start as early as the morning with some light rain. I think we're quiet for the middle of the day, but then as that timeline goes on into the afternoon and evening, that's when we'll see more activity develop, including the potential for some of those to turn strong to severe. Now, I'm not going to rule out some sprinkles for some of our northwestern counties here as we head through the evening. Some showers have been building in Oklahoma. We could see thunderstorms there in Oklahoma, but those should stay north of the Red River. If you're in Montague County, though, there are some showers there in Clay County that may clip you here before the evening's done. Temperatures in the low to mid 80s right now. We are talking about winds that are a little gusty out there. South winds at about 15 to 20, and those will be around here through this evening. Warm and breezy with upper 70s here at 6 o'clock, and I still think we'll be in the low to mid 70s all the way towards midnight as we fall into the upper 60s here overnight. Coming up, we'll look more at the threats that could occur with those storms and that overall timeline in your 7-day forecast in just a little while.
All right, Josh, thanks so much. And now to the latest in the war with Iran. Reports out of Dubai indicate an Iranian drone hit the U.S. consulate, setting it on fire. We're told the compound had already been evacuated. Fox 4's Alex Boyer is following developments from our newsroom. Alex.
Hey, Eden, and within the last hour, the Pentagon released the names of 4 of the 6 service members who were killed in the Iran war, saying that they died in a drone strike in Kuwait. Here's what we know. They've been identified as 35-year-old Cody Cork of Winter Haven, Florida, of 42-year-old Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens of Bellevue, Nebraska, 39-year-old Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore of White Bear Lake, Minnesota, and 20-year-old Specialist Declan Cody of West Des Moines, Iowa. All were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines, Iowa. Now, this latest development comes as Secretary of State Marco Rubio urging Americans to depart now from several countries in the Middle East. A short time ago, we learned that the U.S. consulate in Dubai, you see there, reportedly hit by an Iranian drone, setting part of that building on fire. These photographs being shared on social media, no words on any injuries. Now, the U.S. Embassy there in Kuwait remains closed after smoke was seen rising from that building as well. We are now 4 days into that conflict. Today, you see there, President Donald Trump met with Chancellor of Germany in the Oval Office. President Trump says that most of Iran's military installations have been knocked out. Israel, meanwhile, meanwhile, has stepped up airstrikes against Iranian missile launchers in factories today. So in turn, Iran retaliated, disrupting energy supply as well as travel. The president today also again defended the attacks, and we're also hearing pushback from the House Minority Leader.
Bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone.
We should be spending taxpayer dollars to drive down the high cost of living, not funding Donald Trump's unlawful, unauthorized, and unconstitutional endless war, to use his terms, in the Middle East.
So yesterday, Marco Rubio also indicated that the U.S. was following Israel's lead on the timing of these airstrikes. However, today, both he and the president said that this was not the case. And the president said that he may have forced Israel's hand instead. As of now, the U.S. government is not paying to have American civilians evacuated from that region. But on a recent post on X, the State Department said that it had been in contact with nearly 3,000 Americans waiting to leave that region, seeking information about how to depart. Charter flights are being arranged from Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. In countries where airports and airspaces are closed, the department said that it's organizing land travel to countries where flights are available. That's including Egypt and Oman. Of course, all of that is subject to change as conditions continue to change there minute by minute. We'll keep you posted.
All right, really fluid. Alex, thanks. Gas prices surged overnight in the DFW area and, as a matter of fact, across the country. In North Texas, regular gas jumped 18 cents a gallon, on average to $2.80 a gallon. Nationwide, the average is above $3 a gallon. Oil prices continue to rise as Iran interferes with production and delivery in the Middle East. Overnight, the benchmark U.S. crude prices jumped another 8.6%. It's now at $77 a barrel. The international rate rose 6.7%, $81 a barrel. We will continue our coverage as strikes happen in the Middle East. You can find updates on air and online, fox4news.com, and on the Fox Local app.
The partial government shutdown continues with a deal on funding for the Department of Homeland Security nowhere in sight. The DHS secretary goes before Congress for a heated hearing. We'll be right back.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem blamed violent protesters for the chaos that ended with 2 people killed by federal immigration agents in Minnesota.
During her first appearance in front of Congress since the shootings, Noem portrayed the protesters as the aggressors. Democratic lawmakers say they won't fund the department until there are reforms. Even some Republican lawmakers have called for Noem to resign. In one heated exchange, lame duck North Carolina Republican Thom Tillis criticized Noem's management of emergency response and handling of the immigration crackdown.
Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I just showed you.
Noem is also scheduled to appear Wednesday in front of a House committee.
And it's been a warm and sunny day out there today. Though the high clouds are working in, you can see the cirrus clouds on our Fox 4 views. That tends to indicate a change in the weather, and in this case, it's going to bring a chance of thunderstorms here for tomorrow, but not before we see a beautiful sunset, especially there in Stephenville. We're there at 81, and look at the high clouds there in the distance. A very warm one this evening, though. 82 at DFW Airport. It's 83 in downtown Dallas, 81 at Fort Worth Meacham. Graham's at 83. Breckenridge is at 85. The cool spot, if you can call it that, is Bowie and Bonham right now at 76 degrees. We've had the south breezes around today. Those breezes continuing around 15 to 20 miles per hour. They are coming down a little bit as we're heading into the evening, but it'll still be a breezy evening, and that means temperatures won't fall quickly. We'll be in the upper 70s here at 6 o'clock, but notice how these numbers only fall to around 72 by midnight. And tomorrow morning, I don't expect it to be much cooler, maybe around 68, 69 degrees by the time you wake up in the morning. And while things will be quiet here across Dallas, Fort Worth, and most of North Texas, I can't rule out a couple of sprinkles this evening here over parts of Montague and Cook County. You can see a couple of showers just across the Red River. This is moisture that's in the atmosphere that is enough to throw out a sprinkle or two. We could even see thunderstorms fire up towards Oklahoma City and Tulsa. That's along a cold front that is working south. That's where the severe risk is tonight, but by the time we get into tomorrow, that cold front gets closer to us, and that's going to ramp up that threat of thunderstorms. We're all under a level 1 or level 2 risk, level 2 being the yellow slight risk. It does include the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. If you're watching in our far western counties, you're in a marginal risk, but most of us under the gun for at least some sort of severe weather here tomorrow. Now, it will be kind of an isolated, scattered threat. Not everyone will see it, but if you get under some of these thunderstorms tomorrow, the energy is there for some gusty winds around 50 to 60 miles per hour and for hail up to the size of golf balls with the strongest storms. Majority of that will probably be around pocket change or a little smaller, but we'll watch for it. A very, very low tornado threat. I'm not really concerned about that at this moment. And flood concern, well, that's going to wait until we get our next round of thunderstorms here by Friday on into Saturday. Let's walk you through time here on Futurecast. Again, very muggy when you wake up in the morning, upper 60s, low 70s. We may have some drizzle around, and we'll likely see things dry out for the second half of the morning. Then we get into the early afternoon. That's when I expect a couple of scattered showers, maybe some isolated thunderstorms, and that will grow as we head on into the afternoon and evening. That's when our best chance of some strong to severe storms will be, but notice very isolated, scattered in nature as that front stalls out. We'll keep thunderstorm activity going through the evening, maybe even lingering into Thursday morning before things start to wind down on Thursday. That's the first rain chance I'm tracking. They ramp up again here Friday night into Saturday with an 80% chance of showers and thunderstorms by Saturday. Before that happens on Friday, we'll have another severe weather risk, and this one encompasses all of North Texas as well, maybe even a tornado risk across parts of Oklahoma. 7-day forecast does keep those rain chances pretty high. Cold front comes close to us on Saturday. That will start to drop temperatures in the 60s on Saturday with widespread rains, and we may see another round of thunderstorms by the middle of next week. And we'll be right back with more on Fox 4 News at 6.
All right, happening right now, Democrat Senate candidate Jasmine Crockett and Democrat congressional candidate Colin Allred are holding an emergency news conference at Fair Park.
That is at risk
I hear Colin. Yeah, there's Colin Allred right now. Both stand to be impacted with the voter turnout in Dallas County situation that a judge ruled on. Let's listen to Mr. Allred.
And one that we're going to fight against. Congressman Crockett.
Well,
thank you so much. My heart is breaking. I've got people that are sending me emails. I have video recordings of voters that are crying and hurt. None of this should have happened. Let's talk about the many failures. Let's talk about what was intentional. Number one, the Republicans only did this to intentionally disenfranchise and confuse voters. That is number one. But number two, while many people were showing up to the polling locations, they were told things such as, you can't provide a provisional ballot. Now, that is exactly when you would provide a provisional ballot. If you are saying, this is my polling location, and they're saying, no, it's not, you should, at a very minimum, be able to cast your provisional ballot. We've heard countless stories of people being told you can't. Then we hear stories of people saying, we're trying to go to DallasCountyVotes.org, and the website keeps crashing. Then we're hearing stories of, if the website is up, it's giving us the wrong location to go to. So thank you to Cardall Coleman, who is the chair of the Democratic Party in Dallas County, because he, along with myself and Colin Allred, we all understood what should happen next, which was litigation. And so we were prepared and we were about to file when we received word that an order had been signed by Judge Stacey Williams. Judge Williams signed off on that order for Dallas County, but I want to be clear about this as someone who is running statewide, and frankly, as someone who is concerned that this will become the norm for the Republicans as they are understanding that Democrats are fed up right now, and right now Democrats are outvoting Republicans. They not only did this in Dallas County, they did it in Williamson County. Williamson County right now, from what I understand, has not been granted any relief. I am here to say that it is wrong for it to be done to anyone, a Democrat or a Republican. But the Republicans didn't even have enough sense or enough courage to go out there and try to get a court order on behalf of their constituents, the Republicans. So these hours are extended for the Democrats. Now, the other issue that we have heard all over happening today was that these voting machines, that they are down. I just received an email right before I walked up. It was actually out of Tarrant County, of a woman saying there was only one Democratic machine at the location that she went to in Tarrant County, and there's 12 or 13 Republican machines. Down in Lancaster, I've been told that they've had machines down all day, and ever since they've called first thing in the morning to get more machines, they finally did bring some at some point in time, but those machines were Republican machines, not Democratic machines. Listen, this may be a very close election, and it may hinge on who was allowed to vote or who wasn't allowed to vote in Dallas County. But I'm here to say, regardless as to whether or not it's close or not, this is wrong. If one person has the right to vote and they weren't allowed to cast their vote, we should all be standing together, Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan. And so I am grateful for this court order. And as Congressman Allred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient. We cannot allow this type of behavior to be rewarded, because so long as they know that they can win, even if it means cheating, then they will continue to do it.
That's Jasmine Crockett. She is in a pretty highly contested race. against Mr. Tallarico, running for a Senate nomination, hoping to go up against John Cornyn or another candidate. She is complaining about this split election that had Republicans voting in one place and Democrats in another, and you can talk about when that decision was made and if they had trouble getting volunteers, but the Democrats and the Democratic Party did control those polling locations, so if there were problems at the Democrat polling spots, the Democratic Party was essentially in charge of manning that. Maybe the late hour, they couldn't get enough volunteers, I don't know, but it's not only some kind of Republican espionage. Yes, we don't know the motives of Republicans and why they want to split, but there's been fallout.
Yes, but again, the main thing here is that a judge has ruled to extend Dallas County polling locations by 2 hours. So now if you are a Democrat, you have until 9 p.m. tonight to vote. Again, Dallas County, this is for Democrats only until 9 o'clock tonight. Of course, we're going to follow this. We're going to have to look into, what Jasmine Crockett is saying about this. I'm sure there will be some more questions as the night continues, but that is the main thing here if you're just joining us. We'll be right back. So even before the results have started coming in, we have major election news.
As a Dallas County judge agreed to extend voting after massive confusion after election changes. Democrats requested and a judge agreed to keep polls open until 9 p.m. tonight. Republicans did not request polls stay open for their party. So to this point, Republicans will not get that chance. Let's go to our Election Day panel. Things may be changing over the next couple of hours. About 30 minutes left and everybody get to voting time. Ashan Rabb, Casey Stegall, and Stephen Dial are in our digital studio with an in-depth look at how this is all happening.
Yeah, and let's start with this court order. What the judge, Stacey Williams, wrote in here is Here's the nuts and bolts of it. After reviewing the petition, the court finds that there has been mass confusion as to where voters were entitled to cast their ballots on Election Day, and voter confusion was so severe that the Dallas County Elections Department website crashed. And we just heard the candidates talking about this. Here's the problem. According to state election code, if any political party in any county requests the split primary, it must be done. Only two in our state, Williamson County and here in Dallas County. And that created, Stephen Dowd, we've done I don't know how many reports trying to tell people you need to vote early because here's what's going to happen on Election Day. And what we told them was going to happen. Mass confusion showing up, and then you're not in the right place. You're not in your home precinct. And then the site that was supposed to drive them to that website either had wrong information or ultimately crashed.
We should also point out Williamson County is also having some issues. That's north of Austin, right? But we have not heard anything about some kind of injunctive relief in that particular county like they've seen up here in Dallas as well. But Jasmine Crockett speaking not long ago, talking about some of these races being so close, the turnout could basically hinge on voters that got a chance to vote and those who didn't get a chance to vote. So something like this, when you're talking about people that are feeling disenfranchised and not able to cast their ballot today, this is a big problem.
Yeah, and there's a trickle effect. And not to say we told you so, but we have been talking about this for some time. But when voters are so used to going to wherever they want to, near your house or near your job, on your lunch break, when you're so used to that, people didn't listen to the warnings of, hey, you need to vote at your assigned precinct on Election Day. So this happening from the start of the day as expected, and now we're seeing the fallout of that. And we were talking off air about, one, this is Jasmine Crockett's backyard, so of course she's going to definitely want every vote to be counted, or people who are voting to vote for her because she has to run it up here in Dallas County for a statewide race. But then you look at other candidates who are impacted by this as well. The Attorney General's race on the Democrat side, where candidates are lesser known. We have a Dallas County state senator on the ballot for that. And just other races, we could be waiting, and Dallas County's vote total could totally throw off some of these races later tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And again, the Republican Party in Dallas County, they did not seek remedy or relief. What we don't know is if they experienced the same confusion or the same amount of volume of voters who were confused. Dallas County historically has been a Democrat county. More Democrats vote here than Republicans. And so simply because of that, the ratio of Democrats to Republicans, maybe they didn't experience this to the same degree, but certainly there had to be some confusion on the GOP side as well.
Yeah, and you heard Congresswoman Crockett talking about how this was something that the Republicans did intentionally. So some pretty strong accusations there, and we're going to see how this flushes out. So a lot of moving pieces to this. So we're going to get ready because we have our big streaming show coming up soon at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, 7 to 9. We'll be here. We've got lots of guests, our reporters in the field, comprehensive coverage as we're following the breaking developments as well as returns starting to come in once polls close. Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We'll be looking forward to your coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. There's the cue.
Yes, you can scan that QR code using your phone. Again, Stephen Dowd, Casey Stiegel, Sean Rabb will break down the results and talk to experts about the races that matter most to you. That coverage, again, starting in a little over 20 minutes at 7 p.m. You can watch it on the Fox Local app, our website, and, of course, the Fox 4 YouTube page. Well, it is the final push for votes in the Texas primaries.
In the Senate Democrat primary, there is already a lot of speculation about who would be the best candidate to take down a Texas Republican, possibly four-term Senator Cornyn in November. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is covering James Tallarico tonight. But we begin with Amelia Jones following the Jasmine Crockett campaign. Amelia.
Hi, Steve and Eden, and we do have to start with that news about the Dallas County Democrat primary voting hours extended. We just heard in a press conference from Jasmine Crockett, joined with Congressman Colin Allred. Jasmine Crockett, in that press conference, praised the Dallas County Democratic Party chair for going to fight for that court order. Her team just addressed all of the media here at her watch party, which will be at Club Vivo here in downtown Dallas. They told all of us about the court order, and in that press conference, she said that she knows that this will be a tight race, and in the end, it could come down to every single vote.
This may be a very close election. And it may hinge on who was allowed to vote or who wasn't allowed to vote in Dallas County. But I'm here to say, regardless as to whether or not it's close or not, this is wrong. If one person has the right to vote and they weren't allowed to cast their vote, we should all be standing together. Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan.
Crockett has spent her election day traveling from Houston all the way here to Dallas, stopping at several polling locations on her way over here. Before that press conference, she spoke with voters at a polling location here in Oaklawn. Dallas County in the Democrat primary, those voting polling hours will be extended from 7 to 9 p.m., so it might be a very late night before we get those results in for this race. Now, Crockett's opponent, James Tallarico, is watching the results come in and monitoring this situation with his supporters in Austin, and that is where Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is live right now. Hey, Peyton.
Thank you, Amelia. Yeah, live here from Austin. We are at James Tallarico's watch party. The music is playing. Guests were just allowed inside a few minutes ago with their Texas flags and their Tallarico signs. Tallarico's team, there's more media here than maybe they prepared for. So we have that under control. But Tallarico finished his tour of Texas earlier today in his hometown of Round Rock. Last night he was in Houston. Really trying to take advantage of that chatter and visibility in the last few weeks, including the Stephen Colbert interview. Tallarico displaying his confidence even earlier today when he showed up here at the venue, emphasizing he is not new to these competitive races and his approach, trying to gain that crossover of Republicans and independents, trying to pull them over into his base. Earlier today, even in Round Rock, he said to a few hundred people during his speech that he's had Republicans come up to him and he's confident he can swing the vote for him. As for that development out in Dallas County, again, we've confirmed voting in Dallas County will now be extended to 9 p.m. A judge just signing that order following that confusion for voters and precinct-specific polls. That extension, something James Tallarico's team called for earlier. They released a statement saying that they wanted to ensure all Texans' voices are heard in this critical election. As for back out here live in Austin, I know Jasmine Crockett spoke in Dallas County, but I'm told that Tallarico not likely to come out here and make a speech publicly. Again, those guests just starting to arrive, but now with that extension, I know Amelia mentioned it, an already tight race, and now the extension going into 9 p.m. This could come down to the wire and be a very late night. Back to you guys in Dallas.
All right, that's Peyton Yeager. And also, we had Amelia Jones. They're both covering the Tallarico and Crockett campaign tonight. Thanks, guys.
Well, welcome back to Fox 4 News at 6. I'm meteorologist Josh Johns in for Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry. I know we've been talking a lot about the election and a lot about the storms that are on the way tomorrow, but real quick, I do want to show you this picture. This is of the blood moon last night, the total lunar eclipse from Michael Beard in downtown Fort Worth. You're able to see a little bit through the cloud cover, although those clouds have worked back in. As you look at our Fox 4 views, some high clouds are going to lead to a beautiful sunset out in Erath County. Stephenville seeing that view. Richardson, you've got the sun shining on the horizon. Temperatures in the low to mid-80s pretty much everywhere. Today's the quietest day. It's warm and breezy, but tomorrow starts our threat of storms. We will see a bit of a break by Thursday, and then Friday, round 2 with another potential round of severe weather. And while things are quiet now, we do have the high clouds moving over. A few of you may see some sprinkles up along the Red River, parts of Montague, Clay, Cook County. That's where we see a couple of showers showing up here on radar. That activity scooting into Oklahoma, so most of us miss out, but don't be surprised if you do see at least a sprinkle in Montague County here over the next hour or so. There could be some thunderstorms that develop along the I-44 corridor there from Oklahoma City to Tulsa. That's along a cold front that's sitting to our north, and that front will be working down towards us, eventually leading to the severe risk tomorrow. Tonight's severe risk stays north of the Red River here in North Texas. That will be up towards Oklahoma City. But tomorrow it drops down into our area, at least a level 2 coverage or a level 2 risk across Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, the surrounding counties. If you live out to the far west, you're just under a level 1 marginal risk. But everyone under the gun for at least some sort of severe weather tomorrow. It's not a guarantee that it happens. I think tomorrow is going to be more of an isolated, scattered threat, so many of you will miss out. But if you get under one of these storms, the energy will be there for wind, hail, and maybe even an isolated tornado. Now, overall, that tornado risk relatively low. I don't see the stuff in the atmosphere that would help to produce that. Can't completely rule it out, but I think our main risk will be wind and hail. 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts and maybe hail up to the size of golf balls with the strongest storms. Let's walk you through time on Futurecast and show you what that looks like as we move through the day on Wednesday. We'll start off tomorrow with that cloud cover still in place, likely a couple of areas of drizzle, maybe some light showers in the morning. I think we're quiet for the second half of the morning into the lunchtime hour, and then by early afternoon, we'll watch some of these isolated scattered showers trying to develop, and some of those could grow as we get into the afternoon. Some more thunderstorm activity, and by late afternoon, early evening, that's going to be our best chance of seeing a shower or thunderstorm, with those storms potentially turning strong to severe. Now, if we happen to stay in the 70s and cloudy all day, it is possible that maybe this kind of is much lesser of coverage. If we break into the low 80s, I think we'll see more activity try to develop. So we will be watching things closely through the day. Not a slam dunk chance, but if you end up under one of these thunderstorms, they could be rather rowdy. And then as we go through the evening hours, still keeping that activity around, maybe lingering into the morning. But by that time, the severe threat is well done. And Thursday does look to be quiet, except for a couple of showers still possible. That's only about a 30% chance coming up on Thursday. 40% chance during the day on Friday of a severe thunderstorm, then more widespread chances of rain come in Friday night into Saturday as that cold front works south and we have all the moisture allowing for widespread showers and thunderstorms. But before that happens on Friday, we're under another risk of severe weather. And while the best chance of severe weather will be over Oklahoma, we're at least under that area to watch for some scattered severe thunderstorms possible Friday afternoon into the evening. And this time, not only will we be looking at the hail and the wind threat, but also the potential for an isolated tornado. Storm System 1 passing by here on Wednesday. Storm System 2 is what brings us that storm threat on Friday. Again, scattered thunderstorms possible during the afternoon on Friday. That transitions to more widespread activity Saturday before things wind down. We may see another system try to come in by the middle of next week that could bring us another threat by Wednesday. Here's the good news, though. Even with this severe weather threat, it does look like we'll get a pretty good dose of water. 1 to 2 inches of rain possible west of 35, 2 to 3 inches of rain possible to the east. Putting it all together here in your 7-day forecast, about a 50% chance of storms tomorrow, 30% chance on Thursday. That best chance again Friday night into Saturday, and then we may have that second chance come in by Tuesday with about a 30% chance of storms possible. Then that may be going up as we continue to look at newer data. We'll be right back with more Fox 4 News at 6.
Breaking news, Dallas police detained a man seen outside of Attorney General Ken Paxton's Senate watch party tonight.
The man was wearing a camouflage hat, mask, and gloves. Fox 4's David Santentry witnessed part of the incident and joins us with what he knows so far. David.
Yeah, you know, this is supposed to be the uneventful portion of the evening. The polls are still open, and you finally have people starting to roll in, but only a few dozen people here so far, expecting more to come in throughout the next couple of hours. But I had a tap on my shoulder just about 40 minutes ago, was told to go outside, and there was someone who was being placed into custody. He had been masked. He was walking around. Some say he appeared rather sketch, and Dallas Police Department put him in the back of a police vehicle. We don't know exactly why, but we do know they were searching a vehicle. He was nearby. It was a blue vehicle without any license plates on it, and it appears investigators found a whole bunch of ammunition from inside of the trunk of that vehicle. They collected all that ammunition as evidence. They put him again in the backseat of a vehicle and drove off. So we don't have an explanation as to who this person is, what they were doing here, what sort of threat he may or may have not made. Just a whole lot of unanswered questions at this point in time. Again, just to recap, we know that he was out here pacing around this hotel in Uptown where Attorney General Ken Paxton's watch party is at. And I had actually seen him about an hour and a half ago, but he was surrounded by law enforcement, and law enforcement didn't appear to be making a big deal about it. They were monitoring him, but it didn't appear he had done anything to warrant being apprehended yet. And then some time, 45 minutes passed, and we saw him in the back of a police vehicle. Again, all that ammunition that police were investigating, and we're working to find more answers. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll be reporting more on what happens here at the watch party, and hopefully we get some information from our Dallas PD contacts.
All right, David, I know you'll stay on top of it. Thanks so much.
Federal agents testified about what they uncovered during the search of homes and apartments of the accused ICE detention center attackers. The defendants are on trial, accused of a coordinated attack last summer. Fox 4's Dion Anglin has been covering the trial.
Demonstrators with signs and props are staged across from the federal courthouse in Fort Worth. A visual display of support for those on trial, but otherwise the group is quiet, low-key. Inside the courtroom, the spectator gallery is full and situated just behind a crowded field of attorneys representing the 9 defendants. Each is on trial for participating in an alleged coordinated attack on the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, July 4th, 2025. The defendants dispute the claim, saying they held a noise protest to support the detainees. During the law enforcement response that night, an Alvarado police officer was shot and seriously injured. On Tuesday, FBI agents testified about the search of several residences and vehicles connected to some of the defendants in the days after the incident, including the alleged leader and mastermind, Benjamin Song. The federal agents discussed evidence confiscated from those homes and apartments in Dallas, Garland, and Denton, including multiple pistols, long guns, ammunition, various types of bulletproof vests, handheld radios, a bullhorn, and what they called propaganda. Under cross-examination of one FBI special agent, a defense attorney asked, "So your understanding was you were looking for reading materials, printed materials?" She answered, "Yes." "So there was no particular express distinction for what you were told to look for, just a large spectrum of issues?" She answered, "There was information outlined in the search warrant." The attorney pressed further. "Do you recall them saying look for things that may highlight anarchists or anarchy?" She answered, "Yes." "What about anti-immigration or anti-ICE?" "Yes." "And what about Antifa?" She answered, "I believe so." He asked, "So you weren't just told to indiscriminately look for things that stand out?" She answered, "Anti-government may have been one of the words they used." Dion Anglin, Fox 4 News.
All right, we got to go, but don't forget the guys on the streaming. They're starting at 7 o'clock straight
Yes,
up.
and you can download it on the Fox Local app. Just scan that QR code right
Right, it is election night in Texas, primary election night. You're taking a live look at a polling location in Collin County. Get ready to strap in for the next couple of hours. I'm Stephen Dial, joined by Casey Stiegel and Sean Rabb. It's already an interesting primary night, and polls are officially closed. If you are still in line, you can vote, but polls now closed, and we got a lot of headlines.
Yeah, we do. They're closed officially, except in Dallas County, Democrat voting locations. Provisional ballots in play now because of confusion on where people went to the polls today. Enough confusion to disrupt the election, the judge says, so she's ordered the polls to stay open longer.
Which is a big storyline because clearly this is there's not a lot of history when it comes to shutting down or extending the polling hours of one particular location. Any ballots that are cast for people who get in line beyond 7 p.m. would be considered provisional ballots in case this is challenged at a later time. So we have a lot of moving parts tonight as opposed to just the traditional returns and everything that we're preparing to see start coming in.
And also being impacted is Williamson County. So Dallas County and Williamson County. This impact is because the county Republican parties wanted this split primary. Initially in Dallas County, they wanted hand-counted ballots and just didn't have enough people to volunteer to do it. But the GOP in Dallas County is still saying we should have precinct voting. That's how voting started, and this is how it should be. But clearly, when polls opened this morning, we saw people going to the places that they're used to going to. This has been a thing in Dallas County for some time. Sean Rabb, do you think that this can ultimately be the thing that hangs on a lot of races, waiting for Dallas County results?
Yeah, we have to see when the numbers start coming in. But arguably, 60, 70, 50, 60, 70,000 votes, maybe, may not be counted. People maybe didn't go back to the polls after all the confusion. Some folk clearly walked away. And while the Democrats went to court, the Republicans did not. And you have to assume there were 74 vote anywhere locations during early voting. So not only Democrats, Republicans also went to those places, and they've been doing that for years. And so this year, you just can't go vote anywhere. That caught both likely voters from both parties by surprise. But the Republican Party perhaps didn't have as much confusion, perhaps didn't want to challenge this because they sought the split primary to begin with. We don't know those answers yet. That'll come in the days ahead. But could some races down ballot, could it make a difference in even the top races? Perhaps.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett held a press conference not terribly long ago, and she said that Republicans did this intentionally in terms of changing the way Dallas County voted. So a bold statement. She said that she's concerned that this could become the norm with Republicans trying to shape the outcome of races.
So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Colin Allred went further and said this started with the redistricting.
Yeah.
So you would expect those kinds of arguments. We'll have to wait and see, again, in the days and weeks ahead, what allegations are being made. But a lot tonight still to talk about while we're waiting on voting in Dallas County. And so Dallas County is going to be pushed back, everything in Dallas County, by a couple of hours.
Let's bring in our reporter, Vanya Castillo. She is in the field. She has been talking to people in some of these lines, some people who have gotten turned away, some people who are not wanting to come back. Vanya, what are you hearing from people there on the ground?
Yeah, well, I've been talking to people all day, and almost everyone I've spoken to has been turned away. Now, normally, anyone trying to go vote right now would be turned away because polling would normally be closed. It's been extended for an additional 2 hours. It was a very frustrating day for a lot of people with a lot of headaches and confusion. Now, I've been watching people all afternoon, again, as I mentioned, being turned away. And for the first time in 15 years, voters cannot cast their ballot at any polling location across the county. Instead, they were told to go to specific precinct addresses assigned to their address. And the county spent about $1 million on educational material to alert voters to the change, but that did not stop the confusion at polling places across Dallas. Now, the confusion was so significant that the Dallas County Elections website reportedly crashed as voters were trying to check where they were supposed to vote. Now, Dallas County Democratic Party Chair Carl Coleman filing an emergency petition asking the court to extend voting hours because the problems voters were experiencing. A judge approved the request. As a result, polling places across Dallas County will now remain open until 9 p.m.
But it's kind of different. I'm going to make things difficult. I'm going to put barriers in front instead of making the casting process as easy as possible. Knowing people's different schedules, why would you make it, any more difficult than what it already is?
Now, the change happened after the Dallas County Republican Party requested a split primary election, which means Republicans and Democrats are holding separate primaries instead of a joint election. Also, the Texas Secretary of State's office tells us some of the polling locations online maintained by Dallas County sent people to the wrong location. Now, we haven't heard back from the Dallas County election, but we are reminding people that you do have until 9 p.m. to come vote, but you are going to want to make sure you are coming earlier. We're still seeing people turned around and trying to get to their polling locations. Back to you guys.
Vanya, thank you, and we know that you'll continue to be talking to people who are impacted out in the field. Guys, before we talk to some of the sound from that press conference that happened moments ago in Dallas County, we were talking about Dallas County, more than 187,000 Democrats early voted. And so with all of that early voting, do you think, and I know we don't have a crystal ball, but Casey, do you think with so many people already early voting, do you think that number is so small today? We've seen long lines in different places, but is it still a lot of unknown about?
Well, I think that remains to be seen. I mean, again, we heard Congresswoman Crockett talking about how the results of this may hinge on who was allowed to vote and who was not allowed to vote today. So that is the question, really. We know for sure that when it comes to a primary like this, that the party that is not currently in control generally has a bigger turnout. So that might be one of the reasons why Republicans specifically weren't raising the alarm bells when it came to access issues at the polls. And as we know, this was also a measure that was voted on by the GOP party of Dallas. So in order for that to have even happened, that was the Republicans doing. So I think that, that's going to be throwing an interesting wrench into the mix as we watch all this come in tonight.
Yeah, 187,000 votes. I do believe some of these races, the die has been cast during early voting. And when we get those numbers in and look at the percentages, some of those won't close. So yes, some elections, some races pretty much decided, I think, by the number of early voters.
We mentioned former Congressman Colin Allred, who is a candidate for Texas 33 against Julie Johnson, current Congresswoman, and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. They held a press conference at, I believe, where Allred's watch party is going to be tonight. Why don't you take a listen at some of that happened moments ago.
This may be a very close election, and it may hinge on who was allowed to vote or who wasn't allowed to vote in Dallas County. But I'm here to say, regardless as to whether or not it's close or not, this is wrong. If one person has the right to vote and they weren't allowed to cast their vote, we should all be standing together, Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan.
And former Congressman Colin Allred, in his comments, said that this has caused chaos in our communities.
This may be a very close
Now, we know that the Democrats have had all the energy. We've been talking about the Democrats a lot. But on the Republican side, that's where a ton of this money has been spent in this race. The Republican Senate race, more than $120 million. This is the most expensive primary in history,
Yeah, right.
which is saying something. You got Attorney General Ken Paxton, who has led every poll. With all the baggage that he brings, still, I call him Teflon, like President Trump surviving so many things that, people in a normal time would say this disqualifies you. You have the incumbent John Cornyn, who has been in office, he's seeking his 5th term, and he's 19-0. He has never lost an election.
Never lost any election.
And he's consistently polled 2nd. And then you have Congressman Wesley Hunt from the Houston area, polling 3rd. Wesley Hunt will tell you till his face turns blue that he's not playing spoiler. He believes that he has a path. He believes that he is a younger alternative to primarily Cornyn, but Paxton as well. What are you guys waiting to see in this race on the Republican side for U.S. Senate?
Okay, so turnout.
Yeah.
Here's what we'll learn. Are people willing to stick with the experience, or is the Rhino label stuck on Cornyn? Because let's go back to the last general election. Before the election of President Trump, John Cornyn talked against Trump, said he shouldn't run, shouldn't represent the party, too old for the party, all those kinds of things. And after Trump won, of course, Mr. Cornyn voted with him 99% of the time, according to his campaign messages. But there are people who see him as the Rhino and see Paxton, problems notwithstanding, as the more conservative, the more to the right, the more in line with their thinking. So who wins out amongst the voters is the question. Wesley Hunt, I don't understand. West Point, military man, all of that.
Great resume.
Yeah. In a congressional district where he would have no worries as a Republican in Harris County, to walk away from that and from the beginning be the shadow candidate. I don't understand his thinking, don't know where he goes from here.
Casey, President Trump he came to Texas on Friday, did not endorse anyone. Every candidate, if you're watching their political ad, you think the president endorsed them. Will the president not jumping into this race impact Cornyn the most?
I think it's interesting why the president didn't do that as well. Remember, he came to Corpus Christi just last week, and while he was in the air, he sent out a flurry of endorsements of other candidates in other races, not this one in particular. And to me, what fascinates us as well is that, Texas known for being ruby red, and there has been a lot of talk for a while now, a decade or so, about the notion of Texas turning purple. And I don't know if that is something that we could potentially see come to fruition here in the next few years or not. But no doubt a lot of eyes are on this. So many people are watching this race in the state of Texas as, Texas is just one of 2 other states holding primaries today.
Right. But in the nation, all eyes are on this race. What is interesting is that the president has relationships with these 3 men at the level of closeness beyond political alignment, friendship, that he was not willing to endorse one over the other. Now, here's the question. If there's a runoff, and there will be a runoff.
He will endorse.
Yes, and so who gets the endorsement? And the other part of that runoff is, what's the How do they shape up? In other words, is Cornyn second after the election today, or is he first? Because it's harder, much harder to turn your people out again in a runoff 6 weeks down the road, May 26th.
Go ahead. Just out of curiosity, Sean, why do you think that the president didn't want to wade in and do an endorsement this go round?
I don't know him like that, but I just think, again, he felt close to all of them. Really great guys. They're all really good guys. And there's a little race in Texas. That's what he said last Friday in Corpus Christi.
And this is the big thing. Let's say he endorses Ken Paxton, who I believe he wants to endorse. Let's say he endorses Ken Paxton. You're looking at the polling right there, the latest polling. Well, one of the latest polling. Oh, no, that's
these are votes coming in early voting.
My bad. Actual results, as you're looking at that right now, 11%, 46% for the incumbent John Cornyn, 37% for Ken Paxton, 13% for Wesley Hunt. As you continue to look at that really quick, let's say Trump endorsed Paxton and Cornyn won.
Yeah.
You need votes. With Republicans having these razor-thin margins, we don't know what else is going to happen during this midterm. We're not even in November yet.
Right.
You don't want to tick off the wrong person.
And let me, if we can put that up, back up again for a moment. I believe Wesley Hunt had 13%. Okay, so he was polling at 17%, right? I don't think he's going to quite get to that number, but 13%, 34,000 votes between, you know, if he wasn't in the race, those votes be split between Paxton and Cornyn, maybe more to Cornyn. I don't know, maybe more to Paxton. So it's interesting. He is the spoiler in that race.
So we're talking about the Senate race, right? And we were talking about the breaking news with Dallas County.
Yeah.
There's also breaking news in Dallas with the Senate race.
Okay.
Ken Paxton, his watch party is in Dallas, and a person was arrested outside of the location. Our Davidson Tindry is there on the ground.
Here's
This
video
is
of that
video.
arrest
You're
now.
seeing the person being arrested, and there's another clip of officers, what appears to be magazine clips, not just bullets, being placed on top of the vehicle.
And there you see a weapon on the hood of the vehicle as well.
Police bagging that up
Or
with
just
evidence.
a ton of clips, ammunition.
So at some point we will come to Davidson Tindry, but we wanted you guys to see what's happening in Dallas, not just the Dallas County polling issue, not just the Williamson County stuff. Now we're starting to get results in. And then a guy's arrested with magazine clips.
And this is significant. We don't know why it was there, but let's just go back to the weekend, 6th Street in Austin. Right? So everybody's on edge. In fact, James Tallarico moved his party, Tonight Watch Party, from one location to another, maybe because of that. We don't know. But tensions are high. People are anxious.
And having covered Tallarico last week at University of Texas in Richardson, he had pretty tight security, like more than I thought it would be. And so I know being in Austin and having your watch party there, security is probably going to be really tight. All right, we have so much more to talk about. We got some guests that are going to be joining us. We're going to check in with more reporters. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back. We are finally starting to see some of the results coming in. Not Dallas County, but is anything on the screen throwing you guys off? 14% in. John Cornyn, the 4-term incumbent, currently leading 45% to 39%. Wesley Hunt, 13%. Many experts are saying this race is going to go to a runoff. Let's look at the Attorney General's race really quick before we bring in our friend Patrick Svitek, former Texas Tribune and Washington Post. Texas Attorney General's race on the Republican side likely to go to a runoff as well, but 13% in. Mays Middleton, 48%. Chip Roy, Congressman, 27%. Aaron Wrights, not Joan Huffman, in third.
So, and Wrights, of course, endorsed by his boss,
the
Attorney General, Ken Paxton, wanted to pass the baton to him. Not sure if that's going to happen. Clearly not.
And then on the Democrat side, Dallas County State Senator Nathan Johnson, 47%. Joe Jaworski, former Galveston mayor, 28%. Former prosecutor and veteran Tony Box, 25% with 13% in. I want to bring in Patrick Svitek to join us. He allowed us to steal some of his time. Patrick, what is jumping out on the page to you so far?
Well, it's very early, as you guys have pointed out, but these early vote numbers that we're seeing in some of the big counties for the U.S. Senate primary on the Republican side, I think they're starting to confirm what we saw in a lot of public and private polling in the lead up to tonight, which is that, you know, we may be headed to a runoff between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, and that Wesley Hunt, the third serious candidate, is in a distant third place in some of these very early results we're seeing. So that's all to say I'm not necessarily surprised by the early vote numbers in the Senate primary on the Republican side.
It's Sean Rabb, Patrick, and John Cornyn is not only trying to win his fifth, but trying to become the first senator not to be renominated. It's an uphill battle for him, though, with that rhino tag that's been placed on him. He's really trying to fight for his political life tonight, isn't he?
He absolutely is, and I think all eyes are on where exactly he finishes below 50%, assuming he does finish below 50%, because I think President Donald Trump is watching these results very closely tonight, and if it goes to a runoff, he wants to know who's in first place, by how much they came in first place, what is their path to victory in the runoff, because he may want to make an endorsement in the runoff and try to end this thing sooner rather than later. And so, you know, this is a very high-pressure situation if you're John Cornyn. No incumbent likes to go to a runoff, and certainly no incumbent likes to go to a runoff as the number 2 finisher. And so if you're John Cornyn, you know, realistically a good night for you tonight is going to the runoff in a clear first place finish.
Hey, Patrick, let's circle back around to what we were talking about at the top of the broadcast, which has kind of become the lead breaking news story here. The fact that polls have been extended in Dallas County because of access issues and a lot of snafus that have been reported. What say you on that?
Well, I think just for the immediate news for us reporters and for all the political observers is that that's going to make this an even later night. Dallas County is a crucial county in the U.S. Senate primary, especially on the Democratic side. Jasmine Crockett is from Dallas County. She is banking on a big turnout of support there. And so this means that we're not going to really have a lot more clarity on that for a few more hours than expected. And so that could mean that the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate could not really be projected until much later in the night now.
Patrick, with so much Democrat turnout and Democrat energy that we've seen in this early voting, clearly with some of the results coming in right now, some of these races are lopsided, some of them are tight. Of course, we haven't seen any type of Dallas County numbers. I saw you tweeted the Tarrant County early voting numbers. What specific counties are you interested in seeing how the turnout and the results are for certain races like Senate or Attorney General? What counties are you looking at tonight?
Well, of course, you always want to see what's happening in the most populous counties. Of course, places like Dallas County and Tarrant County, you want to see what's not only happening in the most populous counties, but also the most populous and competitive counties in the general election, which I would put Tarrant County in that category. I'd put Harris County, home to Houston, in that category. But looking at some of the less populous counties, or not, top population counties, I'm very interested in counties in South Texas tonight, Cameron County, Hidalgo County, to see if the efforts by James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett to court Hispanic voters that have become an increasingly crucial voting bloc, if those efforts have paid off. So I'm looking to see specifically the Democratic primary results again in those South Texas counties.
Why is this seat so important, this Senate seat? I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars spent. We saw the PACs pouring money into Texas. Why is this seat so crucial, Patrick?
Well, I think one of the simple answers is that, you know, a U.S. Senate seat, a competitive U.S. Senate election in Texas does not happen often. I know it's increasingly happened, but John Cornyn has been in this seat for a long time, as you guys have pointed out. And the prospect of going into a general election with the incumbent eliminated is very enticing, obviously, to Republicans who don't like John Cornyn, but also to Democrats who see an opportunity here, not just an open Senate seat, but an open Senate seat in a national political environment that favors them right now. So I think those are some of the just high-level factors that make this a very enticing moment for both parties.
No Democrat has won a state Senate race in Texas since 1994. Is that accurate? Does that sound right to you?
I believe the last time Texas Democrats won a Senate election was actually 1988.
88.
Yeah, the last
even longer
Democrat
than
to hold.
I think 1994 is the last time Texas Democrats won any statewide office.
Yeah. Lieutenant governor. Correct. Yeah. Patrick, man, I know it's going to be a long night for a lot of us, but let's talk about down ballot really quick. You know, we talked about the Senate race, which has consumed all of the money and all of the talk, but a lot of money being spent, too, on the Attorney General's race. And we're seeing results for that, too, surprisingly, and I know it's very early. Aaron Wright's in third right now. This race possibly going to a runoff. Mays Middleton, at last check, was leading. What do you make of the Republican race for Attorney General?
Yeah, I mean, I think nationally this race has been totally overlooked. And you ask why the U.S. Senate seat is so valuable. I'll answer the question of why the Attorney General's office in Texas is so valuable. I mean, it has become kind of a national headquarters for conservative legal strategy, especially during Democratic administrations. I mean, is really the tip of the spear legally against Democratic administrations in Washington. And so, you know, it is very important to the conservative legal movement nationwide. And also here in Texas, it tends to be a political stepping stone to higher office. John Cornyn, former Attorney General. Greg Abbott, former Attorney General. Ken Paxton running for U.S. Senate now, the sitting Attorney General. So it's very important for all those reasons. And in this primary, you have, you know, four pretty well-known candidates who have run, you know, pretty viable campaigns. You pointed out Aaron Wright, who is a former Paxton staffer who has Paxton's endorsement in this race. So it is a bit of a test of the power of Paxton's endorsement in a down ballot race. You have Congressman Chip Roy from Central Texas. You have State Senator Joan Huffman from Houston. And as you pointed out, you also have State Senator Mays Middleton, also from the Houston, Southeast Texas area. Mays Middleton has immense personal fortune. He's been self-funding his campaign, largely speaking. And so this is a real fight between four credible and qualified Republicans.
So there's another race that really doesn't have a lot of interest normally. I'm talking about for comptroller. And yet there's a whole lot of interest. Don Huffines, really doesn't want to be comptroller. He wants to be governor. and he might actually win tonight easily.
Yeah, and we talk about Donald Trump's influence. We will see, especially in this race, how influential Donald Trump is, because he gave a very late endorsement to Don Huffines just this past Friday. After early voting was done, he endorsed Don Huffines in this race. I talked to Huffines' campaign, and they told me how they were scrambling to get that endorsement out. They even were able to get it on TV at the last minute in some broadcast markets, but they were obviously very grateful for that endorsement, but they had to scramble to make sure that voters knew about it going into Election Day. And so it'll be very interesting in that race in particular to see how the results changed from early voting when Huffines didn't have the Trump endorsement to Election Day when Huffines did have the Trump endorsement.
And, go ahead, Casey.
Oh, I was going to say, we're getting some, the AP is calling one of the races. Josh, one of our producers in the room. Josh, which races are those that the AP has just called? I believe Texas 28 and 22. So the AP is calling those races. So there you go. There you see the final, or at least the tally at the moment. Sean,
and that was expected. Yeah. I mean, Brandon Gill has been, he's the new darling of the Republican Party. We can talk about that at a later date. But Brandon Gill has a lot of money behind him, too.
Right.
But one more question for Patrick, either of you guys.
So we're talking about endorsements. We're talking about the president endorsing Don Huffines. But our governor endorsed 4 candidates, I think, in the early voting in this primary season, and they were all trailing in the polls. And what does that say when this night is finished? Just looking at Kelly Hancock's numbers, does that mean that some of his political currency is weakening, Patrick, or what?
Well, you look back to when Abbott first made these endorsements that ultimately got crosswise with Trump. And, they're people that he all knows pretty well personally, that he's worked with closely in the legislature, whether it's Kelly Hancock, a former state senator, people like Briscoe Cain, state representative from the Houston area, who he endorsed for Congress. And so, Abbott's endorsements of these four people that we're talking about here, made sense on their own. I wasn't surprised that those are the candidates he picked when he did pick them. What's been more surprising is that Trump, came in at the end and just so blatantly disregarded the governor's choices in these races and picked other candidates. And I think, a lot of us are still trying to figure out why exactly that happened. It's a little confusing, especially given that Trump and Abbott were pretty closely aligned in the last primary. If you recall, Abbott went on the warpath against all these state house Republicans who voted against his school voucher plan. And in many of those cases, Trump also endorsed primary challengers to those incumbents that Abbott was targeting. So they looked like a real unified team last time around. This time around, it's much more, they're on the different sides of at least four primaries that we're talking about now, and it doesn't seem like they're just as politically aligned.
Right. Patrick Svitek, a wealth of knowledge. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to you. We're going to take a quick break. I want you guys to look at some results, and when we come back, we'll talk to some of our reporters who are in the field at some of these watch parties. It's going to be a long night, guys. All right. We'll be right back. All right, it's election night, primary election night in Texas. We're starting to see some of the returns come in. 16% statewide in, 45% for the incumbent John Cornyn, who's seeking a 5th term in office. Attorney General Ken Paxton with 39% and rounding out the top 3. Wesley Hunt, Congressman from the Houston area, with 13%. Now, before we even started this show, we were talking about early vote numbers and all of that, and then we had this Dallas County issue with a court order, and Davidson Tindry, who's covering Ken Paxton, a person was arrested with ammunition outside, and this is on the heels of what happened in Austin. Right. David, give us the latest.
Yeah, Stephen, I can tell you this is not the type of live shot I expected to be doing this evening. The watch party opened up around 6 p.m. and we have about 100 people right now behind me waiting for Ken Paxton to eventually come on stage. I'm told that will be around 9 p.m. I arrived here early on, and around 5:15, I was outside and I saw a man who had a mask on. He had some gear on where he was really just covering himself up. I didn't think a whole lot of it because Texas DPS officers and some local law enforcement, you could tell they were monitoring him. They had him somewhat surrounded, but it appears they didn't have anything to apprehend him on. He was just someone who they thought was suspicious, according to a report that we just got from Dallas Police Department. Not too long after that, however, they were able to pull him over when he got into his vehicle because he did not have a proper license plate on that vehicle. They pulled him over, and apparently in the trunk of that vehicle, he had a whole bunch of ammunition. At first, Dallas Police Department said they found a weapon or weapons and ammunition, but they later corrected and said it was only ammunition. We were out there around that time. Someone tapped me on the back, said, "Hey, come outside, you got to check this out." It was a whole lot of ammunition that Dallas police officers were stacking on top of this vehicle that did not have a license plate on it. The man became unmasked. He was taken into the back of a Dallas Police Department squad car, and now we're just left with a whole lot of unanswered questions. We don't have a name for this suspect. We do know he was arrested on some outstanding traffic issues, or some current traffic violations, forgive me, but so many questions as to what he was doing here, what plans he had, if any, out here at this watch party. But certainly a bit of a frightening scene for some people who are out here when you got someone who has a mask and then they're being labeled as suspicious by law enforcement, and then a whole bunch of ammunition pulled out of the trunk of a vehicle without any license plates. So we've been in contact with Dallas Police Department. That's about all we know at this point in time, trying to get a name of this individual, and from there we'll see if he has any sort of criminal background history. But in the meantime, we're back inside the watch party, waiting to see how everything develops tonight with the numbers. And one thing I do got to tell you is that outside there was plenty of security even prior to this. So when I walked in, even before this person was formally arrested, we had a dog sniffing the bag I was carrying. We had multiple law enforcement officers outside of this room that were in at a hotel in uptown Dallas. So they were taking security seriously even before any of this happened. You got to think it's going to be tightening up even more so moving forward throughout the night.
Absolutely, David. I know a lot of the candidates probably are having increased security tonight. Hopefully when we come back to you, we'll be talking about the numbers and not about someone with a bunch of ammunition. Thanks so much, David. All right, we're going to transition to the Democratic side of the race. Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in her backyard for her watch party. For that, we want to bring in Amelia Jones, who is at the Crockett watch party. We'll be coming to her soon. Okay, that's fine. Sean Rapp, go ahead.
Yeah, let me share this email that just came in. Sean, we are Republican voters. We checked online for our voting location online because we know there were some changes. The information sent us to our normal voting location. We got there and were told we had to go to another location. The workers helped us find our location. This was very frustrating and difficult. I'm a 71-year-old amputee, but I wanted to go vote, and I was able to go vote. We saw your report on Fox 4. So we know at least some Republicans were in the same boat.
I mean, and for sure. I mean, this change is not only impacting Democrats, but...
Right. But here's what's interesting. The emailer says, we checked online before we left home. We knew there were going to be some changes, and it sent us to our normal, where we would normally go vote, and when we got there, we were told we couldn't vote.
And this is going to be a mess. That's a lot of people are going to be answering about for sure. Is Amelia, is that what the audio that we're hearing, Amelia Jones?
We're still waiting to get heard. Casey, to bounce off of what Sean said, I mean, it's a matter of communication, right? We have been talking about this for some time, Sean and I particularly, because we've been doing this stories. But you mentioned the Republicans. We know that this happened to some Republicans. With it being a primary, so Republicans aren't going against Democrats, do you think that may be why there's not as much noise from the Republicans? Because, I mean, Republican votes are the Republican votes. Democrat votes are in their own bucket for this. You know, if this was November, it'd be a lot different.
I think that's entirely true. And I mean, look, we are all creatures of habit. So if you have been showing up to the same rec center or the same middle school for years and years and years and casting your ballot there, and then suddenly there is a change, sometimes just communicating that information can be difficult. And try as we might as journalists to inform the public ahead of the elections, sometimes it doesn't always stick. But we were talking about this, Sean, before we came on the air tonight. Clay Jenkins was saying that some 90% of people were funneled to the wrong location, and,
of both parties.
Of both
today.
parties today, and I mean that is substantial. I don't think that we could really understate the bigger storyline that's going on here. If that many people went, and again, if you don't have a lot of time on your hands, if you tried to squeeze in your vote on a lunch break, and then by the time work was closed, then the polls were closed, there might have very well been a lot of people that did not get their chance to vote.
Now, remember what you just said, the Clay Jenkins quote, 90%.
Yeah.
Over 100,000 people voted today in Dallas County, today. Couple that with 187,000 early votes, but 100,000 people today. So if 90% of the people who showed up at polls today were at the wrong location, think about that's like stirring an ant bed.
Right. And that's not just a few people being confused, a few people not watching the news.
Correct.
All right. So as we have been looking at these Senate race results, right now, Round Rock State Representative James Tallarico is trailing. It's still early. Right now, you see the results right there. 52% for Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, 47% for James Tallarico. Our Peyton Yeager is live in Austin at the Tallarico Watch Party. Peyton, give us the sights and sounds.
Hey guys, yeah, we are in Austin tonight at James Tallarico's party, and we're at a venue, and it is starting to fill up. I'm going to step out of the way. Guests are coming in, and they're kind of in this, center area. They were all handed a Texas flag and some signs that say, "Love thy neighbor." Also, "Take Texas back," which is a slogan and a message. Tallarico has really stuck to. He believes he is the right candidate to flip this seat, trying to hold on to some of that momentum he's gained in the past weeks. But another note, Tallarico said today, even at a group in Round Rock, his last stop of tour of Texas, that he still feels like he's the underdog in this race. Again, James Tallarico taking a different approach than Jasmine Crockett, hoping to pull over some Republicans and independents to his base to help pull this off. Now, the guests here, we have the TV screen. James Tallarico not expected to come out until that final result. So we do have the guests here looking at the screen as those early voters, the early voting numbers start to come in. Last time we saw James Tallarico again earlier today in Round Rock, his hometown. His tradition every election day is to get a donut from Round Rock, and there he was, thanking his supporters. And he says he remained calm and he remains confident. And speaking to some of these supporters here tonight, waiting for the final results to come in, they remain optimistic. We'll stay here for the remainder of the night and check in with you guys. Back to you in Dallas.
Sent out some of the same information earlier that Tallarico had sent a message out about this snafu with the voting in Dallas County. What have you been able to sort of ascertain from people there?
Right, all eyes have been on that. That is the first thing, these guests started trickling in around 6 and 6:30, and that was the chatter that everyone was really talking about. What is happening in Dallas County? We know that is, Jasmine Crockett's county, so how is that going to stand up with James Tallarico as well? So that has been the chatter. Tonight we do have some Dallas stations who are obviously here, so people here in this area in Austin asking what's going on, trying to get any information. We know James Tallarico's team sent out a statement right before the judge signed that order, urging the judge to sign that order to extend to 9 p.m., emphasizing that all voices in Texas need to be heard. in this election here tonight.
Peyton, that Jasmine Crockett lead is shrinking, so I'm sure we'll be coming back to you, but we'll let you continue to news gather. We heard from the Tallarico camp. Now we want to transition to the Jasmine Crockett camp. We want to bring in our Amelia Jones, who is live at the Crockett Watch Party. Amelia, give us an update.
Hey guys, you can probably hear the music in the background. People are starting to trickle in for Jasmine Crockett's watch party. I do want to start with her statement, though, about the Dallas County Democrat primary voting hours getting extended. Crockett praised the Dallas County Democratic Party chair for fighting to get that order to get voting extended to 9 p.m. Crockett told us, or rather she told media, that she knows that this is going to be a tight race. She knows that every vote is likely going to matter. And if we are able to hear some sound from that press conference, I want to see if our producers can take it for those of you at home to hear directly from her as to what she had to say.
This may be a very close election, and it may hinge on who was allowed to vote or who wasn't allowed to vote in Dallas County. But I'm here to say, regardless as to whether or not it's close or not, this is wrong. If one person has the right to vote and they weren't allowed to cast their vote, we should all be standing together. Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan.
Crockett was joined by Congressman Colin Allred in that press conference, who is in his own Democrat primary race tonight. And since the polls were extended to 9 p.m., we know it could likely be a late night before we get results for that race. But hey, Club Vivo here in downtown Dallas, it's ready to rock. It's ready to last all night if they need to. It's all lit up awaiting Crockett. This is where she will end her night after she spent all election day on the road from Houston to Dallas, stopping at various polling locations to pitch her final message to voters. And that's really been kind of the story for her campaign. It's been high energy, high visibility, and the message that she is the fighter who will go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic base. Crockett entered this race as a better-known national figure. She built a following through viral clashes with Republicans in Congress. She also heads in tonight with major backing, big endorsements from music artist Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. So now it's a big question of, will that fighter brand translate to voters, and will those big name endorsements be enough to pull her through the primary tonight? With that, I'll send it back to you guys.
Amelia, thank you. It's always interesting to see which candidate calls themselves the underdog, because when you look at the money, James Tallarico has clearly outspent Jasmine Crockett, and some have been critical of the Crockett campaign, saying it was a bit disorganized. She was the last to jump in on the deadline, but you know, she said multiple times she was going off of her name ID for the start, and then the ground game will follow. That lead is shrinking. I want to tell you guys why that lead is shrinking. The early vote has come in some of the South Texas counties, Cameron County, and some of the other ones in Tallarico winning by double digits in those for the early vote. Has anything shocked you so far? I mean, it's only 14%, but has anything stood out to you so far?
No, we talked about Tallarico working from El Paso back east and south down through the valley and really appealing to those Hispanic voters and trying to make connections. We talked about his commercial over the last couple of weeks, the last commercial produced. He's sitting at a table with Latino families. This is part of his plan. And so South Texas, South Central, San Antonio, Bexar County, Travis County, Harris County, all right, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Fort Bend County, those are going to probably be Crockett counties. And then what happens East Texas? What happens West Texas?
Right. And you heard Patrick talking about how the Latino vote is an increasingly important voting bloc, not just in Texas, but around the country for that matter. Real quickly, when we're talking about the dough, I was looking here, James Tallarico has spent about almost $16 million on this, and Jasmine Crockett has spent a little over $5 million. She still has about $3.5 million cash on hand. Tallarico still has about $4.7 million. So when we talk about this being the most expensive race in history, you see why.
But look, she was counting on her name recognition.
Oh, for sure.
She was on the national shows. She was enjoying a lead until the whole episode with Stephen Colbert and Tallarico, and that brought him new attention, also new money as well, and closed the gap, flipped the script on the polls. And so this is going to be a very exciting, nail-biting race to the
It is. And, you know, some were critical saying, oh, Crockett got on TV too late. You mentioned she's on The View and she's on all these shows. And I don't think a race, me personally, comes down to commercials. But, you know, Crockett finally started putting ads on the air. And then the Tallarico, CBS, Stephen Colbert snafu, or however some describe it, I mean, that gave him momentum.
Gave him a lot of momentum and gave him money.
Yes.
People donated
$2.5 million in 24 hours.
But name recognition is real, and that definitely benefits candidates, and Crockett had that going into this more so than Tallarico.
So I'm not sure her campaign was unorganized. I think it's a strategy. Enter late. There was all this suspicion around whether she would run, and that simply increased the interest. So enter late by design, and then what I would have liked to have seen was like the commercial she gave us in the last couple of weeks. Sitting down, talking to us, not an AI spot. But it worked for her. And, you know, Mr. Tallarico is coming out with this great ad about lowering the prices of insulin, connecting with people. So ads matter. Now, you can't win an election by that, but it's the way for people to get to know you and make some decisions about you.
You guys may not remember, but we were all sitting on this set not too long ago where I asked Jasmine Crockett when we were looking at the
She was in California that night.
California.
Yeah.
And, you know, she said she believes two things. One, that Democrats have to do something different. And she felt that her already having a name ID would be that different thing of where you're not spending money on the front end to just let people know who you are. Right. And then the second thing she said was Ken Paxton has to be the nominee for Democrats to have a chance. What do y'all make of the Ken Paxton has to be the nominee? I mean, Cornyn is leading right now. It's still early. But Republicans who aren't saying this in front of cameras have said to me and to other reporters, they are nervous about Ken Paxton being the nominee.
And many are. Again, it's Rhino versus MAGA Man, right? They are nervous about Paxton being the nominee because of the baggage. We saw the Senate women, the Republican women, campaign against him on a national level. We saw Republican PACs campaign against him on a national level. This commercial, too weird, too corrupt. It's really hitting hard. Now, what Jasmine Crockett is counting on is the dislike of a Ken Paxton being greater than the dislike of a John Cornyn. John Cornyn is really, he is a senior statesman, and when he's not in a campaign like this for his own life and his party, he's a different voice.
Yeah. Casey?
I just find it fascinating and looking at the returns there, and I'm just wondering how that's going to change as we get more and more precincts reporting. But 43%, 39% for Ken Paxton. As we have been saying all along, this is most certainly going to go into a runoff election. So when we finish up here tonight, when all is said and done, I think that we're going to be talking about a runoff between them.
And one thing about Tallarico, okay, so he flipped a seat in the State House, right? But outside of Austin, he really wasn't known, so he had to do these statewide commercials earlier so people would get to know him. He's run a good campaign, and it might be a coin flip still.
I think it's going to be close. And then the thing is, we still have to wait till 9 o'clock just to see what Dallas County's early vote is, which we know will put Jasmine Crockett over the top. Before we go to break, Harris County early vote, Crockett led 54-46. I'm wondering if these leads are not wide enough to when the rural counties come in for Tallarico, if it'll swing. All right. We still got a lot to talk about. We still got another hour. We'll see you guys right after this break. Look at some of the results as they come in. Primary election night in Texas. We're going to start looking at some of these congressional races. You know, we talked so much about Senate and then Attorney General, and you kind of forget about some of these other races. House District 2, Steve Toth, who came from the Texas legislature, who got an endorsement by Ted Cruz.
Yes.
You would think Ted Cruz might have endorsed Dan Crenshaw, but he did not.
Right, and it seems like the establishment kind of left Crenshaw out there, interestingly.
Well, he's kind of rubbed a couple of Republicans the wrong way, not just Democrats, but Toth leading with 28% in, 53% to 44%. We're going to look at another congressional race.
Oh, Menifee.
I told y'all.
Menifee is
not
now
over.
on top.
It's
now.
not over, though.
68% of the vote, though, and Menifee 49 to 43%.
I just think it's going to be a passing of the torch in that Houston seat. It's still, I mean, especially with everything that's going on today, I would say that's still too early to say what, and you need 50% to avoid a runoff
Plus one.
well. So, but that race is interesting, okay? Congressional District 23. Tony Gonzalez has been talked about a lot lately in the headlines.
And while he still has a lot of votes, Brandon Herrera, who has challenged Gonzalez before, right now with 48% of the vote there in the 23rd District. Okay, over in Tarrant County, Deion Sims. Now, this is the granddaughter
of the mother of Juneteenth,
Miss Opal Lee.
Yeah.
And she is easily right now ahead of William Marks, 62% to 38%. 50% of the votes counted in that race.
And Congressional District 30, which is the seat Jasmine Crockett is giving up, Friendship West pastor Freddie Haynes with 13% in, leading 60% over Barbara Caraway with 32%. He's expected to win this primary race and likely in November. And District 32, the newly drawn congressional district that I used to live in, now I don't live in. It goes from East Dallas all the way past Tyler. Jace Yarborough with a commanding lead right now, endorsed by President Trump, 52% over, I believe, Richardson, but North Texas pastor Ryan Binkley with 20%. and Paul Bondar with 13%. It's been interesting, guys, this race in particular. The candidates have really been talking a lot of trash about who lives in Oklahoma, who lives on the border. It has been, 32, going into redistricting, I thought we were going to be talking about 32 forever. And we really haven't had a chance to talk about it just because so much money has been spent on the Senate race, so many ads on the Republican Attorney General race. But we're going to have a brand new member of Congress from...
And, Bondar says Jace Yarbrough doesn't live in the district.
Right.
But 2 years ago, he ran for Congress in Oklahoma.
Casey, for these lesser known races, this record turnout, at least on the Democrat side, I know this is a Republican race we're talking about, but it has to have a trickle-down effect. Even if the voters don't know who you are, some voters are just clicking names. With that record turnout, do you think that can really help some down-ballot candidates? Ronnie Jackson winning, that race has been called for Congressional District 13, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think it helps some of those down-ballot candidates. What fascinates me about this is just how the district radically shifted because of the congressional redistricting, and that has really kind of turned it upside down, if you will. And as we know, the incumbent Julie Johnson moved to run over in the 33rd district, so that leaves 32 wide open, a safe Republican seat, really. So whoever wins the GOP primary virtually guaranteed a seat in Congress.
It's part of the plan in the redistricting.
Yeah, it was.
To pick up some seats.
And that one was dramatically changed. Yeah. And this is no secret. The race for governor on the Republican side has been called. Greg Abbott is going to be the nominee for the Republican Party. Right now, you see 33% in, Abbott with 82%. No shock here. I think that was the easiest race to call tonight, guys.
Wonder how Gina Hinojosa is doing right now. Let's see if we could get the Democratic numbers up in the primary for governor. See how she's doing. Oh, there it is.
And with 36% in, Gina Hinojosa, state representative, up 62% over Chris Bell with 11%.
It's a pretty wide margin there.
Yeah.
And in some circles, she's expected to waltz into November. It's kind of already setting up, Governor Abbott and Gina Hinojosa. We want to bring back in Patrick Svitek, our friend from Texas Tribune. Patrick, Hinojosa and Abbott, Hinojosa's race has not been called yet, but Abbott's has. But this is really shaping up for a matchup between them in November, right?
Yeah, they have been the front runners in their respective primaries for a long time. So none of this is surprising. I think they've been treated as the, de facto nominees for a while now.
Hinojosa was in church with me on Sunday, actually, at Concord. I was talking to some people, and they were saying, our boss, people aren't talking about the governor's race. It's really just not a thing.
Well, it hasn't been a thing because what's taken up all the political attention has been the Senate race, right? Democrat and Republican. But I think as we get past May 26th, past this runoff date, that this race will begin to come into focus. Now, Hinojosa, young Latino attorney, experience, best chance to get new voters and drum up enthusiasm. But she's talking about going up against Greg Abbott and his war chest, and we don't know where we are in the state yet. We'll see where we are in the state after this primary election.
So, Patrick, I'm seeing something kind of on X at the moment that the polling hours have been extended down in El Paso as well because of some issues that have been reported down there. Have you been able to find any information out on that?
I personally have not. I know that we have folks here in the Texas Tribune newsroom where I'm stationed tonight who are looking into all these voting issues and trying to stay on top of it. Obviously, we previously discussed the polling hours being extended in Dallas County until 9 o'clock, and that's going to be, very important because that pushes back the release of those results, and that's a crucial county for Jasmine Crockett, the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate.
Patrick, I know we are bouncing around the state on you. I know you recently tweeted
That's
about.
Fine. Keep it coming.
I know you recently tweeted about Texas 18. I have been looking at this race. I think this may be the race where you see a change in generation shift. The early vote is in. Christian Menifee at first was down, but now he's leading in this race. Is that one of those races that stands out to you, at least on the Democratic primary side?
Yeah, you have a number of big political themes coming to a head in this primary. You obviously have the generational contrast between Al Green and Christian Menefee, who's a younger Democrat in this race. Al Green is a veteran incumbent. You also have the theme of redistricting, which forced these two men into a kind of like an incumbent on incumbent battle. And Menefee is benefiting from the fact that he just recently was campaigning in a large part of this new district while running for a special election for a separately numbered seat. And then you also, I'll add too, you have the influence of the cryptocurrency industry, which decided a few weeks ago to go in big for Christian Menefee and spend, I think it was at least $1.5 million to beat Al Green. And so there's a lot of big statewide and national political narratives swirling in this primary right now.
So we're seeing some strong early voting numbers for in Tarrant County for John Cornyn, 46.5%, Ken Paxton 37.5%, Wesley Hunt 13% with almost 91,000 votes recorded. Even better for Cornyn in Dallas County, apparently 52.7% for Cornyn, 31.4% for Paxton, and 12.5% for Hunt. What do you make of those trends that we're seeing with those early voting tallies?
And Patrick, before you answer that, I also saw the early vote count in Collin County, which is Ken Paxton's home county. Cornyn led in the early vote of that too. I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, I was reluctant to say this the last time I joined you guys because it was so early, but I do feel a little more confident saying now that I believe that Cornyn is beating expectations right now as of this moment. The fact that he beat Paxton in early vote in Paxton's home county of Collin County, the fact that in some of these other populous big city counties, Cornyn is up in the 40% plus range. I think, if you're John Cornyn's campaign, you're still preparing for a runoff, but you're maybe breathing a little easier about the possibility of finishing first in that run, in the run up to that runoff.
And that's important, really, to go into a runoff first with that momentum, isn't it, Patrick?
Yeah, absolutely. As I think I told you guys earlier, the worst place to be as a Republican incumbent in Texas is in a primary runoff, and an even worse place to be is in second place heading into that runoff. You've lost all momentum. It's hard to make the case to donors that you can still win. The other candidate is able to, new doors open for the other candidate in terms of grassroots supporters, elected official supporters, donors, and so Cornyn really wants to avoid an underwhelming finish, especially a second place finish going into a runoff.
And then Patrick, staying with this race, a lot of people are going to start asking, let's say the night ends with, of course, it going to a runoff, but Cornyn leading. I think that's going to put a ton of pressure on President Trump to go ahead and endorse Cornyn in this runoff. Would you agree?
I agree wholeheartedly. Say for example, Cornyn finishes this night in the mid to high 40s, and Paxton is several points behind him, maybe in the low 40s or high 30s. I think a scenario like that would, just based on my reporting of this race, from the beginning, I think a scenario like that would put a lot of pressure on Trump to come off the sidelines and endorse Cornyn heading into the runoff.
We're just talking about the dough that's been spent on all of this. John Cornyn has spent about $6.8 million on this. Ken Paxton has spent about $1.9 million, somewhere in there. Wesley Hunt spending about $4.1 million. Similar to what we're seeing with the race between Jasmine Crockett and those contenders. Lots and lots of money is being funneled into these contests.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I've been telling a lot of people tonight that stood out to me about the fundraising, particularly in the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, is just how much James Tallarico and his affiliated super PAC have been able to outraise and outspend Jasmine Crockett. Now, of course, Crockett got in the race roughly 3 months after Tallarico did. He had a big head start, but usually it's tough as a state lawmaker to step into a federal statewide race, your first federal statewide race, and raise and spend this amount of money that Tallarico and the super PAC supporting him have been able to raise and spend. And so I think the financial disparity on the Democratic side is a bit of a bigger story here. On the Republican side, look, the big money was always going to be with Cornyn. Cornyn and the group supporting him were always going to just totally outpace all his opponents in in fundraising and spending. That is almost always how it works when you're an incumbent facing a competitive primary challenge. I think the financial story on the Democratic side is much more notable, especially considering the fact that Crockett entered this race with a bigger national profile, a higher name ID, and also a proven track record of federal fundraising. I mean, she was able to raise significant amounts of money quarter to quarter just as a sitting member of the House before she was even a Senate candidate. And so the fact that Tallarico was able to financially overpower her in this primary, I think, is especially notable.
Wow, and the numbers are interesting at the moment.
Patrick Svitek, man, I want to thank you for taking some time out of your busy day. I know you are covering all of these races, and so we look forward to hearing from you in the future. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks. Try to get some rest tonight, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Patrick.
Guys, as the numbers continue to come in, it's 8-10. We haven't even seen Dallas County other than on the Republican side. Another race that I am interested in looking at is 33. How is the Julie Johnson versus Allred race going to go? And they won't know until this early vote total drops. You mentioned over 100,000 Democrats voting today.
100,000 total.
I mean,
today.
total
Yeah.
today. But I think that early vote total is going to tell us a lot about Congressional District 33, the newly drawn 33 as well.
I still think that's one of those races that the early voting the die will be cast in.
Yeah.
And as we see, except for these state races, because different parts of the state, obviously different pockets of political ideology. And so you have to really kind of wait for the whole state to come in unless there's an overwhelming lead. But while Patrick Svitek believes Cornyn is overperforming at the moment, I think whatever you call it, overperforming, call it all the hard work, I think that's going to continue. We will see. Collin County, I think, tells us a big story about Ken Paxton.
His home county.
Right.
I mean, in Collin County, voters out of almost every county in the state are dedicated voters. They vote early. They're one of the most efficient counties for run elections, barring this new paper ballot system. But you see now 37% reporting John Cornyn, 44, Paxton, 39. And Rab, you've mentioned this. And Cornyn is in a fight for his life.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, now someone would say, okay, he's a career politician. He'll be okay.
No, you can't take every time you have to run like there are people behind you trying to set you on fire. You have to run, and he's done that in terms of running. But he doesn't want to be the first senator from our state not to be renominated. He doesn't want that as a footnote to his political career. He wants this fifth term.
He's 19-0. You don't want that one loss to be your worst one.
You want to be able to bow out gracefully and retire from your Senate seat, not to be defeated. And so he really wants to win. Will he take it to a runoff? Yeah, he'll go fight. But when you come in first place in a runoff,
it's a lot different.
It's a lot different than coming in second place.
And his critics have been mighty successful with trying to paint him as being sort of out of touch with his base. That's another issue when you're a career politician and an incumbent that's held the position for a long time. Some people just want some straight up new blood brought in, and that could be sort of part of the sentiment we're seeing here.
So this is John Cornyn got left of the state lawmakers in our state, okay? And so they were after him, and Paxton was the guy to go get him. And we'll see how it turns out. But right now, Cornyn is holding his own.
All right, we're in the witching hours of trying to see when wins become losses and when losses become wins. I hope I don't get in trouble from NFL Red Zone on stealing his line, but we're getting into the interesting part of the night where these results are coming in more and starting to get a little tighter. Look at that, 37% in now. Tallarico has taken his first big lead of the night. 52% to 46% over Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. All right, we'll be right back. All right, a lot of money has been spent in this election, and a lot of money from Mays Middleton himself has been spent in this. Mays Middleton has a lot of money, guys. MAGA Mays is leading 44% to Chip Roy, the congressman, with 28%, with 38% coming in. Aaron Wrights coming in at third. State Senator from Houston, Joan Huffman, with 14% in fourth. Gentlemen.
Middleton was consistently polling in second place, so the
Yes.
fact that he's up front tonight, initially with the votes coming in, 38% of the estimated votes counted, that's surprising, considering he was faring a little bit better leading up to today.
Well, he spent maybe $12 million of his own money on this. He spent a lot of money on this campaign. And Chip Roy, the congressman, they were tagging him as a rhino.
Mm-hmm.
And even though the president never called him a rhino, they used the clip from the president talking about rhinos in general in the spots against Chip Roy.
And the clip Roy used was actually in Kerrville of him saying he's tough, but he's good.
Yes.
So we'll have to see how the AG's race shakes out. Now, I know on the Democrat side, things look a little different. Now, Nathan Johnson is probably hoping the Dallas County numbers will put him over the 50.
Yes, that's what he's hoping for. And again, he'll have to wait for those. But with 38% of the statewide vote counted now, he's enjoying a nice lead at this moment.
And it's interesting with Aaron
50%.
With Aaron Wrights, we talked about how he was endorsed by Attorney General Paxton himself. So one might think that if the man who currently holds the spot gives his support to one particular candidate, they might be doing a little bit better. But didn't look like Aaron Wrights was faring too well with the vote tonight.
No. Actually, we saw and heard about him late, if you will, in the campaign cycle. But the man who endorsed him is not doing as well as I think he thought he would do either.
And it may seem like, and we don't have all the numbers yet, but Texans were cool with him being the AG suing administrations, not being the man in the Senate. All right, speaking of the Senate, we're going to check back in on the Senate race. You see there with 41% is getting tighter, guys.
Yeah, it's getting tighter.
John Cornyn, 42, really 43%. Ken Paxton, 40%. Wesley Hunt has not moved from 13.
He really hasn't.
He has not moved. And then James Tallarico, lead is growing, 53% to Jasmine Crockett's 46%. Let's get a pulse for what's going on the ground there. We'll start with Amelia Jones at the Crockett Watch Party. Amelia.
Hi there, guys. Well, it's a party atmosphere. If the polls show that Crockett is trailing, well, the people here don't seem to know that. You can hear the music in the background. They have drinks and appetizers floating around. I do want to mention, though, the statements that Crockett shared after that court order came down about Dallas County extending the polling hours for the Democrat primary vote. She said in that press conference with Congressman Colin Allred that she knows this race is going to be tight. She knows that at the end of the day, it is going to be every vote matter. And so I want to have you guys take a listen, if we can, to some sound that she said earlier in that press conference.
This may be a very close election, and it may hinge on who was allowed to vote or who wasn't allowed to vote in Dallas County. But I'm here to say, regardless as to whether or not it's close or not, this is wrong. If one person has the right to vote and they weren't allowed to cast their vote, we should all be standing together, Democrats, Republicans, and we should all be raising hell. But unfortunately, this was always the plan.
since the polls were extended now to 9 p.m., it could be a very late night before we get results in this race. But hey, Club Vivo here in downtown Dallas seems like it is ready to go the long haul. This is where Crockett will end her night after she has spent her election day on the road between Houston and Dallas, stopping at various polling locations, including one here in Oaklawn. And that's really been the story of her campaign, guys. It has been all high energy, high visibility. She's built her message in this campaign that she's a fighter. She is the Democrat who will go toe-to-toe with Republicans, and she says that she is the one to energize the Democratic base. We know when she entered this race that she was a better-known national figure entering this race, and she's built a following off of some viral clashes with Republicans in Congress. She also enters tonight with some major backing endorsements from music artist Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. So now really the big question is, will that fighter brand translate with voters, and will that big name endorsement that she has make a difference, and will it pull her through for this primary tonight? And with that, I'll send it back to you guys.
Amelia Jones, thank you so much. The question remains uncertain right now if that fighter will be successful.
Well, so she's trailing by some 55,000 votes right now, and Dallas County's outstanding.
And, I mean, I'll just say this. I was going to say this to Amelia. I didn't have Club Vivo on my bingo list as a watch party location on election night. Let's listen to Governor Greg Abbott.
Y'all, this is a generation. Some of you may be looking for a good job. I'll tell you this fact. There's no state in America that has more job opportunity than the great state of Texas. We rank #1 for the most new jobs in the past year, #1 for the most new jobs since COVID, #1 for the most new jobs in America since I have been your governor, and we will continue to be the job opportunity state in the United States of America. But that brings us to the point that we're at now, where we are at now between now and November. Listen, this is going to be a battle between common sense versus chaos, where the Democrats seek to dismantle all the gains that we've been able to achieve. Look at what they want to do. They believe in defunding our police. They believe in Joe Biden's open border policies. They want to go back and undermine what we did, and they want to go back and indoctrinate our kids in our schools with DEI, and we are not going to let that happen. Listen, they were talking about affordability. Listen, the last thing that we need in our lives is higher taxes. And yet, that's what all of these Democrats, from the top of the ballot all the way to the bottom of the ballot, they've actually voted to increase your taxes. They voted against our property tax cut. They actually voted for a state income tax, and they voted to tax your retirement savings. That is wrong, and we're not going to let that happen, because we are going to keep Texas, Texas. Listen, there's a whole lot at stake in this
Texas Governor Greg Abbott
all of
and
those
his
issues
victory
I talked
party
about.
easily winning the nomination. No shock there tonight. Sean Reb, I believe you have some news.
I do. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has filed an appeal to the Dallas County order extending the hours for the polls to remain open until 9 o'clock tonight because of all of the confusion around voting today. In his petition to the state Supreme Court, he said that the judge and the county did not give him a chance to respond as a state's attorney. So there we have it. There's the appeal that's been filed. Again, that's why those votes that are being cast, that even still now, after between 7 and 9, are provisional ballots, because we anticipated someone would file an appeal.
And Casey explained, we talked about this earlier today, but what provisional means as far as being
Casey.
set aside, not that they won't be counted, well, depending on being challenged, but that they won't be included in this vote.
Yeah, depending how that shakes out. And as you said, that's exactly why they decided to call them provisional, because once the polls were supposed to close at 7, we know that people who are already in line are allowed to still vote. But if new people got in line and then they tried to vote through that 2-hour extended window up until 9 p.m., those have to get set aside as provisional ballots, just in case there is some type of a challenge. And we're seeing that now. I'm surprised surprised that Attorney General Paxton has challenged that so far. And now, Sean, where does that go to then? Does that
So
go
if it
up
goes
to
to the
Texas
Supreme Court, he filed it with the state Supreme Court, the highest Supreme Court in our state.
Wow.
And we'll see how they rule and how soon they rule.
Right.
I mean, he filed it tonight.
So are those ballots thrown out if that's the case? If the Supreme Court rules in Paxton's favor or in the Republicans' favor, then votes that are cast beyond 7 p.m. are cast out.
So they may not count if depending on how the Supreme Court rules. At this moment, if somebody's watching or it's still saying, "Oh, I got 30 minutes to go," still go vote because we don't know yet what the High Court will do. His argument is they didn't give him a chance to respond, and so we'll have to see how the court leans.
So the latest there, Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General, doing double duty tonight, being a candidate,
Still being the Attorney
and
General.
being the Attorney General of Texas, challenging the order that allows Democrat voters in Dallas County to vote until 9 p.m. Now, sticking on the Democratic side, we want to bring in Peyton Yeager, who is at the Tallarico watch party tonight. Peyton, has the crowd found out that Tallarico's in the lead now?
Just a few minutes ago, that 53 to 46 number went on the screen, and the crowd here cheered. And then right after that, it showed Tallarico, comfortably winning so far Travis County, his home county, and then cheers erupted again. So it is a lively, positive, vibe here at the Tallarico Watch Party here in Austin. You have families, you have little children running around. People have the Texas flags, they have Tallarico signs. They really do believe the message behind Tallarico, and it's a message that he has been ramping up leading up to election today, building that bipartisan movement, stressing that this campaign is not just for Democrats, and going out into the crowd, talking to a few people. That is what they believe is going to allow James Tallarico to take it home tonight. But they also are cautious. They say this is going to be a long night potentially, and they are willing to be patient. But just a few minutes ago, we did hear some cheers. 53-46, Tallarico. All eyes are on that screen behind me right now.
Peyton Yeager, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you during our newscast later tonight. So, guys, going back to the Republican side, John Cornyn, Patrick said, overperform, whatever you want to call it. Cornyn is in the lead right now. But this does show that there is some Republicans who are not happy with the incumbent, with Paxton having high 30s, and then Wesley Hunt getting a little piece of the pie too. Should Cornyn be concerned, or is this just Republican fighting?
Well, it's both. I think, again, the rhino label for the far right of the Republican Party is very hard to overcome. I've had emails from viewers who said in their emails, if no one is running against John Cornyn, I'm voting for no one because he's a rhino. So he's got to overcome that. Yes, Wesley Hunt is the fly in the ointment. Without him, I think the numbers are different.
He has 130,000 votes.
Yeah, you can't ignore that, right? So you can't ignore that. Who's going to get his support in the runoff?
Right. What type of voter do you think picks up those extra votes if he's pushed out tonight?
And does Hunt endorse someone?
That's my point. Who's going to get his support? Both of those men will have to go to him and make some kind of appeal or offer him something. Remember early on I said, what's his exit plan? He's walking away from a protected congressional district to be the third horse in this race. So,
and he hasn't talked as much about Ken Paxton as he has John Cornyn.
Right.
And when I asked him that question, he said, well, look, I'm showing my differences between me and the incumbent, and said, Ken Paxton has issues as well, but I'm showing my differences between me and the incumbent. With him saying that, he was in high school when Cornyn got in office and all that stuff, I don't see him endorsing John Cornyn.
Right. I don't either. Understand that, although politics is a strange bedfellow, but incumbents always have those who don't like them. Always. And so that's it. Plus, if you've been there as long as he as he has, you've rubbed some people the wrong way.
And sometimes people, again, like I said earlier, just want some change. I mean, Ken Paxton is also an institution in the GOP here in Texas. I mean, he has that household name recognition, but sometimes people want some change. And if they don't like the way things are going, affordability, you know, a number of ways he's voted on certain issues in Washington, it's time maybe for a little bit of fresh blood in the system.
I'm still interested in how Collin County is voting.
Yeah, I mean,
It is an interesting
All right,
point.
let's go to David St-Gendry, who is live at the Paxton Watch Party here in Dallas. David, when we talked to you earlier, we were talking about some breaking news with an arrest, but now Paxton is edging closer to John Cornyn.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people inside of here are talking about at the watch party. And I got to be honest, a few people here I was talking with just a bit ago had no idea that arrest even happened outside. I know really caught us off guard. I told you that I did not expect to be talking about something like that today, but it was around 5:15 when Dallas Police Department got a call about someone who was suspicious. That's how they were labeled, suspicious, outside of the hotel. It was someone who was wearing a mask and who was walking around, not answering a whole lot of questions from my understanding, and Dallas Police Department eventually made some sort of an apprehension because he did not have a proper license plate on the vehicle he was in. Did a traffic stop. The person apparently did not drive off anywhere. He was just in the car. So they pulled him out, did a traffic stop there on scene outside the hotel, and found a whole lot of ammunition in the trunk of his vehicle. That led to an arrest. He's been charged now with some traffic citations, but we still don't know the name of this person. We don't know the circumstances surrounding why he was out here at this watch party. So somewhat bizarre, a bit frightening for some people, but we know Dallas Police Department is investigating right now, and we're working to try to get more answers. We'll get you a name when we have that, mugshot when that comes available, if it becomes available. But yeah, here on scene right now, I'd say there are probably about 120 people just mingling right now inside of this event for Attorney General Ken Paxton. There was some tight security getting in. We were searched. There were dogs sniffing our gear, and that's standard protocol for most of these events. So you got to think security is even tightening up a little bit more after that incident that we saw outside. I was told earlier that Ken Paxton will be taking the stage around 9 o'clock. Don't know if that's still going to happen. As we know, all these situations are quite fluid. I know there is a speaker list that usually all those speakers usually come before the main attraction takes stage. And since we haven't heard from any speakers yet, and we're at 8:35, I gotta think it's getting pushed significantly back before Ken Paxton takes the stage. But we'll see. We'll see. Don't know who's going to be on that speaker list. I was trying to get some names, but a spokesperson for his campaign out here told me it's just too fluid right now, and they don't want to commit to letting us know who's going to be speaking if that person doesn't show up. But we'll see, you know, how these numbers continue to roll in out here and how people respond, but obviously not the event that we, not the way to start off this event that we anticipated, Stephen.
For sure, David. Well, one person who won't be on that speaker list is Donald Trump, at least not tonight. David St-Gendry, thank you so much for your time. All right, we're going to go to break. When we come back, we'll hear from Scott Braddock, who's a wealth of knowledge from the Quorum Report. They're in Austin. I want you to look at the results, and we'll be back in a few. up. I'll give you first dibs.
I'm ready.
Any surprises
Speed
for you
round,
yet,
let's
Scott?
go.
Any surprises for you yet?
No, no surprises yet. I'm keeping an eye on what's happening with legislative races right now because that's where we live at quorumreport.com. But as far as the statewide stuff, I'm not surprised by the results in the U.S. Senate race so far. The one that does have some people raising their eyebrows so far at this evening with the early vote is the race for Texas Comptroller, where you have former Dallas Senator Don Huffines, who's way out in the lead at last check in the early vote there with 61%, so might win that with no runoff. We're starting to really put some numbers on the board here. As far as some of the congressional races around the state, it's steady as she goes with most of this stuff. As you've seen, there in Dallas County and in Williamson County here in Central Texas, there were all these hiccups and confusion about voting. And now we have a court battle breaking out, one of these late breaking court battles into the evening, as you now see the Attorney General's office, led by Ken Paxton, running for U.S. Senate, trying to keep some of those votes from counting up in Dallas County, those that would have been counted after 7 o'clock. Of course, a judge there in Dallas County ordered the voting extended right until 9 p.m. But Paxton's office is now asking the state Supreme Court to step in and not allow for that. So there's a lot of question marks up in the air. And I had one of my number crunchers, I'll tell you this, one of my number crunching guys who's a Republican was going through the exact total in the last Democratic primary for what the Dallas County area meant in that primary, where you now have Tallarico leading Crockett, but of course Dallas County being her home base. And that area in Dallas County represented just a little over 12% of the whole vote in the last midterm election in a Democratic primary. So if those votes get to stand, we might have a long evening in that race. And that's why you probably won't see the AP or any of the others calling that race anytime soon.
Scott, Casey Siegel here. Just wondering if you can sort of talk historically about this is something that doesn't happen all too often at all. I mean, we had an incident in 2022 in Harris County when some of the polls had to stay open a little bit later, but this is pretty unprecedented. And then to have a candidate, Ken Paxton, also as acting Attorney General, then filing briefs here in this 12th hour.
Yeah, very unusual, and very unusual for the reason that the reason being that there was some unusual activity leading up to this, right? I mean, it's been known for months that folks in Dallas County and Williamson County were going to have to vote at the polling place that corresponds with their address instead of the countywide voting where they could just vote anywhere. But it was the local Republican Party in Dallas there, led by Chairman Alan West, who led the charge for this to change things up. And so, sure, it can be known by the candidates and the campaigns for months. But voters who have gotten used to being able to cast their ballot wherever they want, were very confused by this. I talked to some voters in Dallas County this afternoon, one, for example, who was pretty animated about it and cursing on the phone and saying it shouldn't be this blank hard to vote. The person had looked up their voting place on the Dallas County voting website this morning. They went to that elementary school where they were told they were supposed to vote. The workers there told them they were supposed to go to some other location that's 15 minutes away. And when the person got there, they were told, no, you need to go back to that elementary school where you started. And so 30 minutes round trip. And the person there in Dallas said, they had the luxury of being able to drive around for a while to finally cast their vote. But if they were somebody who had to go back to work at their office today, they probably just would have skipped it. So I think it is going to be something that disenfranchises quite a lot of people.
Scott, as we look at these numbers, as they continue to come in, I think mid 40% in for the Senate race. Do you think on the Democrat side it could come down to Dallas County if the numbers stay where they are? I mean, at last check, I believe Tallarico was leading by like 60,000 votes or so. We're looking right now on the screen, 585,000 votes to 506,000 votes. Could this come down to Dallas County, or we still are waiting on some West Texas, some rural county votes as well?
We'll watch some of these rural county votes. I think it's also important to note that this is an election cycle that's also unique for this because of this fact that there is an African-American choice on the ballot in the Democratic primary, which does end up bringing out a lot of Black folks across Deep East Texas and in West Texas as well. Which really hasn't happened in one of these high-profile races in Texas since 2008, when a black man was running for president, Barack Obama versus Secretary Hillary Clinton at that time in the Democratic primary, when we had about 3 million people vote. So Dallas County going to be pivotal. But I'll be interested to see when the major news agencies start to call these races based on the fact that so many votes are still out. And there are also problems, as you know, with the reporting from the Secretary of State's office that's been really slow with some of these numbers. And a lot of the number crunchers here in Austin who are trying to figure out what's going on with the early vote they were actually delaying the release of some of their reports and their analysis of the early vote because the Secretary of State was taking a long time to let us know who had voted so far.
Wow. Scott, are you shocked at all at the Republican side for the AG's race? I mean, Wright is coming in third right now at the last check. But there's been a big gap with Mays Middleton and Chip Roy. Does that shock you?
Well, I mean, it's the money goes a long way in these races. You're showing the numbers now: 43% to 29 against Roy. Middleton way in the lead, and he has spent something like he's poured at least about $10 million of his own money into that race, and a lot of that, as you've seen on the airwaves in Dallas-Fort Worth, and we've seen it around the state. Middleton has just been blasting Chip Roy as being a rhino who's opposed to President Trump in some key ways, and that's apparently landing with Republican voters. You remember that the biggest example of Congressman Roy, in conflict with the president and the administration, was on January 6th, when there were actually Democrats in the U.S. House chamber who were applauding as Chip Roy was saying that the Republicans in Congress should not try to overturn the election that had been won by, at that time, President-elect Biden. And that applause from Democrats at that time is certainly going to win you some scorn from Republicans in a GOP primary. And the fact that that attack in particular has had so much money behind it on the airwaves and online all across Texas is certainly having an effect.
We're just getting some breaking news that was brought to our attention. The Texas Supreme Court has now temporarily blocked the Dallas judge's order to keep the polls open until 9. So the order says that they must separate out the votes from people who are not in line by 7 p.m. So Sean Rabb has been breaking this news all night with the initial expansion of the polling hours in Dallas County. Then we had Attorney General Ken Paxton issue a ruling, and now the Texas Supreme Court has already ruled.
Right, and so the way it was done in Dallas County tonight is everyone, Scott, who showed up after 7 o'clock, they were given a provisional ballot if they were not in line before 7. So those ballots are already parsed out and separate and on hold. So they won't impact the numbers. They won't be counted in tonight at this moment either.
Scott, what is your take on that?
Well, there you go. And there is precedent for setting aside those provisional ballots and disqualifying those voters. And it looks like in this case, the Supreme Court's acting in such a way that's going to keep that from happening this evening, which could, as you pointed out, Stephen, could end up being decisive in a big way for Tallarico, because he is up at 7 points at this point as we look at the votes that have come in so far, and we've got so many there in Dallas County who were so confused about the way that things were supposed to be run there, and I made note of this early on. I'm sure y'all did too. That it was worth pointing out to everybody early today that the areas where these problems are being reported are in the home bases of the two main people at the top of running for U.S. Senate on the Democratic side.
Right.
And so it really gives an advantage to Tallarico, where those votes, they've had some problems in Williamson County, but they didn't have, this much confusion with the legal battle and all the rest of it.
And this is why we heard the candidate earlier say this was all a plan, because it's only happening in the two counties, their home counties. Those two Republican chairs ask for the separate primary, and under the state election code, if a party asks for it, it has to be carried out. This is why they're accusing it of being a plan from the beginning. But at any rate, at this moment, the High Court has agreed with the Attorney General, and those votes are not going to happen.
Can we talk a little bit about John Cornyn? Our news director, Bruce Smith, brought us kind of an interesting anecdote that I think is worth mentioning. Even if Cornyn ends up in first place, you can interpret the vote this way. A majority of Republican voters voted against the incumbent. What say you on that?
Absolutely. Traditionally in Texas, when an incumbent is forced into a runoff, they don't win their elections. I'll give you a stat on that. At the legislative level, whenever an incumbent, and this is for both parties, an incumbent being forced into a runoff, that incumbent almost always loses. The political survival rate for an incumbent in Texas in a runoff is 6 or 7%. And so there's a reason, as y'all know, here in Austin, Senator Cornyn's campaign, they decided not to really have a party or a celebration tonight. Instead, they were going to do, simply a media availability for the senator to come out and answer questions. But up there in Dallas, it sounds like the Paxton campaign, they're popping bottles because they're having a party there. I'm not sure if it's an open bar or a cash bar, but they're going to be drinking in Dallas tonight.
Relevant comparison 2012, David Dewhurst, the lieutenant governor and Republican establishment candidate, finished first in that primary with 44% of the votes, almost 150,000 ahead of Ted Cruz at the time. In the runoff, Cruz overwhelmed Dewhurst. Do you think you see parallels there?
I do. And with another race that was 2 years later, which was the race for the job that Dewhurst was in, Lieutenant Governor Dewhurst was defeated in a Republican runoff by the current office holder, Little Governor Dan Patrick, in similar fashion. It was one of those runoffs that ran into the summer. And the deal about the runoffs, especially on the Republican side, we don't have as much experience with this in Democratic politics and in modern Texas history. But for Republicans, the people who tend to show up in a Republican primary are already, folks who are generally a little bit more to the right, or certainly at least to the right of those Republicans who only vote in November. The people who vote in a Republican primary runoff are the ones who are the most motivated, and in some cases the most extreme. The people who, put it this way, the people who would crawl through broken glass in the rain to be able to vote for the person who they prefer, those are the ones who show up, in the middle of the hot Texas summer to vote in a runoff.
Hey, Scott Braddock from the Quorum Report. Thank you so much for taking some time on your primary election night to share some knowledge with us. I'll see you around the Capitol pretty soon.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, good to see you again, my friend.
Appreciate it.
My pleasure, gentlemen. Talk soon.
All right, guys, as we head to break, one of our reporters on the ground in Dallas County said they just locked the doors to the poll that she is at.
Yeah, and here's why. Because the high court has just ruled all those who are casting ballots after 7, those are disallowed. So stop the voting. What's going to happen in the very next few minutes, we're going to have the early votes released from Dallas County. My people are telling me they're coming.
All right.
So we'll have the early vote totals from Dallas County in a very few minutes now, after the Supreme Court has ruled those ballots cast after 7 will be disallowed.
Forgive an ignorant question, gentlemen, but how do they know who is the very last how do they know who got in line?
Good question.
There is a person standing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an actual
Marker,
person.
if you will.
And oftentimes they will put something to here's where the line breaks.
So they know.
And even if you show up, you wouldn't be able to.
I see.
And then of course tonight what happened is those people got a provisional ballot.
Right.
So
and those are now not going to be counted
Right.
according to the Texas Supreme Court.
Right.
Wow, fast-moving developments.
All right, we are going, and there you see, there's a live shot right there. Doors closed, it's locked, they are
open
done.
now, yeah.
All right, we're going to go to break, and when we come back, we may see the early voting results from Dallas County. Stay with us. wrap this thing up on digital. I mean, we'll still be on digital, but Sean Rabb, a lot of changes tonight, a lot relying on Dallas County.
Yeah, a lot of people waiting on Dallas County, and sadly, a number of people who voted after 7 p.m., those votes won't be allowed tonight because of all that happened today with voting locations and the confusion around that.
I'm dying to find out what Jasmine Crockett says about this. I mean, she was pretty heated in that press conference, rightfully so, earlier. So lots of stuff to look forward to with the story.
Man, I mean, this is not the night that we thought it was going to be, but that's what makes things fun. All right, that's all for our digital coverage. Turn over to Fox 4 News or stay on the Fox Local app. We'll see you in a few minutes.
It is primary night in Texas. We're watching the returns come in for the bitter races for the U.S. Senate seats in the Republican and Democrat primaries. The latest results on those races and more. The polls are just closing in Dallas County for Democrats after a last-minute appeal. A procedural change about how and where Republicans and Democrats hold their primaries ended up confusing voters. But now a Supreme Court decision could change the whole thing.
Israel launches a fresh wave of strikes against Iran as Iran strikes back against Israel and targets U.S. facilities across the Gulf region. And the last dry day before several days of storm chances, how much rain we could get and when we could see severe storms.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Good evening. Welcome to primary night coverage from Fox 4 News. I'm Clarice Tinsley.
And I'm Steve Eager. We thank you for watching. It's 9 o'clock. We have the latest results on the bottom of your screen. They will be there all evening long once you see them on the bottom, once we get them. And it's on our website, too, fox4news.com. So let's get you right to some numbers. In the marquee race for one of the 2 U.S. Senate seats in the state of Texas, intense campaigning in both party primaries, very talented and experienced politicians. On the Republican side, John Cornyn has been in this seat 23 years, since 2002, and he has a narrow lead after Ken Paxton, and that lead has been shrinking most of the night. Current Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, U.S. Representative Wesley Hunt, with 13%, a number that could have an impact on the overall numbers, but it looks like this one's going to a runoff between Cornyn and Paxton.
Definitely a spoiler there. The most expensive race, Steve, in U.S. history for U.S. Senate. All right, let's look at the Democrats. The primary U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett. Dallas is her home district. She's got national name recognition. We are waiting to see what these numbers are going to continue to be for her and for State Representative James Tallarico. He flipped his Williamson County district from red to blue in 2018. You see right now 46% of the votes in Tallarico, 53%, Crockett for 46%. And we want to let you know the Texas Supreme Court just blocked a Dallas County judge's order to extend the Democrat primary by 2 hours to 9 p.m. So that means every vote in Dallas County from someone who was not already in line at 7 p.m. will not be counted. Ken Paxton, in his capacity as Attorney General, asked to block it because he said he didn't get the proper notice.
The Dallas Democrat Party called for an extension earlier today because of confusion about this year's election changes. This year, Republicans and Democrats held separate elections, meaning they had different places to vote, not a joint election. So that meant a change to the normal countywide voting system to precinct-specific voting. Democrats claimed the county elections website crashed, but a lot of voters said they didn't know where to go. Also, a man was arrested outside Ken Paxton's watch party in uptown Dallas. Dallas police say officers noticed a suspicious individual and pulled him over after he got into a car without a license plate. Police say they found ammunition inside that vehicle and say he was arrested for traffic violations. We'll have more on this story and the Republican race for the Senate from David Centenary in just a few minutes. But our Fox 4 News political panel has been watching the results come in since they closed at 7 p.m. They've been streaming on our Fox Local channel.
Let's go to our digital studio right now. Casey Stiegel, Stephen Dial, Sean Rabb. Hey, guys, you've been doing a great job all night. Let's talk about those numbers.
Well, let's start by talking about the big number tonight, and that is what happened in Dallas County today with those folks who voted provisional because of what happened trying to find their voting locations. We've heard from Republicans and Democrats, and yet those votes won't count. It's a big mess tonight, really.
It really is, and obviously the reason behind this is, as you all outlined it a little bit, but traditionally in Dallas County, people have gone to the very same location year after year after year and cast their ballots for primaries. That changed this year based off of the Dallas County GOP moving to vote to a more precinct-based voting system for what they said security and neighborhood integrity, and as a result, some information was fed into the websites wrong, and so people were putting in their zip codes trying to find out where their new voting location was. They showed up, turned out that wasn't where they were supposed to be, and then they got run around. So then a court filing came in.
Right. The Dallas County Democrat Party went to court, asked a judge to extend the hours. That judge did so, Stacey Williams. The Attorney General then went to the Supreme Court and said they didn't give us an opportunity to respond to this, and so the High Court has thrown it out.
And this has statewide implications. We know Dallas County is one of the most populous counties in the state, and so for Democrat races, this is really important, specifically on the Senate race for Jasmine Crockett, because this is her home county. She has to run up the score here in Dallas County to have a fighting chance. She's trailing right now to James Tallarico, but the other races too. We're looking at the Attorney General's race on the Democrat side, where Dallas County Senator Nathan Johnson, he can get the 50+1 if those Dallas County numbers go in his favor. And so Dallas County can swing a lot of races tonight.
And not only that, but this only happened in 2 counties across our state. Only 2 counties where the Republican chairs asked for separate primaries. Williamson County, James Tallarico's home county, and Dallas County, Jasmine Crockett's home county, and both of those counties had problems today.
And what has made it very interesting is here we are at 5 after 9 o'clock, and normally we have a pretty good sense of what the numbers look like because all of the early voting tallies get dropped once the polls close at 7. Since they were extended in Dallas County, where we have a blockbuster Senate race, as you talked about, we now don't have any of those numbers yet. We have not seen any of the early voting tallies from Dallas County, and the turnout we know was really big. We've been reporting on that, leading up to the primary today. But we're talking about a lot of votes that we still don't have in the precincts reporting.
So Dallas County, over 187,000 Democrats voted early. So
and
when
100,000 people voted today.
Right. So when that drops, we're going to see some changes in a lot of these races.
So pretty historic development that we've been talking about here. And also, just kind of parsing all of the information, lots of stuff coming in.
Oh, yeah. And a lot more is going to have the fallout from this, right? There are some people who will lose because of what happened tonight. They just are.
Jasmine Crockett said earlier this evening that some of these races are in fact so close that it may hinge on who was allowed to vote and who was not allowed to vote. So again, if we have very narrow of margins in some of these races, and then you get people online starting to tell stories, starting to share information that they were in line and they were turned away and they did not get to do their civic duty, which was vote today, that's going to be a mess.
So this is one of the races. The Tallarico-Crockett race is one of those races that's going to be whisker close, and Dallas County is going to make a difference one way or the other.
So we're going to send it back to you, Steve and Clarice, from the digital studio. We're going to be, of course, here throughout the night, tracking various developments and various storylines, and we'll see you all in just a little while.
All right, guys, I do have a request for your next hit. I was fascinated by what Scott Braddock had to say about the trouble for a Republican who has to go to a runoff and has challenged how often a Republican in Texas gets drilled and does not get reelected, talking specifically about John Cornyn.
On the internet?
Get into that. All right, we'll check back with our panel in just a few minutes. Right now, let's return to the Republican primary for U.S. Senate. Attorney General Ken Paxton, incumbent John Cornyn, and U.S. Representative Wesley Hunt.
Fox 4's David Centendry, as we look at the numbers, is at Ken Paxton's election night watch party in Uptown Dallas, where there was police activity earlier tonight. David.
Yeah, I can tell you this is not the type of live shot I expected to do tonight. Instead of immediately talking about election results, we are talking about a man who was arrested outside of this watch party with a bunch of ammunition inside of his vehicle. So we talked to Dallas Police Department. We're getting some information from them. Apparently, it was just after 5 o'clock when someone reported that there was a man outside of the hotel here in Uptown looking suspicious outside of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's watch party. Dallas PD says the man entered a vehicle that did not have a license plate on it, so officers conducted a traffic stop and found an assortment of ammunition in the vehicle. The man was arrested for traffic violations, and police continue to investigate the circumstances which led him to be masked outside this watch party with that ammunition. Certainly a story we will continue to follow, but for now, as for the event, Attorney General Ken Paxton is attempting to do something historic, and that's take down a U.S. Senator in John Cornyn, who's held the seat for more than 20 years, since 2002. Win or lose, Paxton's team tells me we should expect him to take the stage front and center this evening. This is the most expensive primary in state history. $100 million spent by the Republican Party thus far. Senator John Cornyn has called Ken Paxton unelectable, recently pointing to Paxton's very public divorce amidst cheating allegations on his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton. Ken Paxton has worked to build up his reputation, recently having his daughter highlight positive traits about him in campaign ads, including his religious faith. So we also have Wesley Hunt in the race, a U.S. representative out of Houston. Some believe his involvement will lead to this race not being decided tonight. It's likely this race will result in a runoff, as polling does not show any candidate receiving a majority of the votes. And at this point in time, President Donald Trump has not endorsed any of these candidates. If this does go to a runoff, we'll see if things change. I'll tell you that as far as the mood out here, there are about 140 people out here. It's been slowly building. I know there's a private room behind us where dozens more are gathered. And again, Ken Paxton is scheduled to take the stage here probably around 10 o'clock. It was initially going to be 9 o'clock, but things have changed. It's now going to be 10 o'clock. So right now we've had one speaker in support of the current Texas Attorney General and a whole lot of music playing. There's some Leonard Skinner earlier. So we'll see what the DJ has in store for the rest of the night. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, David, thanks.
All right, let's take another look at the Democrat primary for U.S. Senate. This one will not go to runoff, just two people in it, so the winner takes all, and we'll go into the general election. U.S. Rep. Jasmine Crockett with 45%, James Tallarico in with 53%. And I think the Dallas County vote that will be counted or won't be counted could be
will be significant. Will have a significant role in this race.
How that argument plays out.
Yeah, because it's her home district. All right, let's go to Fox 4's Amelia Jones in downtown Dallas at Jasmine Crockett's watch party. Amelia, what's the mood there?
Hi, Clarice and Steve. We're waiting for Jasmine Crockett to take the stage and address the crowd here at Club Vivo in downtown Dallas. Her team tells me that she is going to come and speak now that the polls are officially closed. We heard from her earlier when that court order first came down that Dallas County was extending the hours for the Democratic primary until 9 p.m. And in that press conference, she emphasized that every vote in this race will matter. She knows that it is going to come down to the wire. She spent her election day traveling from Houston to Dallas, visiting various polling locations along the way, including one here in Oaklawn. Crockett's campaign has been one of high energy, high visibility, and built on the message of her being a fighter, willing to go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic Party. Crockett entered this race as a better-known national figure, and she's received endorsements from music artist Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. So now the big question is, will that fighter message translate with voters, and will those big name endorsements pay off and pull her through for this primary? She is obviously hoping that those Dallas County votes will make a difference, and when we hear from her, we will be sure to take this on air and online. But it sounds like she might be coming to the stage right now. It appears somebody is coming and the crowd is quieting down. I'm going to step out of the way here so we could zoom in on the stage. And Jasmine Crockett is here. Let's take a listen.
There's a lot that took place specifically in Dallas County. I'm sure you've been watching the returns, and none of the returns out of Dallas County are quite in yet. Dallas County should have the second largest voter participation of any county in this state. We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today. And so, you know, our Democratic Party chair, Cardall Coleman, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin Allred. We're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. So here's the deal. I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who was in line by what time, because the rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote. And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes,
to put it mildly, Jasmine Crockett said a lot of confusion today in Dallas County, and informing her supporters at her watch party that the people who had been told they could vote up until 9 o'clock because of the confusion about the polls changing. After the Supreme Court made its ruling, she's telling them, no, you have to be in line at 7 o'clock in order for that to happen.
And since that happened and they stopped it before 9, I think that means It's just not going to happen.
As she said, disenfranchised.
It did stop before 9, and that was they told everybody they could vote until a certain time, and then they could vote until 9, and they didn't. It's going to be a mess. She's already not happy, and it's going to be a mess.
It is one right now, yeah. State Representative James Tallarico has been watching the results with his supporters tonight in Austin.
Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is at a watch party there. Peyton.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Clarice. No sign of James Tallarico just yet this evening, but we have been hearing more and more cheers behind me from this crowd. They are glued to this TV. The confusion in Dallas County really not taking away from the positive energy here tonight. Again, these supporters so far pleased with the lead, but all night they really have been telling me they've been patient for those Dallas County numbers due to it being Jasmine Crockett's home. Some here in the crowd, confused on what's happening in Dallas. But again, these supporters here tonight still very confident. Sounds like right now they are listening to what we just heard on our airway, Jasmine Crockett. So they are definitely trying to figure out what is going on in Dallas County and if that would affect James Tallarico's numbers in any way. Again, we've not heard from James Tallarico since this recent ruling just about less than a half hour ago from the Texas Supreme Court. But earlier tonight, his team did release a statement urging Dallas County to extend its hours, saying that he wanted all of Texans' voices to be heard. Again, we are waiting for a possible updated statement now from Tallarico's team. Also speaking with Tallarico supporters, they are still waiting for numbers from Williamson County. That is just north of Austin. So again, the confusion in Dallas County, I know these supporters want answers. They want to know what's going on, but it is still a very positive energy here down in Austin for James Tallarico. Back to you guys in Dallas.
All right, Peyton Yeager will be talking to you again soon. Thanks.
And thankfully, things have been storm-free for election night, but we will likely see a different story tomorrow as showers and thunderstorms are expected to pop across North Texas. Look at this storm timeline. I think things are going to be quiet for the thunderstorms to develop in the afternoon with that best severe threat likely around 5 o'clock and towards midnight. Still have some light showers right now across some of our northern counties. Cook, Montague County, you're seeing a couple of showers there. Munster, back towards Gainesville, a little bit of light rain. And meanwhile, in Dallas, things are relatively quiet. 76 at DFW Airport, humidity at 52%, and that southeast winds continue. Expect the southeast winds to turn south overnight. Again, some drizzle possible in the morning, and then our storm chances go up in the afternoon with that potential for severe weather, a level 2 slight risk across almost all of North Texas. We'll time out what that means for you in your 7-day forecast and more on those severe threats coming up.
All righty, thank you, Josh. Coming up, more on the voting issues in Dallas County as the polls finally closed for the Democrat Party voting. Why a judge agreed the party needed more time, and that has flipped on its ear.
Totally
by
changed.
The Supreme Court.
Yeah, and we're checking in on the other big races across our state, who Governor Abbott will likely be facing in November. Still ahead.
And a live look at Ken Paxton's election night party. This is in Uptown Dallas. We'll have much more on the primaries coming up on Fox 4 News.
Normally the polls close at 7 o'clock, but because there was massive confusion, some people just didn't know where they were supposed to go to vote, and then they were told to go to another place. And then there was a decision that was made by a judge after the Democratic Party complained about that. They said, okay, we will extend the voting until 9 o'clock tonight. However, Attorney General Ken Paxton said he was not consulted about that decision. And then it went to the Supreme Court that said, no, we will not extend these votes until 9 o'clock.
Right, and I'm still a little confused if he just stopped it at that moment, whatever it was, 8:40, or if some voting continued, if any of those, if he stopped it early before the 9 o'clock thing, I guess it's just those votes are out. He does want them separated. I don't know what that means, separated, and you know what. Say again? Yeah, we got it. Okay, so the party asked that judge to do that, and it's been confusing all day. The main issue is the voters were not familiar with where they should go. Many were going to their old places and didn't know their new place. Alex Boyer is in our newsroom with more. Alex, you're going to clear all this up for us, aren't you?
I'm certainly going to try. You know, there is a lot to unpack here, as we know. Within the last hour, as we've heard mentioned and know now that the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked that Dallas County judge's order to keep the polls open until 9 p.m., ordering the county to separate out votes from people who were not in line at 7 p.m. Again, the question is, how do you know who is in line at that time? So let's break down how we got here. The voting issues actually happened here in Dallas County and then in Williamson County, located in Central Texas, where the elections were split this year based on party. The Republican Party in both counties pushed for a separate election, which meant that there was no county-wide voting sites. So the so-called non-joint primaries in these counties required folks to cast their votes at locations specific to their party. So here's what happened ultimately. Some people apparently showed up to their usual voting location, not familiar with the changes, and were turned away. Other voters claimed that the Secretary of State's election website gave them inaccurate locations, causing them to go to the wrong place. So the Secretary of State's office told us that there were issues, but pointed the blame to information that they received from Dallas County. It all led to the Dallas County Democratic Party filing that lawsuit late this afternoon. A judge agreed with the Dems and ordered that the Democratic polling locations in the county be extended until 9 p.m. Now, at that time, Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and former Dallas Congressman Colin Allred held an emergency news conference to express their concerns. Take a listen.
We have had chaos across our community here in North Texas, as folks have gone to their normal polling place and been turned away, told to go somewhere else.
They not only did this in Dallas County, they did it in Williamson County. Williamson County right now, from what I understand, has not been granted any relief. I am here to say that it is wrong for it to be done to anyone, a Democrat or a Republican.
So the Republican Party did not seek the same relief. That meant the Republicans had until 7 p.m. to cast their ballots. Now, this is not a final ruling, but will certainly make it more difficult to get results from Dallas County in a timely fashion. We, of course, guys, will keep you posted.
Alex, I do have a question. You refer to something kind of, and I think you need more focus, and I want you to do it a little bit. Yeah, if the polls originally close at 7 and there's a line still waiting, those guys would all move through. The other people heard, hey, we can go down there now because we can vote until 9. Was anybody keeping track of where the line was at 7 and the people who came up behind? That thing, that's unwieldy, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's really going to come down to the folks that are tasked with running those facilities, those voting locations, to be monitoring that and then be able to report that back in some sort of process that would be allowed in this case, and then ultimately know which of those votes should be counted and which wouldn't. But again, I think this is kind of uncharted territory, at least certainly for this primary election night. So we'll have to really see how they go about doing that.
Yeah, because once it was at 6:30 that they found out it was going to be extended, so I don't even know if people went out at 7 to figure out who was in line. Why would you do that if it's going to go to 9? And then a timestamp won't be accurate either. This is going to spend some time in court. All right, Alex, thanks.
That happened to my husband today because he went to the place where we normally go to vote, and that wasn't his polling location. But they did tell him where he had to go. That was earlier. But I vote early, so for me it wasn't an issue, but for him it was. But he did get to cast his vote.
On time.
Yeah, early, way before 7.
All right, so you've heard the nuts and bolts of what happened today. Now to the stories from the voters who say they were turned away from polling locations or sent to some of those wrong locations they were unfamiliar with.
Fox 4's Vanya Castillo's been talking to voters today about those changes. Vanya.
Hi, Clarice. Hi, Steve. Yeah, I watched as about maybe 10 to 15 minutes before 9 o'clock. We saw these doors behind me locked to this polling location. Now, it was supposed to stay open an extra 2 hours, as you guys have been talking about, because of that extension that the Democrats were able to get, all of that being shut down by the Texas Supreme Court. Now, I spoke to a lot of people today who walked in one after another being turned away because they were at the wrong polling location. Now, for the first time in 15 years, voters were not able to cast their ballot at any polling location across the county after Republicans requested a split primary election, which means Republicans and Democrats are holding separate primaries instead of a joint election. Now, a lot of the people I spoke with who'd been turned away told me they were frustrated and felt like they were being silenced. One woman who came to vote at this location told me she lives less than a 5-minute walk away. When she got here, she was turned away and found out she'd have to walk 35 minutes to be able to vote. A Good Samaritan gave her a ride, but she still got to the polling location after 7 p.m. Now, she did cast her vote because Dallas County Democratic Party Chair Cardell Coleman filed an emergency petition asking the court to extend voting hours because of the problems voters were experiencing.
If they wouldn't have extended the hours, I wouldn't have been able to vote, period.
How does that make you feel?
I'm upset. I'm angry. Very angry, because this is not right. Because a lot of people they sent away, I guarantee you they didn't go.
Now, even though Smith's vote was cast, it was counted as a provisional vote because she did vote after 7 p.m. after the Texas Supreme Court ruling. As of right now, her vote doesn't count. Now, the presiding election officer did come out and told us that at this polling location, there were 18 provisional votes cast. Now, he had separated them ahead of time just in case there were any changes. But again, none of those counting as of now. Back to you guys.
Vanya, thank you.
Here's a live look at James Tallarico's watch party in Austin. Are the lights down? Are they about to announce them? Anyway, it looks like an exciting time. More from that race for the Democrat nomination for the U.S. Senate in a moment.
primary side.
Governor Greg Abbott is easily winning the Republican primary for his seat. He's hoping to be elected for his 4th term in November. By the way, there are no term limits for Texas governor. He addressed his supporters moments ago.
Between now and November, listen, this is going to be a battle between common sense versus chaos. We know that it actually means something to be a Texan. And we are going to stand for what Texas stands for, and we are going to fight and unite, and we're going to win this election. With your help, working every single day, we will keep Texas, Texas. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Texas.
On the Democrat side for governor, there are 9 candidates on the ballot. The AP just called that race for State Representative Gina Hinojosa. No runoff will be needed.
And things are relatively quiet tonight, but showers and thunderstorms, some spring-like ones expected tomorrow. We'll time out when we could see some in the Metroplex coming up. Welcome back to Fox 4 News at 9. I'm meteorologist Josh Johns in for Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry on this election night, which is a calm night in North Texas. As you look outside downtown Dallas, Skycam, a beautiful night. The breezes are hanging around tonight, but tomorrow is going to be totally different. Our first round of thunderstorms is possible tomorrow. We're going to be in between systems on Thursday. Then I expect another round of showers and thunderstorms coming in by Friday on into Saturday. So very active pattern settling on in. It was warm and breezy today, though. 84 your high. We started off this morning at 65. That's where we're supposed to get in the afternoon this time of year. So a very warm air mass in place. And even at this hour, we have numbers that are close to 80 right now in downtown Dallas, mid-70s, DFW Airport, 77 in Corsicana. Although if you head out of town, numbers have dropped into the lower 70s from Mineral Wells back towards Granbury and Stephenville. Still breezy, though. South winds continuing around 10 to 20 miles per hour. And we even have a couple of showers that are showing up on radar over here towards parts of Montague and Cook County. Very, very light rain. By morning, we could see a couple of showers as well as that south wind's continuing to bring up the moisture. Our next storm system building over Oklahoma, that was supposed to fire thunderstorms there tonight. That's where they had the severe risk, but so far, we haven't really seen anything bubble up there. Our risk comes in as we get into tomorrow, and the entirety of North Texas is under a severe weather risk, with the majority of us in this slight level 2 risk outlined here in yellow. That means that we're all under the gun for seeing some isolated scattered showers and thunderstorms that could be strong to severe. Now, I don't think this will be widespread, but the storms that are able to do so will have the potential to produce some 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. That's when the second biggest threat, hail the biggest threat here, up to the size of golf balls. And the tornado threat's low, but not zero. Nothing jumps out at me on paper that says, hey, we're going to be dealing with a day like this, but it is spring in North Texas, so we have to watch every storm closely. And again, it's not going to be widespread. Watch how it plays out here on Futurecast. Again, south winds continue here overnight. We're going to keep the moisture around and may see some drizzle by morning. By the middle of the day, we'll start to see some pop-up showers build, and some of these may have rumbles of thunder in them, but that activity is expected to strengthen as we head into the afternoon. That front gets closer to us. It's going to stall out somewhere, and that will provide enough lift to get some of these isolated to scattered thunderstorms going. Question will be if they're able to bust through our cap. Right now, I think we'll see some of those thunderstorms, especially as we get into the late afternoon, early evening hours. That's going to be our best window for severe weather. And again, we won't have a bunch of storms on radar, just some of these clusters that develop. They could last into the evening, producing hail, high winds, yes, even an isolated tornado, and then things should start to lighten up a little bit overnight, though we could still have some showers lingering around, and that could continue into Thursday as well. So it's really going to be the late afternoon into the evening hours that we watch for that severe weather threat tomorrow. Thursday's a little quieter, about a 30% chance of some lingering rumbles. Then we get our next chance in here Friday into Friday night, and especially into Saturday. Saturday, I expect some widespread showers and thunderstorms, especially during the overnight hours Friday into Saturday. And we'll have to watch Friday as well. The ingredients are going to be there that we're once again over a severe weather risk. Now, the better ingredients are going to be over Oklahoma. They could be talking about tornadoes there. Here, I think the biggest threat will be hail and wind, though, once again, we'll have to watch for the potential for an isolated tornado, and that's Friday afternoon into the evening. So the first system passes by tomorrow. The main energy for it passes north. That's why we aren't seeing widespread showers and thunderstorms. The second system comes through here Friday and into Saturday. That's what's going to bring the scattered showers and thunderstorms Friday afternoon and more widespread activity overnight into Saturday. And then we should be quieting down a little bit into Monday before another system comes in by the middle of the week. That's another chunk of energy that will likely bring another round of showers and thunderstorms by the middle of next week. The good news is this is all going to add up rain-wise. The potential's there for 1 to 2 inches of rain west of I-35. East of I-35, some of us could see some 2 to 3 inch totals, which will go a long way with our drought situation. So best chance of storms overnight tomorrow afternoon into the evening overnight hours. Then things should wind down a bit Thursday. We get more storms in here Friday into Saturday, and then once again by the middle of next week, tracking more of those storm chances.
All right, Josh, thank you very much. And you can find live radar on the Fox 4 Weather app. The app gives you information on watches and warnings that have been issued by the National Weather Service. Plus, you can watch live newscasts on the app. Scan the QR code on your screen. It is free to download. Well, this is a big race, the marquee race tonight. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will be checking back in on that election and hear from the panel as well.
Today marks 100 days until the start of the World Cup. An update on the preps underway in Dallas and Arlington. Ahead on Fox 4 News at 9.
Texas U.S. Senator John Cornyn in a tough one tonight addressing his supporters.
Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless in the United States of America.
Take a few questions. Jim, you want to start with AP?
It looks like he's going to answer questions, so I don't want to interrupt him. Is he taking questions? Is that what I heard? Yeah, he's listening to a question.
Well, fortunately, I've had the experience of winning a runoff previously when I was Attorney General. I won a contested runoff for the Republican nomination then. Obviously, we need to encourage as many people as possible who voted in the primary to come back on May the 26th. Fortunately, Texas has an early voting period, which will allow anybody and everybody who wants to vote an opportunity to cast their ballot early. If they don't do it, then they can do it on May the 26th. I think there'll probably be, at last count, maybe as many as 5 races on the ballot, which will make it much more likely we'll see a robust turnout of voters then. But as I said, and as I think we've demonstrated, there's simply just too much at stake for Texas voters to stay home. And I don't expect them to stay home. I expect a robust turnout. We'll certainly be encouraging that.
Teresa, WFA?
Senator Cornyn, how did we get here? How is it that in your run for a 5th term, you are facing your first runoff as a Senate
How did we get here? Well, I like to think, well, first of all, I got a great team. My family, I mentioned, without whose love and support I couldn't do this. But I simply could not in good conscience let someone like Ken Paxton waltz into the Senate as the Senate nominee for the Republican Party for the reasons I mentioned. I think he'll be an albatross around the neck of all of the Republican candidates, including the 5 new congressional seats that President Trump is depending on to win the majority in the House in the midterm elections, which is a challenge given the history. So we will continue to do what we've done and talk about my record of support for the president and his policies and my record of legislative accomplishments. And I would say that, as I've said before, that character is on the ballot. Ken Paxton doesn't believe that that matters. He believes that all of his misbehavior and his scandals are sort of baked in the cake, and he's won a couple of elections since much of that has come out. But there's much more that will come out in the runoff, and which will demonstrate.
John Cornyn, Senator John Cornyn has been in Washington nearly a quarter of a century, and his future is very tight with this man, Ken Paxton. They'll be having a runoff.
Definitely a runoff with these 2 candidates, and something the Republican Party did not want to have happen.
Stephen Dow, Casey Stegall, Sean Rabb, our panel have been watching these results, and we want to hear what you guys are looking at closely tonight.
Well, he says he couldn't let someone like Ken Paxton just waltz into the Senate. Characters on the ballot, and he's confident he can get the voters out again.
You know, it is insane how much money has been spent on this. I feel like a little bit of a broken record talking about this, but I mean, John Cornyn has spent about $6.8 million on this particular race leading up to today. Ken Paxton shelled out almost $2 million, and both of them have some pretty hefty reserves in their coffers to continue the fight, which is what they're doing now as we move into the runoff.
And not to count the PACs that are supporting them, the big PACs,
the real money.
National Republican Senate Committee, pouring money, and money that you would think they would be saving up for the Democrat in November, they are spending right now against Ken Paxton. That cash flow is not going to slow up.
You watch. $200 million comes into Texas for this runoff, I'm sure, from PACs.
And we'll see what the final number is, but I think, I mean, if there's some breathing room, I think President Trump will jump in this race as well.
Well, yeah, and it makes sense that, you know, he doesn't want to be wrong about the person he endorses. So who's in the lead? Leading going into the runoff, most of the time you win, not always. And we have some historical proof of that.
We're going to show you the results. Let's show you the results board right now so you can see where things are shaking out with those numbers. John Cornyn, 43% of the vote as of right now, and Ken Paxton with about 40% of the vote, and Wesley Hunt trailing and did not survive tonight with 13% of the vote. And I understand that Senator Cornyn thanked Wesley Hunt for the spirited race that he ran.
Well, we'll see how much support Paxton or Cornyn can get from Wesley Hunt.
Well, we know one thing's for sure, guys. A lot more money is going to be spent, and for you watching, you're going to see a lot more commercials. Guys, get ready.
It's interesting, guys, that we were just talking. Hunt's supporters voted for not John Cornyn. And so he is not going to be on the ballot. So the other not John Cornyn, in theory, will get 13% of the vote. And that will have the not John Cornyn, Ken Paxton, beat John Cornyn in a head-to-head race. I think. Who knows? But
well, we'll see.
We're going to find out.
That's what history says.
Come back to the poll.
Yeah, that's what history says by the numbers.
Depends on what
we'll
the
see.
voter turnout looks like.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. We're following the tense race for the U.S. Senate. As you can tell, we're going to hear about the Democrats in that race as well ahead on Fox 4.
We are officially 100 days out from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And we learned today a couple of North Texas sites will serve as base camp for national teams.
Toyota Stadium in Frisco and the Mansfield Stadium will be the base camps in North Texas. FC Dallas Stadium is expected to host the winner of the UEFA playoff Path B team. That could be Albania, Poland, Sweden, or Ukraine. The winner of playoff Path D will call Mansfield Stadium home in the summer. That team could be the Czech Republic, Denmark, North Macedonia, or the Republic of Ireland.
And by hosting a team here in a country here, we look forward to showing the world the investment that Frisco, Texas is making to make sure that we're the soccer capital of Dallas-Fort Worth for more than the next 30 years.
We know that the city of Mansfield is going to be the kind of place where people will have the opportunity to call it home for a little while, and they're going to see some of our southern hospitality. I've said that Frisco is the northern gateway to soccer in North Texas. And now the new kids on the block, Mansfield, is definitely working to become the southern gateway.
Love it. Excited for them. The stadiums will serve as the primary training facilities for whatever team earns that spot. When the World Cup action begins, you can watch it right here on Fox 4. It begins June 11th. More Fox 4 News after the break.
Let's take a live look at the ballot counting process. This is in Tarrant County. Texas state law requires live streaming of the process in counties with more than 100,000 people.
All right, coming up on 10 o'clock, we're expecting to be about halfway through. We'll see how late we go tonight, but thank you for watching our election coverage.
And our election night coverage continues on Fox 4 News at 10 in 15 seconds.
Listen, you're going to see a lot of President's Day sales, but we're the only ones with prices like this. This Texas-built sectional for just $9.99, plus 48 months, no interest on everything. HomeZone, we're different.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Good evening. Welcome to primary night coverage from Fox 4 News. I'm Clarice Tinsley. It's 10 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Steve Eager. We have the latest results on the bottom of your screen. Scrolling through, you'll be able to look down there anytime you want. Also, we have it on our website, fox4news.com. Let's get right to some of the numbers in the real marquee race. One of two Texas U.S. Senate seats. Campaigning in both party primaries, very talented and experienced politicians. Here we go. Republicans, incumbent Senator John Cornyn, and it looks like Ken Paxton both going to a runoff. Cornyn at this point almost 43%. Ken Paxton with about 40.5%, and challenger Wesley Hunt with 13%.
The Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett of Dallas, that's her home district. She's got national name recognition. State Representative James Tallarico flipped his Williamson County district from red to blue in 2018, but results tonight may be delayed due to our voting issues in Dallas County. The Texas Supreme Court blocked a judge's earlier ruling that had extended polls to 9 p.m.
So one of the big stories of the night did involve the Dallas County vote. It was a confusing day. People's precinct had changed, and they were used to going there for year after year. They didn't know where to go. Democrats worked to extend that vote, as Clarice mentioned.
Yeah, since 2019, people were used to going to the same place to go to vote, but not today. So right now, let's go to our digital studio with Casey Stiegel, Stephen Dial, and Sean Rabb. Lots to talk about, guys.
Hey, Clarice and Steve. Yeah, lots to talk about, and you talked about it. 2019, really a long time since the whole process for Dallas County voters changed. The Dallas County GOP voted to move away from or back to the precinct-based voting as opposed to being able to just go to any location, and that caused a lot of confusion and some court challenges today, guys.
It did cause a lot of confusion. Folks going to vote and could not vote at places they've been voting over the years. Didn't have their voter registration card, didn't know their precinct numbers, were sent to places that were incorrect, mass confusion. Went to a judge to get an order to extend the voting hours. The judge did that. Attorney General Ken Paxton filed with the high court, the state Supreme Court, saying we didn't have a chance to respond to this. The court stayed the order by Judge Stacey Williams, and those folks who voted after 7 p.m. tonight, those votes were disallowed. They did not count, and this is not the end of this.
Yeah, it's not the end of this, but it might be the end of this for certain candidates. Oh, well. Now, there is a ripple effect when it comes to what happened tonight in Dallas County. Granted, there could be voters who were turned away who were hoping to vote for Jasmine Crockett, who this is in her backyard. But when you look at the big picture of the race and the margin, the gap that she has to make up between James Tallarico, I don't think if every voter that was turned away, that would swing the number hard enough. So yes, this will be a talking point tomorrow. Yes, Jasmine Crockett spoke and said, you know, they're going to continue to challenge this, but I think in the big scheme of things, it appears that her race is over.
Yeah, and I think so. And this will play into the aftermath. It happened in Williamson County also.
Right.
Both counties of these two Senate candidates, Colin Allred and Jasmine Crockett, at the news conference at a little after 6 at the African American Museum, made the argument voter suppression. Allred said it started with the redistricting, and this is all a plan to hurt the Democrat vote.
791 election precincts in Dallas County. I mean, that is a huge number. It's a huge number to manage. And if you were one of those people that went to the place that you've traditionally voted, and then you were turned away and you went to another location, only to enter your zip code into an official database and then be told go to another location altogether, I mean, an absolute mess. And will be interesting to see if there are further court challenges with this, because a lot of people are using the word disenfranchised.
Well, and you have to remember, on election day, the political party is responsible for that election. The Democratic Party for its voters, its primary voters, the Republican Party as well, coordinating with county elections for the equipment and the assistance and information on the county election website. So a lot of fingers going to be pointed around the table tomorrow.
We are hearing that Attorney General Ken Paxton might be talking pretty soon, so we're going to keep our eye out for that. In the meantime, let's send it back to you, Steve and Clarice.
Yeah, he has walked out right now, so thanks. Let's listen in. Let's watch this. Good showing. He's got to feel good about his showing, right?
Oh, yeah. In a runoff, and a very close margin to John Cornyn, the incumbent.
Well, you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids, my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas. Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat. I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room, I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night.
Ken Paxton facing a runoff with incumbent Senator John Cornyn and invoking the name of President Trump. President Trump, who had not endorsed anyone in this race. Going to be interesting, Steve, to see where that goes in the runoff. Now, the runoff is May 22nd, and a lot more campaigning going ahead.
Let's take another look at the Democratic Party for the U.S. Senate, primary for the U.S. Senate. This is still close, too. Right now, U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett from Dallas has 750,000 votes almost. And State Representative James Talarico, almost 800,000 votes.
Fox 4's Amelia Jones in downtown Dallas at Representative Crockett's watch party. Amelia.
Hi, Clarice and Steve. The atmosphere here at Jasmine Crockett's watch party at Club Vivo in downtown Dallas has definitely shifted. She took the stage to address her supporters about an hour ago. You could hear the frustration and disappointment in her voice. She talked a lot about the confusion now about the Supreme Court temporarily blocking the Dallas County judge's order and Dallas County now having to separate ballots. Dallas County is in her backyard, and those results could make a big difference in a race as tight as this one.
I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m.
Earlier today, Crockett stopped by several polling locations on her trip from Houston to Dallas, including one in Oaklawn. Throughout her campaign, Crockett has built on the message that she is a fighter. She even called herself a street fighter. She has told voters that Texas needs an independent voice who's willing to go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic base. Coming into tonight, Crockett had major backing with endorsements from music artist Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. Crockett ended her speech by telling her supporters they should enjoy the night, but she is likely not coming back out as she believes the results in Dallas County will not be final until tomorrow. Steve, Clarice.
All right. Amelia, thank you very much from Jasmine Crockett's headquarters tonight.
State Representative James Talarico has been watching the results with his supporters tonight in Austin.
Fox 4's Peyton Yeager's there as well.
Previous
Peyton.
ones of like
this guy might actually lose.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Clarice. Yeah, no sign of James Tallarico yet this evening. We do have still a full house here at the watch party. His campaign waiting to give their comment. However, behind me, the screen was covered up by the Texas flag, and they were testing the spotlight. So it's possible that we are about to hear from him or maybe someone else. All night, as the votes came in, cheers from the Tallarico supporters here became more frequent. But now the screen is turned off within the last half hour, 45 minutes. People really gathering in circles, talking to themselves, checking their phones for any clarity on what's happening in Dallas County. Tallarico's communications team says this confusion is not taking away from the positive energy they've had all night and they felt all night. Again, we've not heard from James Tallarico since this recent ruling from the Texas Supreme Court. We are hoping to hear from him here in this 10 o'clock hour. Tallarico supporters also still waiting to hear some numbers from Williamson County to come in. That county is just north of Austin. And Williamson County posted on X less than an hour ago, 2 Wilco polling locations have been court-ordered to remain open until 10 p.m. That was just about 10 minutes ago. A Democratic polling location and another location that's Democratic and reserved for Democratic and Republican primaries. So voters must be assigned to these 2 locations. So speaking to the reporters here tonight, obviously they are watching what's happening in Dallas County, but like Sean Rabb mentioned, they are also watching what happens in Williamson County. But we are still waiting to hear from James Tallarico, the man of the evening here in Austin. And if he does come up on stage, we will notify you guys and take that live. Back to you guys in Dallas.
All right, Peyton Yeager, thank you.
Rosa Flores, who is at this polling location.
In the Republican primary for U.S. District 23, which covers part of San Antonio and much of southwest Texas, incumbent Tony Gonzalez is facing a challenge from gun rights social media activist Brandon Herrera. And you can see that's a close one at the top, likely to run or go to a runoff.
Incumbent Tony Gonzalez has refused to drop out of the race, refused to resign after allegations of an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide. Politicians from both sides of the aisle have called on Gonzalez to resign, though Republican leadership in Washington, D.C. has not, citing the close balance of power in Congress. Next on Fox 1 News at 10, more on the voting issues in Dallas County as the state Supreme Court strikes down an order letting Dallas County Democrats vote until 9 o'clock. The latest still ahead.
It's been feeling very spring-like across North Texas as of late. Tomorrow, that could bring some spring-like thunderstorms, some of which could be severe. We'll let you know when they move in coming up.
4.
This was a chaotic day and night for some Dallas County voters.
It absolutely was. The Democratic Party asked a judge to extend voting after confusion about changing polling places. Democratic Party said really affected the vote, and then the state Supreme Court stepped in and blocked that decision. Fox 4's Alex Boyer is in our newsroom. Alex, so much has happened on this story.
Yeah, indeed, guys. You know, there's a lot to unpack here, right? So just over an hour ago, the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocked that Dallas judge's order to keep the polls open until 9 p.m., ordering the county to separate out votes from people who were not in line at 7 p.m. So let's break down how we got here. The voting issues happened here in Dallas County, and as we've heard, in Williamson County, located in Central Texas, where the elections were split this year based on party. Now, the Republican Party in both counties pushed for a separate election, which meant that there was no countywide voting sites. So these so-called non-joint primaries in these counties required folks to cast their votes at locations specific to their party. So here's what happened. Some people apparently showed up to their usual voting location, not familiar with the changes, and were turned away. Then other voters claimed that the Secretary of State's election website gave them inaccurate locations, causing them to go to the wrong place. Now, the Secretary of State's office told us that there were issues, but pointed the blame on information it received from Dallas County. This all led to the Dallas County Democratic Party filing a lawsuit late this afternoon. A judge agreed with the Dems and ordered that the Democratic polling locations in the county be extended till 9 p.m. At that time, we heard from Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and former Dallas Congressman Colin Allred, who held an emergency news conference here in Dallas to express their concerns.
We have had chaos across our community here in North Texas, as folks have gone to their normal polling place and been turned away, told to go somewhere else.
They not only did this in Dallas County, they did it in Williamson County. Williamson County right now, from what I understand, has not been granted any relief. I am here to say that it is wrong for it to be done to anyone, a Democrat or a Republican.
So again, the Republican Party did not seek that same relief. That meant that Republicans had until the usual 7 p.m. to cast their ballots. Now, this latest turn of events, of course, means it'll certainly make it more difficult to get those results from Dallas County in a timely fashion. We, of course, guys, are going to keep you posted.
All right, Alex, quick question. Those votes that voted after 7, the judge who made that ruling in Dallas County wanted those votes marked provisional, right? That would be in case something happened, they would be able to be separated out and, I guess, presumably put back in. Is that over now? Did the full Supreme Court weigh in on this, the full Texas Supreme Court, or was it like one specific member who halted it?
So my understanding is this is not a final ruling, which is why it's important that those provisional ballots be set aside as the judge has ordered for them to do so that we can see how that legal process ultimately plays out.
Perfect. All right. Good to know. Alex, thank you.
At least the weather cooperated today for anyone that needed to get out and vote. Yeah, it was breezy. Yeah, it was warm. It did not feel like early March. Felt more like May, but it was at least quiet. And you're still seeing a quiet night as you look outside in downtown Dallas. Your weather headlines showing you that the breezes are going to be hanging around tonight. I do expect our first round of storms tomorrow. We're likely going to see multiple rounds this week, though. We'll be in between systems Thursday, and then our next round comes in Friday on into Saturday. Still warm, still muggy out there even at this hour. 76 at DFW Airport, it's 77 in Dallas, 72 in Waxahachie, 60s from Stephenville back towards Hamilton, and we're looking at low 70s in our eastern counties, back over from Sulphur Springs towards Canton, Athens, and over towards Palestine. The wind's still very breezy out of the south at around 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusts getting up close to 20, and that will continue here through the overnight hours. That is feeding into our next storm system, which has provided enough lift that we see a couple of showers up across Grayson County, just very light rain right now, and that is all the moisture that's moving into this system, which was supposed to pop up some thunderstorms across Oklahoma, but it looks like they were not able to get going. That cold front stalled out right now over parts of southern Oklahoma. That's going to keep working south here overnight, and eventually it will stall out near Dallas-Fort Worth tomorrow. That will provide lift for showers and thunderstorms, and the ingredients are there for them to turn strong to severe. The entirety of North Texas under at least some severe weather risk. This yellow risk here, including the DFW Metroplex, that's a slight level 2 risk. That's where we're going to have the highest threat, and the energy will be there for some strong to severe storms to form. Now, I do think this is a very low tornado threat. Not zero by any means, but the bigger threat will be hail and wind, especially hail. I think will have the energy to produce hail up to the size of golf balls and maybe some 50, 60 mile per hour gusts, and some of the storms that form later on tomorrow. This won't be widespread activity, but rather isolated to scattered activity as we get into the afternoon. Let me show you what I mean here on Futurecast. Again, we'll keep the south winds overnight, maybe wake it up to some clouds and drizzle. And as we get into the afternoon, that will turn into some passing showers moving over as that front gets closer to us. Once that front gets close enough, it will provide enough lift for some of those showers to grow into thunderstorms. And again, this is going to be isolated to scattered. I've paused it here at 4 o'clock. Notice there's just a couple to a few storms out there, and those will continue to grow with our best threat of severe weather likely after 5 o'clock and into the evening. And I'll be watching to see if any of these storms can kind of attach themselves to that front. If that can happen, that's where we could see a little bit of that low-end tornado threat or stronger severe storm try to develop with some of the larger hail. It's a small chance, but it's one we'll watch closely. And again, this will be isolated to scattered activity. Wherever those storms are at, they'll slowly move, so they'll likely last into the evening, and then eventually that activity will just turn into some showers lasting into Thursday, when we could see some of those scattered showers holding on. That's the first rain chance I'm tracking. By Friday into Friday night, we get another big one with that potential for severe weather, and then turning into more scattered showers and thunderstorms that will be more widespread into Saturday. And already on Friday, we're under another risk of severe weather. Now, I think the bigger risk, and that will be the tornadic risk, will be up towards Oklahoma, but even North Texas under that risk for any sort of severe storm with the potential for hail, wind, maybe even an isolated tornado there Friday afternoon into the evening. This is the first storm system. The second one comes through here into Friday. That's the one that will bring the cold front with it, and so we'll have scattered thunderstorms Friday, but overnight into Saturday, that's when we'll see the more widespread activity, and this is when we could see some heavier rain. We'll likely still have some showers lingering into Sunday. Monday will be quiet, and then another storm system comes across by the middle of next week. That could bring us another round of some strong to severe storms by the middle of next week. But the good news is we're adding up all this rain. This will go a long way towards the drought. Potential's there for 1 to 2 inches of rain west of I-35. 2 to 3 inches of rain will be possible east of I-35, and I don't think any of us will be unhappy about that. 50% chance of storms in the evening tomorrow, 30% chance Thursday. That best chance will actually come Friday into Saturday, and then we're watching more isolated to scattered activity possible again by the middle of next week.
We do need that rain. Thank you. Next on Fox 4 News at 10, we're going to check in on more of our local congressional races as the state elects under a new congressional map. More Fox 4 News coming up. Let's take a look at some of the local bigger races. Among Democrats in the battle for the redrawn District 30, Friendship West Pastor Freddie Haynes has won the primary. He faced former state representative and former Dallas council member Barbara Malloway Caraway for District House 30.
In the Republican primary for that same District 30 seat, you see Everett Jackson in with 37%, Sheldon Daniels with 25%, Gregorio Heiss with 20%, and Mills Walker with 18%. That is a pretty tightly spread out numbers, and it's going to go to runoff, clearly, and nobody's going to get more than 50%. So that's where it stands right now. In Congressional District 25, another redrawn district, it now covers parts of 13 counties, including Tarrant, Parker, and Hood. In the Democratic primary, the granddaughter of Opal Lee, Dion Sims, is in with 61%, and 64% of the votes have been counted, so that will be a pretty hard thing to overcome. Retired U.S. Navy Commander William Marks is there with 39%. By the way, Republican incumbent Roger Williams is running in the Republican primary unopposed.
Coming up, we are watching the Senate race. The Republicans are going for a runoff, and we're still watching returns coming in for Democrats. More Fox 4 News is just ahead.
Is built for game day. Shop select TVs on sale. Bundle with audio to save even more. Plus, score an NFM reward card. Get 15% off headphones, Bluetooth speakers, and party speakers. Have the best seat in the house with all sofas, sectionals, and sleepers on sale. And save 40% off qualifying major appliances. Supercharge every buzzer beater and unforgettable moment. Only at NFM.
This is a live look at the ballot counting process in Dallas County. Texas state law requires live streaming of this process in counties with more than 100,000 people. Thank you for watching Fox 4 News at 10.
We have more primary night coverage coming up in just 15 seconds. We'll be right back.
And you're going to see a lot of President's Day sales, but we're the only ones with prices like this. This Texas-built sectional for just $9.99, plus 48 months, no interest on everything. HomeZone, we're different.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Fox 4 News Texas primary night coverage continues.
We have the latest results on the bottom of your screen and on our website, fox4news.com. Let's get right back to those numbers.
We're going to check back in with our panel in the Fox Digital studio. The Republican primary to replace Ken Paxton as Attorney General headed to a runoff. And Casey Siegel, Stephen Dial, and Sean Rabb are here to talk about that. Hey, guys.
Hello to you, Steve and Clarice. We were talking here throughout the evening about we were a little surprised with how well Mays Middleton did tonight.
Yeah, and really how poorly Chip Roy did.
Yeah.
I certainly thought he would have a better showing, and I'm really surprised at that, although Mays Middleton did have the endorsement of POTUS.
He has spent a lot of money. $10 million of his own money he invested into this race. I mean, that's not a small amount.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that there's something about having your name out there over and over again. People know the name now, MAGA Mays Middleton. And so this is going to a runoff. We have to see if President Trump will wade into this in the runoff.
Right. Now, he didn't in the primary, but the commercials, both of them, align themselves very much with President Trump. Chip Roy had the rhino tag on him, though. And it's when you're branded with that, it's hard, except for John Cornyn.
And it, like you said, multiple people who got that rhino tag were suffering tonight. I mean, you mentioned Chip Roy. We're talking about Dan Crenshaw in his race. It seems like the only, quote, rhino that survived is John Cornyn.
Before we go to the Democrats for Attorney General, let's once again, I heard the swooshing in my ear. That means graphics. Let's show you the graphics again to show you how the Republican side is shaking out. Mays Middleton with about 41.6% of the vote, Chip Roy with about 31%, and then Joan Huffman and Aaron Rice had about 14%. And interestingly enough, we talked about this in our dialogue earlier, Aaron Rice actually had the endorsement of Ken Paxton for his own position.
Right, and he's in last place. But the distance between Mays Middleton and Chip, that's huge.
That shocked me tonight. That might be the biggest shocker for me tonight.
State Senator Nathan Johnson doing pretty well on the Democrat side. Let's show you the numbers in terms of how things are shaking out there. There you see Nathan Johnson with about 49% of the vote, and then 27% for Jaworski.
Now, of course, we've heard Joe Jaworski's name before on the statewide ballot, and former mayor of Galveston, but Nathan Johnson ran a strong campaign.
And he's trying to avoid this runoff. I mean, if the Dallas County day of vote eventually comes in, this is his home county. That can help him. You got to get that 50+1.
And he's there. He's at the door, 49%.
So that can really help him.
And at one point, the polls showed that Jaworski was ahead.
Right,
and another one
by double
him,
digits.
Behind. So again, goes to show you that the polling ahead of these elections not always the most accurate barometer of what's going on. So big job there, the Attorney General of Texas, and there is a lot of talk about this race.
Yeah, it's an important race. We've seen the work of the Attorney General of Ken Paxton, how many lawsuits he's filed, how many times he's sued the federal government, the Biden administration, the Obama administration, all of the lawsuits he's brought to make certain things happen in our state as it relates to changes in our public school system, et cetera. So it's an important job for Donald Trump. The Texas Attorney General has really carried some of his platforms through the lawsuits against the party, against the Democrat Party. So it'll be an interesting position to see who gets this. And both of these candidates have talked about what they plan to do moving forward as Attorney General, Chip Roy and MAGA Mays.
And of course, we saw the Attorney General taking action tonight as it referred to the voting issues in Dallas County with the polling hours being extended. And then Attorney General Ken Paxton said that he was not consulted.
So he went to the Supreme Court?
Went to the Supreme Court, and then the Texas Supreme Court, as we know, made its decision there. So kind of playing both sides a little bit here. He's a candidate himself, obviously, for Senate, but also still in the acting role of Attorney General.
Yeah, and we can can expect to see more from him between now and May 26th as AG.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
Sure. You bet it. All right, Steve, Clarice, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, guys, thanks.
Good look at Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate right now. U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, a state representative. We're waiting for James Tallarico. We're thinking he's going to speak. He is up. He's got 850,000 votes. And Jasmine Crockett from Dallas County has 764,000. So that distance, that 5% distance, has held pretty firm for a long time.
Fox 4's Amelia Jones in downtown Dallas at Congressman Jasmine Crockett's watch party. Amelia.
Hi, Stephen, Clarice. Jasmine Crockett's watch party here at Club Vivo in downtown Dallas is starting to wrap up. They even cut the lights a few minutes ago. Fellow members of the media are packing up their things. People are heading towards the door. I imagine this is not the watch party on election night that Crockett had in mind. She addressed her supporters around 9:15, and you could hear the frustration and disappointment in her voice. She talked a lot about the confusion with Dallas County and the Supreme Court now temporarily blocking the Dallas County judge's order, in Dallas County now having to separate ballots. Dallas County is her backyard, and we know these results could make a big difference in a tight race like this.
I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m.
Earlier today, Crockett stopped by several polling locations on her way from Houston up here to Dallas, including one in Oaklawn. Throughout her campaign, Crockett has built on the message that she is a fighter. She even called herself a street fighter. She has told voters that Texas needs an independent voice who's willing to go toe-to-toe with Republicans and energize the Democratic base. Heading into election night, Crockett had some major backing with big endorsements from music artist Cardi B and a late endorsement from Kamala Harris. When Crockett addressed her supporters, she told them, please enjoy the night, stay, but she will likely not be coming back to address them, as she believes the results in this race will not be final until tomorrow, as those Dallas County numbers likely won't be counted. Steve, Clarice.
Amelia, thank you. And on the other side of the aisle, State Representative James Tallarico has been watching the results with his supporters tonight in Austin, and we're still waiting to hear him address his supporters.
Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is at that watch party. We've got a lot of noise behind you, Peyton, but we can hear you.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I apologize. I cannot hear you in my ear, but we were told about an hour and a half ago, maybe we would hear from James Tallarico. The stage behind me moved into the Texas flag, and there was some chatter around the podium and testing the spotlight. If my photographer could pan over, this crowd is starting to thin out, but I know some of them still possibly want to hear from James Tallarico. So we are still waiting for that this evening. But given what is going on in Dallas County, the screens were taken down, the results weren't shown publicly. So I feel like people are more in groups. Their heads are down. They're on their cell phones trying to see any trickle of results or maybe any communication of what is going on in Dallas County. But again, we are still waiting for James Tallarico to come out here on the stage. We've had a couple communications directors from his camp come over and tell reporters that maybe it would happen in the next 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes went by, and so now it's been about an hour and a half. We were told maybe for our 9 o'clock show that he would come out. So I know for now they are reserving their comment, but people are still sticking around, and we still have the Texas flag and the podium behind me. So if he does come on the stage for his final comment on where we go from here, we will hopefully get that on air for you this evening. Again, I apologize. My earpiece went out, so I cannot hear you. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in Dallas.
Okay, we have so many questions. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks so much, Peyton. Appreciate it. Some election changes left voters in Dallas County confused about where to vote. We'll have the latest on the court battle still ahead.
This is the first election with the state's new district map created by Republicans who wanted 5 more GOP seats.
The move sending some members of Congress to new districts. So let's take a look. The Democrat primary for the newly redrawn District 33. It used to be mostly in Fort Worth and held by longtime Representative Mark Vesey. Well, now it's more in Dallas County, and Vesey isn't running. Current District 32 Representative Julie Johnson and former District 32 Representative and a 2024 Senate candidate Colin Allred going against each other, and Allred with a significant lead to this point.
Allred spent the night with supporters in the African American Museum in Fair Park. He addressed his supporters for the second time this evening, thanking them for their support and expressing his disappointment with the challenges voters face today in Dallas County.
And the folks of North Texas showed up, and I'm incredibly proud of them for doing that. Now it looks like we may be heading for a runoff.
Allred's looking to regain a congressional seat against incumbent Julie Johnson.
Here is a look now at the Republican primary in District 33. Patrick Gillespie with 35% leading the field, but does not have enough to win all out, and so will likely be in a runoff with maybe, if it stays 22% with a couple of people. But anyway, John Sims, Doc Mitchell, Kurt Schwab, Patrick David, Gillespie, all in there. Also, a major storyline tonight was the issues for Democrat voters in Dallas County and the troubles at the polls.
And late tonight, the Texas Supreme Court blocked the Dallas County judge's ruling that had extended voting for Democrats until 9 o'clock. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo has been speaking to voters about those changes. Vanya.
Hi, Clarice. Hi, Steve. Yeah, we watched as the doors to this polling place was closed about 10 to 15 minutes before 9 o'clock. Now, they were supposed to stay open additional 2 hours after Dallas County Democrats filed an emergency petition to have a judge keep these doors open longer. Now, the Texas Supreme Court shutting that down. Now, I've been talking to people all day who, one after another, were turned away because they were at the wrong polling location. Now, for the first time in 15 years, voters were not able to cast their ballot at any polling location across the county after Republicans requested a split primary election, which means Republicans and Democrats are holding separate primaries instead of a joint election. Now, a lot of the people I spoke with who had been turned away told me they were frustrated and felt like they were being silenced. One woman who came to vote at this location told me she lives less than a 5-minute walk away. When she got here, she was turned away and found out she'd have to walk 35 minutes to be able to vote. Now, a Good Samaritan gave her a ride, but she still got to the polling location after 7 p.m. Now, she cast her ballot because the Dallas County Democratic Party Chair, Cardell Coleman, filed an emergency petition asking the court to extend voting hours because of the problems voters were experiencing.
If they wouldn't have extended the hours, I wouldn't have been able to vote, period.
How does that make you feel?
I'm upset. I'm angry. Very angry, because this is not right. Because a lot of people they sent away, I guarantee you they didn't go.
Now, even though Smith's vote was cast, it was counted as a provisional vote because she voted after 7 p.m. After the Texas Supreme Court ruling, as of right now, her vote doesn't count. Now, the presiding election officer for this location did tell us that they did receive 18 provisional votes. Again, all of those not counting as of now. Back to you guys.
Anya, thanks.
The FIFA World Cup is 100 days away, and we are finally learning which teams may call North Texas home for the tournament.
Fox 4.
We are officially 100 days out from the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and we learned today a couple of North Texas sites will serve as base camp for national teams. Toyota Stadium in Frisco and the Mansfield Stadium will be those base camps in North Texas. FC Dallas's stadium is expected to host the winner of the UEFA Playoff Path B team.
So that could be Albania, Poland, Sweden, or Ukraine. So that means one of those 4 teams will be based in Frisco. The winner of Playoff Path D will call Mansfield Stadium home this summer. That would be either the Czech Republic, Denmark, North Macedonia, or the Republic of Ireland, which is usually a good team at soccer. Here we go.
And by hosting a team here in a country here, we look forward to showing the world the investment that Frisco, Texas is making to make sure that we're the soccer capital of Dallas-Fort Worth for more than the next 30 years.
We know that the city of Mansfield is going to be the kind of place where people will have the opportunity to call it home for a little while, and they're going to see some of our southern hospitality. I've said that Frisco is the northern gateway to soccer in North Texas. And now the new kids on the block, Mansfield, is definitely working to become the southern gateway.
So here's what will happen. Those stadiums will serve as the primary training facilities for the teams that earn that spot. When the World Cup begins, you can watch it on Fox 4. It all begins June 11th. The Arizona Cardinals are set to release 2-time Pro Bowl quarterback Kyler Murray next week. He's at a North Texas Island High School. The team has not officially announced the move, but Murray posted a thank you to his fans on social media. The 28-year-old led the Cardinals to the playoffs just once during his 7-year career. The Allen High School graduate and Heisman Trophy winner will be free to sign with any team once he's released.
One last look at some of the biggest races of this night ahead on Fox 4 News.
Get your tickets today.
This is a live dark look at Austin. This is where James Tallarico's campaign headquarters is. We had a state representative at what was a lighted platform, kind of accept his nomination, and just before he left, or his, party victory tonight, and just before he left, he said, "Don't go anywhere." We're taking that as possibly a message that Tallarico may be considering coming out, but this is what we have so far out of Austin, and I don't know how long we can last.
And Peyton Yeager is there, and all night long she said they were saying 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, but no Tallarico yet, but we're going to keep you posted on that.
Some other statewide races. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick easily winning the Republican primary for re-election, and the Democrat primary for Lieutenant Governor, State Rep Vicki Goodwin, software company executive Courtney Head, Steelworkers Union leader Marcus Isaias Velez. Goodwin 1 percentage point away from not having to go to a runoff.
Need 50 plus 1.
50 plus 1. Yep.
In the Republican primary for controller, former state senator Don Huffines, acting comptroller Kelly Hancock, and you see 58% there, a runaway for Don Huffines, who was endorsed by Donald Trump.
Kelly Hancock by the governor.
Yeah, so that was a separation there in the Republican Party in Texas. And then on the Democratic side, primary for controller, State Senator Sarah Eckhart of Austin, Houston ISD Board Trustee Savant Moore, and businessman Michael Lang. 65% there for the leader. We're going to check in right now with our panel in the Fox Digital studio for their final thoughts.
Left to right, Sean Rabb, Casey Stegall, Stephen Dow.
Is it final?
Yeah, well, we don't know. We don't know. We're waiting on you guys. You guys can tell us if we go home.
We're getting a little punch happy here. I don't know. I think that we've been at this a while. Sean and Steven got in before me today, so they're running on steam. But we're getting it. We're getting it.
Well, in the words of some group from the '60s, "Oh, what a night!" Right? It has been a night. You never know what's going to happen on Election Day. There's always some drama, but no one anticipated what happened in Dallas County and Williamson County, but especially Dallas County today. And you hate to see that because some voters have been soured by what happened today.
Yeah, and there's a lot of chatter online. Again, the word disenfranchised is being used, and people that were saying that they showed up to do their civic duty and they were not able to cast their ballots. On the flip side, you have a lot of people that are saying, what are they crying about? They knew about this. Right. We're all adults. Right. You have to figure out where you go. You have a card that gets mailed to you. So this is not the last we've heard of that.
And Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, she's not admitting defeat today. The race has not technically been officially called, but a lot of people now are going to wonder what's next for her. Tomorrow she's supposed to have a hearing with Kristi Noem. Right. Will she be there? Will she field questions? Will she stay in the district because she's trying to file a lawsuit? It's a lot of unknowns leading into tomorrow night. We're waiting to hear from James Tallarico, and I'm sure Tallarico would want to ride this wave, but all these networks on the East Coast, it's about to be midnight.
Well, and I think he's waiting on Jasmine Crockett.
That ain't gonna happen.
And that's not going to happen. So whether she's in office or not, after her time in Congress, she has power, she has a voice, she has prominence. We've seen her on the national shows. Her voice is not going to go away. But again, this is not over yet because no one's declared win, lose yet.
So, of course, there were some surprises, as we have led with, but then others not so much of a surprise. And that's the fact that Senator John Cornyn and Attorney General Ken Paxton are headed to a runoff in the Senate seat spot. And, in fact, Team Cornyn just sent out a message on X not terribly long ago. We will not allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless failure like crooked Ken Paxton to risk everything this Republican Party has built. Not on my watch.
This is just starting. We've got 6 weeks of this.
We do.
Yeah.
That's the current Mr. Cornyn using some Trump-like language, and he wasn't endorsed. It was Ken Paxton who was endorsed by Donald Trump. That's just an interesting story that's going to be fun for a while, huh?
But remember, in this election, in this primary,
he didn't take
Mr. Trump didn't endorse any of them.
Take a specific position. Yeah, you're right. I got you. Yeah. All right.
It's going to be hard. Runoff, May 26th, Tuesday.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Much more campaigning.
Some of the things aren't really exactly straight. James Tallarico doesn't look like he's speaking tonight. There's his headquarters, dark. I think his night's over. He's going to wait till tomorrow and see what happens.
Thanks for joining us. Good Day starts at 4 a.m. Last call with Steve Noviello starts now.
He said it looks like he's not going to.
How do you think about your last year serving and what you want to accomplish over this next year? Do you trust the FBI to handle the oversight of this investigation? That is what media does. They hold power to account.
Stay up to date on the biggest issues of the day with the MS Now Daily Newsletter. Get the best of MS Now all in one place. Sign up at ms.now.
Check, check, check. Check.
Midterm elections. It is midnight on the East Coast. I'm Elisa Menendez here with Simone Sanders Thompson and Michael Steele at MS Now's headquarters in New York City. We're tracking results tonight out of Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. Both Texas and North Carolina have key Senate races that could determine which party controls the chamber for the last 2 years of Donald Trump's second term. In the Tar Heel state, the Associated Press projects former North Carolina Governor Lloyd.
Check, 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 check.
Set to face off against Michael
All right, if you still are awake in Dallas or watching online, we are still awaiting a speech or some type of remarks from State Representative James Talarico. You see the results there with about, 79% reporting statewide. Talarico leading 52% to 47% for Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, it's not yet called, but it could be, I think, with the percentage of votes that are in and where we know votes are yet out. So Dallas County, that's coming any moment now, I guess. Maybe it's a little
they
after
said 11.
Right, and 7 after 11. So we should get the dump from that. That would be the votes cast today before 7 p.m.
The Republican one just posted, so maybe the Democrat will post soon.
Won't be long.
But
And then-
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has made it very clear that she is not making any official remarks tonight. So we've been sort of, wondering amongst ourselves if Talarico was potentially waiting for Jasmine Crockett to come out and give some sort of a concession speech, and that is not happening, tonight, especially with the developments that we've been talking about in Dallas County with the request for the polls to stay open. But you're looking live in Austin at the watch party for Senator State Rep James Talarico, and it seems like the lights aren't on, but I think it's just the room.
It's just the focus.
It's the focus of the stage. Our Peyton Yeager and team that are there said that there's been a back and forth. They've come out. They've said we're going to, talk in 10 minutes. 10 minutes goes by. Then they get another 10-minute mark, and then another one. At one point, the spotlight even came on. So we're just kind of waiting here.
And for all we know, the two campaigns are
Could be
talking to each
communicating.
other.
I think they are communicating.
Yeah.
I think they are.
I'm fairly certain on that part at this point of the night, right? Again, he would like for Jasmine Crockett to defer and speak first. But when we last saw her, she said she wasn't coming back out tonight. And it's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, the campaigns definitely are talking. And now, it might not be the highest of high talking, but the campaigns are talking. We know the Congresswoman from Dallas is not about to pop back up somewhere miraculously. And so Talarico is trying to fine-tune what
he's
will
going to say
and what he won't say.
Absolutely.
I mean, of course he wants to be celebratory and say we are now focused on whoever, let the Republicans continue to duke it out. And he can still say that in part, but wording is important, especially if you're trying to follow the rules and be respectful.
So
and wait
wording
for someone to
is
concede.
important.
Yeah.
Let's go back 6-8 weeks in this campaign when James Talarico said something to an online political commentator, and that turned into a whole big firefight with Colin Allred, coming out and making a statement back to Mr. Talarico. So words matter, what you say and how you say it. And this is a tenuous moment. It doesn't matter.
And honestly, if I'm the Talarico campaign, I'm a little perturbed because they're not getting that national spotlight. The network sent crews to Austin. The networks have been talking about this, talking to him one-on-one, every single network.
Right.
And now, you don't get that speech played in prime time. It is after midnight on the East. And so you don't get that speech played in prime time. Let's listen to some of what the Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett said to the crowd now, almost 2 hours ago. And she was speaking right as the Dallas County early vote number dropped. In her speech, she says that we don't know the early vote. It literally happened simultaneously. Let's take a listen to her speech.
Let's take a listen.
There's a lot that took place specifically in Dallas County. I'm sure you've been watching the returns, and none of the returns out of Dallas County are quite in. Dallas County should have the second largest voter participation of any county in this state. We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today. And so, our Democratic Party chair, Cardall Coleman, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin Allred. We're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. So here's the deal. I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who is in line or what's on. Because the rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote. And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied on election day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So, knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So, so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So, I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So.
So that was the comments from Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett now about 2 hours ago. Not a concession speech, saying that they are going to seek other remedies in response to the events of today in Dallas County. As the shot that you guys are looking at is we are waiting to see if and when State Representative James Tallarico will come out and address the crowd.
Payne Yeager, our reporter who's there in the room as we're waiting for Tallarico to come out, says that all of the media is confused. They don't know arguments tomorrow, that there are some reporters that are talking about that. But again, there's been a bit of a back and forth. Hey, we're going to come out and talk in 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes elapses, nothing happens. So it would behoove Tallarico to go ahead, if he is talking to Congresswoman Crockett, it would behoove him to go ahead and come out and address the cameras. A lot of people are there, and Stephen, you point out a lot of the networks, they sent people into Austin to cover this race.
And so we don't know if the Supreme Court's going to hear arguments tomorrow, but in their release tonight, they said the mandamus was still before the court. We would imagine that with the urgency of all of this, they would go ahead and hear the arguments tomorrow, because we also imagine, Jasmine Crockett said, we'll seek other remedy. That sounds like the lawsuit that might come that they were talking about filing earlier, she and Allred, before Stacey Williams in the 196th court here in Dallas issued the order extending the hours for voting.
I think you have to talk about, there's two parallels happening right now, right? One parallel of, you know, the Crockett camp. Crockett is, especially because it's her home county, she's trying to fight for her voters, the people in her home county. But also the other side of the track is, even if every one of those votes went for you, these numbers still aren't looking like it would totally flip this race.
Right.
And so you got...
That's the reality of it.
So you got some looking at it like, yeah, I get what you're saying about what happened in Dallas County, but will this change the outcome of the race? And then just from, I mean, Crockett and Allred, civil rights attorneys in their past and things like that. So they truly care about things like this. And, we should figure out what happened and why this is going the way it
And it doesn't matter if there were 18 people at one of those polling places that cast a provisional ballot after 7 p.m. tonight because of the confusion around voting. And again, okay, you've got a voter registration card. It tells you where your precinct is. But many people don't know. I'm just saying it's truthful. They don't know where that is because they haven't had to use it. All you need is your driver's
Since I've lived here, I could vote anywhere.
Right.
Luckily for me, the precinct, I voted early, so I could have voted anywhere. But the precinct that I voted at happened to be the precinct that was the precinct today.
Yeah.
That's not the case for everyone.
Right. But if I'm one of those 18,
Yeah.
and now my vote doesn't count tonight,
Sure.
I'm feeling some kind of way.
And also, I mean, it might not change the outcome of the race when you look at it statistically speaking, but this is a hell of a fight. I mean, she walked away from her seat in Congress to run for the Senate spot. So, a lot of money has been spent here, and she believes in what it is that she is running for and that she's fighting for the constituents. So I think it's easy for us to sit here and say, why don't you just go ahead and maybe come on out with it and make your concession. But I think that they're probably, if they're smart, probably pursuing and looking into all of the legal avenues that they have moving forward from tonight. Because I tell you what, the internet is on fire. People are upset about what happened in Dallas County today, regardless of where you stand.
Let's not just myself and Stephen Dial and Fox 4, radio, other media, newspaper, social media. The county election spent $1 million on mailers, on TV commercials, on radio ads, trying to educate the voting public. Look, here's what's going to happen. My report. I begged people, go vote early. Don't wait until election day.
Ad from Dallas County in their push on Instagram.
Right.
This week.
Everywhere.
Of saying, hey, this is what you need to do.
And it goes to show you that oftentimes people hear, but they don't listen.
Right.
Okay? Because a lot of this confusion could have been avoided.
Well, and I also said it earlier, and I believe this to be true, people are creatures of habit. And try telling someone who has gone to the same school for 30 years to cast their ballot, and then suddenly, today they were taken by surprise, regardless of campaigns to educate and things like that.
And then the other part of that, during early voting, it is the county that runs the early voting. But on election day, it is the party.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is some culpability for the party today as well.
So we are waiting to see if State Representative James Talarico will speak. You see that dark stage? We're going to take a break, and we're going to leave results up so you can see as we wait. We are standing by waiting for State Representative James Salarico. They say he's going to speak. We don't know if he's going to speak. It is 11:26 in Texas.
Yeah, I still think he's waiting and wanting Ms. Jasmine Crockett to
see some
speak
signs
first.
waving.
We do see signs waving. Maybe this is the moment we see.
Right.
Let's see.
See flashes and some frantic sign waving. We may get a speech after all, people. All right. So to recap, as we wait and the signs go down, James Salarico leading 52% to 47%. The biggest story of the day, especially for us here in North Texas, but had ripple effects statewide, has been a lower court judge saying that Dallas County Democrat voters can vote till 9 o'clock. The Attorney General, acting in his official capacity, saying, hey, I didn't get a chance to talk in this.
To respond to this?
Texas Supreme Court giving a temporary pause, but temporary means blocked.
Right. They blocked those votes from being counted tonight. They're disallowed. We believe they're going to hold a hearing, the Texas Supreme Court, on the mandamus issue tomorrow. We believe that's going to happen tomorrow, 9 to noon. We believe that's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah,
it would make sense to happen it right away. But it would make sense to have that happen right away next to this election.
Casey Stegall,
Yes.
we still see that dark screen, but
Well, I just thought that you made a really good point while we were in the commercial break. We were kind of talking amongst ourselves in the room, and man, he kind of missed his chance.
Yeah.
As we said, I mean, a lot of cameras there, a lot of eyes, and even if it wasn't a victory speech, he absolutely could have come out to the camera and said, that they were encouraged. He could have given some kind of a rallying cry, if you will, and not stepping on any toes, but he kind of missed the mark here because it's 11:30 here in Texas. It's 12:30 on the East Coast. The CNNs, the MSs of the world, Fox News, they're not live at the moment. So
And Texas was the race tonight.
It was.
Okay?
Yeah.
Not Arkansas,
No,
not North Carolina.
Yeah.
Texas. And both of these, the Republican and Democrat Senate races, were at the top of that. And then, of course, the AG race. But he missed that national moment tonight. And you can't get that back.
And as we already established, I mean, Congresswoman Crockett flat out said that she was done, that she was not giving any concession speeches tonight, and that only makes us believe that there is some type of a strategy that's being put together in terms of legal pathways forward. Also a big day tomorrow on Capitol Hill because the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, is going to be testifying, and so she might not want to miss her opportunity to put questions to Secretary Noem. So she might have had to have gotten on a plane and got to D.C.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if anyone knows Jasmine Crockett, she says she's a fighter. She wants to have this hearing with Kristi Noem, and so I am a firm believer that she will probably be in D.C. tomorrow. I've not gotten any text messages from her team yet as to if she's already left the state or not. But that is, I mean, she still has a job to do for X amount of months.
Right.
And
she's going to do it very well.
She's still going to do it. And what viral moment are we going to see tomorrow with Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, and House Democrats in Congress? So
it's going to be combative and accusatory and defensive. Yeah. All of those things are going to happen tomorrow.
So I don't think the Dallas Congresswoman in her current capacity is going to pass that up, but I've also not gotten a text message from her team tonight. So we are going to wrap us talking up, but you can keep looking at this feed to see if and when James Salarico talks. You'll be able to see that, but also you can join us on Good Day, not us, hopefully not us, but join the Fox 4 crew on Good Day starting at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
All right, y'all have a good night. If you're staying up, enjoy looking at the screen until Salarico talks.
Thank you for tuning in tonight and being with us. We've gotten a lot of really nice feedback from folks that were happy to see sort of the coverage tonight. So keep it here on Fox Local and the Fox 4 YouTube page and all of our socials to keep you updated on all of the happenings as we going to sign off for now, but all of the latest developments always for you online.
For Stephen Dial and Casey Stegall, I'm Sean Rabb, Fox 4 News.
15 minutes. Stick around.
Let's bring in Angela Corso, President and Chair of Media Matters, and Maura Gillespie, former advisor to Speaker John Boehner, and founder and principal of BlueStack Strategies. Welcome to you both. So Angela, we have been having this ongoing conversation at our table about voters out there and their voices and what they're saying and how they've been approaching the past year and what they're looking at going into the cycle. We heard just a little bit from the Texas voters coming in. What did that tell you when you look at the results tonight? How does this set up the November election year in your eyes?
One, you saw in some of the commentaries, the general concern about how people treat other people. Yeah. That was a big thing. It was like, hey, we want to
They'll let us go, right? Still, but it's looking to me to test out our border a little bit today. Yeah. So what are they doing?
I'll pop out. I'll pop out.
Tonight is the I got to election season here. You know, right after you come up, and what we're seeing in Texas and North Carolina come out,
I gotta admit, I'll stay with you.
what we did to the general election and what you and Mark laid on the table, Angelo, these are things that are not going to require also throw in there right now a war crime. But they can't actually explain what's going on, and that is looking what we're going to make this out today, and I think it's going to need to be magnified more as we get closer and closer to cover.
Yeah, no, right. And there's two dimensions to this. One is, and one of the words I've heard tonight a lot was covered, is confusion. And it's not a good word to be having around an election and around voting, especially when one party, regardless of who's running in front of them, they're all in on this idea that the elections are corrupt and stolen, and they're destroying what's the confusion and doubt in the election process. So whenever that starts to come in, that should be a little bit on the warning side. So we need to think about not just the election process, but more importantly, how we'll deal with that ahead of the general, because this is going to be something that they try to intensify and exploit. And then the other is just the trouble with it. And this is a real consideration because there are people that have been in the workforce, even for the main hour, where the wages are still that's right. And but there's a social fallacy too, because it plays out in the Iran war and all these other things. One of the arguments that Trump makes is that it's too late now, they're all in on it. Because there's a lot of things that take the bag up on the other side. So if you listen to Fox News, for example, they say things like, I'm so cold. But then they go,
It's on Sub-Zero.
But I think we're the only ones it's hitting though. Like, are we eating food or we're going to bed hungry? Like, what's the vibe?
No, you know how my back feels when we get this loaded up.
You what?
You know how my back feels. I hope that if the bar stays open till 2, I'm fucking drunk.
And I think the facts of seeing
You want to drink with me?
just a moment ago, that they thought that they would lock this up tonight. Yeah, there's a runoff, but we're going to have a runoff where we're on top. And that's not how this played out. The establishment survived enough to have Orlin sitting there right now at least at 42.3% to 40.8%. Yeah, there's some more vote coming in, but the margins are going to probably still favor Orlin. And already coming out tonight, Orlin is like, hey,
I almost wore shorts.
I'm coming for you.
Oh my God, you're
I'm
crazy.
coming at you. Paxton from the reporting was not as, you know, sort of abused. Thank you. Yeah, it's a big word if this doesn't work, but happy. And so what does that tell you? Because I think when you look at the fact that the Republican Senatorial Committee did the last ad that hit Paxton between the eyes, right? Brought up all the personal dirty stuff. They don't want him in the Senate. So how does that, what are Republicans doing with that?
How much of this are they talking? I mean, you've got one of the most, if not the most extensive primary going on in our history, and
They said turn off my mic.
Huh?
They said they can hear me.
He's going down channel 2.
voted before, but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. De cuando te tuve, debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. Ey, voy a estar con mi abuelo todo el día, jugando dominó. Cerquita de ti ya se terminó, ey. Que prenda la máquina, voy pa' Santurce. Aquí todavía se da caña, checate la baby. Diablo, mami, qué dulce. Hoy yo quiero beber y hablar mierda hasta que me expulsen. Estoy bien loco. Para un día tú que estás caminando y yo estoy que choco. Estoy bien loco. Vamos a disfrutar que nunca se sabe si nos queda poco. Debí tirarnos, gente los quiero con cojones, los amo. Gracias por estar aquí, de verdad. Para mí es bien importante que estén aquí, cada uno de ustedes significa mucho para mí. Así que vamos a la foto, vamos para acá, me todo el mundo, por ello, vamos. Zumba. Ya Bernie tiene el nene y ya la nena. Ya no estamos para la nube y las cadenas. Estamos para las cosas que valen la pena. Ey, el perreo, la salsa, la bomba y la plana. Se quédate la mía, como es que suena.
they don't, just let me go to Texas. Lord. Texas is as close as I've been. When I die, well, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let the Cowboys win. If they don't, just let me go to Texas. Lord. Texas is as close as I've been. When I die, well, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let the Cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas. Texas is as
News.